And we are live! Hi, everybody! Pop up the chat. Let's see you. Lolly ho, Jellybean. Lolly hi, Ray Ray. Ripsor, good to see you, glad to have you. Sarah, good to see you, glad to have you. Willow, good to see you, glad to have you. Jubilant, good to see you, glad to have you. Sorry. Jubilante, good to see you, glad to have you. Deathis, good to see you, glad to have you. Gobble time! Gobble time. Dest, good to see you, glad to have you. Didi, did I say good to see you, glad to have you? Well, either way, good to see you, glad to have you. Jalali, good to see you, glad to have you. Baphomet, good to see you, glad to have you. Aaron, good to see you, glad to have you. How is everybody? I've got tea. I actually forgot to get my tea before stream. Maybe I'll take a break if we have a second to go grab that. But, so, hi, we're doing Alexander today. We're gonna be starting from the beginning, so if you haven't done Alexander, now's a great time to do it. Our warm-up is gonna be to do some Pugilist stuff, obviously, because we gotta get Monk up and ready for when we go into Stormblood, which is not that far away because we're on patch content. And last time, the way we were doing patch content was basically we were doing like a patch a day. Sometimes we could even approach doing two. So, yeah. Killing the dregs of a migraine. Oh, Aaron, as someone who gets chronic migraines, you have my empathy. I feel for you, man. I would love to join in you this raid, but I'm a dirty European. Oh, Baphomet, it sucks. Like, the amount of you guys who are European who I hear you'd love to join in, we'd love to freaking have you. And hopefully they'll stick with their timeline and we'll see, you know, that cross, you know, oh my god, I'm forgetting all the nomenclature because like data, world, physical. But I hope that we'll have cross-region, true cross-region travel sooner rather than later, because I know that I would love to see you guys during community events and all sorts of stuff. Okay, also, I would love to prioritize people who have not completed Alexander first, because, well, you definitely want to make sure that they get it going. And a lot of times people leave the raids on the wayside, and if you have, highly recommend, we've had this conversation all the time, but like I will say it endlessly, which is treat the Alliance raids and the raids as mandatory parts of the MSQ. You will always be rewarded for it. Except for, I think you could, well, Near you don't need to. Near you don't need to. Evilise you do, because you need to do Evilise in order to do Baja, and doing Baja makes, for all my quibbles with Baja, for all my problems with Baja does make Endwalker better, because it's, you know, the beginning of the Eastern Front, yes, of the fight against Garlemald. Yes, reminder, no spoilers. By that we mean anything from Endwalker and any major reveals from any expansion. However, we do sometimes attempt to try to talk around things if people have questions. Hello, Deathberry, good to see you, glad to have you. I'm having an okay day. I'm having a good day. It's coming, Baphomet. Well, I'm glad to have you in chat either way. I appreciate it. I appreciate you hopping in here with us. But yeah, not bad lately, but it happens. Yeah, I feel you, Aaron. Just do Near because it's the best. I will say, okay, here's the thing. Even if you've played Near, there's a good chance Near won't make us any sense because it's both Near and Drakengard. But I will say, and obviously taste varies, it's beautiful, has some of the best music in the game, and also its encounters are a lot of fun, in my opinion. So I will definitely say it's worth playing the Near raid. I just think, even as a fan of Near and a fan of Final Fantasy XIV, it is by far, of the Alliance raids and raids, the least required. But Binding Coil's Bahamut basically is the capstone to a Realm Reborn and 1.0 in a way. Alexander is incredibly important for Shadowbringers and arguably in a way for Endwalker. Omega is incredibly important for Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Eden is incredibly important for Shadowbringers and 6.x. And now we're on Pandemonium, which is important in a number of ways. That's all I'll say. I've done Alexander, so if needs be, I'll be happy to help. Yeah, we're definitely happy to have people. Auroria, good to see you, glad to have you. Gonna lurk and chat, need as many things to distract me right now. Hug your pets, give them lots of love. Well, in that case, Auroria, give me a second. Deadpool! I got two things for you, Auroria. First off is 1, 2, 3. Oof! I got the boy. I'm giving him lots of love, lots of pets, giving him a treat. Oh, come on. There you go. This one's for you, Auroria. Oh, it's very good. Okay, there you go. Aubrey, good to see, glad to have you. Gonna lurk? Well, always happy to have you guys, even if you're lurking. Also, if you need a pet to pet, I guess, for Aurora, I'll just, I'll put these up, and, I guess you've got me now. So, congratulations, this is a petting stream. Pugilist. Where do I have to go for Pugilist? It's here, right? Yeah. Thought it was at the Pugilist Guild. Hi. I don't have any more treats for you, I'm sorry. You're very good, though. Comfy Elio, indeed. Anybody got any sheep shears? I got a grooming razor. Does that count? How's audio, by the way? Real quick check. Let me get my mic situated. Oh, actually, I don't think the ears are showing up. Here we go. There, that's much better. I look like I look like a cross between Kryle, a mammoth, and Kenny from South Park. Gotta get all pretty. Let me turn down the... That's a little better. Okay. Hey, you've been training hard, Elio. I can tell by the lightness of your steps and strengths in your fists. I reckon you're ready for your next lesson. But before we begin, some warming's up in order. For this, I scattered some gil across Ul'dah. I want you to run around the city and pick it all up. Now that my money's lying out there, so I want you to go about it. It's like that Malja Warrior band on your heels. In other words, I want you to sprint. Of course, you can't go on sprinting indefinitely. Your body needs to rest a while after each burst of speed. That may sound elementary, but I'll tell you this to demonstrate the point. As a pugilist, it's essential that you learn to place yourself in fights, else you're liable to get it worn out. And when that happens, the fight's as good as over. And you'd be sorry if you had to bet on yourself. There are ears. Yes, I didn't realize the ears didn't show. I sound good? Good, good, good. Thanks, Cathra. By the way, good to see you. Glad to have you, Cathra. You look like an Ewok? Yes, I am Wicket. Fear me. Elio Wicket. Oh, hey, there's a lolly. Where are... Collect 4 bottles of... Oh, no. That's from the Hammerlea. Pick up scattered gil. Is it all over the map? Oh, I see it's all over the map. Let's see. Where's the first one? This is the most fetch quest ass fetch quest. Audio's fine. You look adorable. Thank you, Cathra. Quick, we need to add cat ears to the cozy emote. Well, do we have an artist on in stream? Just had the weirdest experience with another player. They called me a cute cat boy and wanted to taste me. Fastest logout in my life. Ah, so I see we're hanging out on Balmung over in the not Waking Sands, the Quicksands. For a second, I thought I was trying to become a lava. He was trying to become a lava. Quinn. Good to see you. Glad to have you, Quinn, by the way. A nose gear. Yeah, I finally understand how women feel. See, I will say, there's a power to video games and to narrative mediums where you can embrace and understand the plight of others, even if you don't share their life experience. And, of course, Willow laughs at you. Or maybe she's just laughing at me talking about the quicksands. Where's it? Is you? Jade, good to see you. Glad to have you. Rocking the face cat hoodie. Yes. Aurora apparently is having a bit of a rough day, so we're rocking the hoodie for good feels. That and also, well, a couple things. One of which is some of you like cute things, some of you like furry things, some of you like cat ears, and some of you go wild for Mikote cat ear wiggles. Now, sadly, I can't do much right now with these, but maybe in the future I'll make a little contraption that I can pull on. Love the DJ. Ah, yes, Balmung Quicksands. Somehow I managed to, despite spending quite a bit of time on Balmung for, like, doing, like, hunts and stuff, I had never been to the Quicksands in Balmung, and I will tell you what, had I started this game on a Saturday on a Balmung, because I started in Ul'dah, I might very well have quit the game. Listen, those Catboy ear wiggles keep me going sometimes. You and Jubilant both. You and Jubilant both. I can't believe this is the first quest for pugilists. I mean, effectively the first quest. Have I gotten all the... I should check to see if I've gotten all the Aetherites on Ul'dah for Elio. Yep, okay. Where is he? Where's the boy? Where's Coco Boosie? What a fucking name. Kokobuki. Sorry, Kokobuki. I don't know why, but that definitely sounds like a tag for hentai. Tracy, good to see you, glad to have you. I'm sure that happened just because I was healer, so I'm gonna stick with tanks. I mean, hey, Akira, as a tank man, I feel you. Kokobusi. Be wary, some FCs are being swarmed by Lalas, turning people into Lalas. Oh no, it's spreading. Speaking of, if you want to, you can come join our FC on Crystal Curl. And if you're currently in the EU regions and you would someday like to join, we would still love to have you at some point. But yeah, we have a guild house and all that jazz. It's a good time. Oh, I don't know. I just ran past it. Go Lala Power. Now I'm just imagining a set of Lala Power Rangers. That's my money laying out there, son. I thank you to hurry and pick it all up before some vultures swoop on it. Bent and faded beyond recognition, even the most desperate of beggars will pause before accepting this coin. 500 gil. Crikey, this is good for a week's worth of... I mean, well done, Elio. Now that you've warmed up, we can start the lesson. A trial, to be precise. Take yourself to Scorpion Crossing in Western Thanlin. There you'll find 4 large stones. The trial stones, they're called. I want you to deal each of these stones a solid boot shine combo. The impact will arouse the earth spirits that sleep within, when you must defeat them. If you find yourself hard-pressed, there's no shame in running away. You'll still learn the ropes, after all. Once you've gotten your wind back, you can hurl yourself into the fray again. Remember this, strikes bring down opponents, but if your footwork, then that keeps you standing. Now off you go, Elio, and good luck. I did, but I missed. You working up towards one? Yes, Catherine, because we have to do Monk for Stormblood. And we're about to hit, we just finished Heavensward yesterday, so we're gonna be hitting patch content, which means I need to have a Monk finished in quests and leveled up to level 60. Well, if we keep the pace, we'll probably be at Stormblood in about 2 weeks. Well, maybe 3, because we're gonna have to do Shadows of Mach next week, and then 3.1, and then that's 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. So yeah, about 3 weeks maybe, if we keep current pace. Hey, being Lala is awesome, and I encourage everyone to try it once. Jellybean, what are you talking about? You're a gobby. How would you know what it's like to be a Lalafell? We have a bigger guild house and better location in Eurot, just saying. I forgot, sorry. We also have the Eurot group. So if you would like to join the Eurot FC, you can as well. I did, but I miss being tall. Cries and small dragon girl. You know, there's this thing called Fantasia. I forgot it was Western Town. I don't know why I thought it was in Central. So is this for Stormblood? And if so, are you going to be switching between it and Samurai? Yes, it is for Stormblood, and yes, I will be switching to Samurai. Canonically, because we have the gameplay trailer from Endwalker, we know, according to that, when each job comes in. And because of that, the indication is that you are a Samurai when you hit Kugane. So we're probably gonna have to pick up Samurai. I'm technically probably gonna have to play Samurai starting at, Sea of Ash? What is it? No. What's the dungeon actually called? Because it's Siren Song Sea. Because you get the cutscene right after at arriving in Kugane, I believe. So, the first time I will be playing it will probably be Siren Song Sea. Cozy Yellow Day Twins! Good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, we're working towards a month. Yeah, that's why we're doing Pugilist. The warm-ups, every warm-up we do is always going to be, I guess until we get to a point where we don't have to do any leveling or pre-leveling or anything, are always setups for expansion. So for instance, the reason we were doing Dark Knight during Shadowbringers was because it contextually made a lot of sense, but also we need it ready for Heavensward because we need it for Shadowbringers. I heard it's awesome anyways. I'm encouraging it for others. Copy ever remains an agent of chaos. Oh, Jellybean. We had rain these past few days, so you guys cozy LDO indeed. Oh man, it's been sunny here. I wish it had been raining. I would have given anything for it to just be thunderstorm. Actually, as far as I'm concerned, if it thunderstorms 6 days out of the week, every day of every year, I'd be pretty happy. But I'm also pretty alone in my pluviophileness. Where is that final one? Ah, there it is. A true chronological gamer. Yes. Well, I try, like, I mean, like, if we're gonna have fun with it, like, I mean, like, I don't want to stop and do everything on stream until, like, after we get through MSQ, because I don't want to make MSQ take forever. And so, you know, optimizing what the focus is. Also, sometimes people aren't ready to be able to come to stream right away as it begins. So taking a couple, you know, taking the first like 20 minutes to do a couple of quests is a good warm up and gets us where we need to go. And, you know, it's in the spirit. Because, I mean, who wants to play? Well, I mean, okay, plenty of people play expansions not as the job. But I played every expansion as the corresponding job. The only one I didn't was Heavensward, where I played as a Dark Knight. Other than that, I played as... Okay, technically I played as a Samurai all of Stormblood, but I then played as Dark Knight for Shadowbringers, and I played as Paladin for Endwalker. And so, like, I love keeping with that spirit. It's a lot of fun. I love storms. Yeah, me too, Willow. They scare me? Oh, really, Tracy? Well, I hope you don't live in a thunderstorm-ridden place. Same, I love rain and thunderstorms too. I also just really enjoy... I feel a lot less, like, bad about staying inside all day if it's shitty out. And here's the thing. As someone who lives in the winter of the Midwest where it gets so cold that 7 days a week is just miserable to be outside, that's why I say, like, one day of the week, let it be sunny, and then the rest is rainstorms. I mean, maybe even 2 days so that, you know, those people with weekends can get out. So will you do the final dungeon of that as monk or samurai? It makes sense to do it as monk since it... No worries. I follow what you're saying, Kira, because you returned to Alamigo. So the thing is that our reasoning is that probably when you come back to Garabanya, you'll switch back to monk. And the rationale is that even though the CG trailers aren't always perfect in terms of representing what actually happened in canon, they're kind of almost like a Wandering Minstrel style version of events. I think it makes more sense to do the battle against the lady in the red dress upon Rhalgr's Reach as monk, and therefore I think monk will probably be what we stay as. But there's one thing I need to go check after, because I think there's actually one explicit canonical version of showing you as samurai when going to fight Xenos. So. What a fucking laugh. Did they ever do stuff like that again? I don't feel like you ever see anyone laugh and actually hear a laugh like that. So, you given Earth Sprites what for? Well done, Elio. By smiting stones and earth, you forged an unyielding weapon of your fists. You're nigh a endless fount of vigor, Elio. Aye, just like myself in my younger days. This must be the promising recruit you've been telling me about. Well, of course he's promising. He's training under Hammon, Holy Fist. That was Hammon, not Hamoon, but... That's our Master Hammon. Elio, I don't believe I've introduced my assistant yet. This is Chuchuto. That makes me think of the, like, swearing droid in episode 5. In Cloud City. Weird pull. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. As introduced, I serve as Master Hammon's right hand, though there's still much more I have yet to learn. Together, let us strive to for mastery of our art. Chuchucho's joined the guild soon after I made it its master. She was my very first student, as a matter of fact. Well, there was one other, to be sure, but... Let's not dwell on the past, Master. It was Elio's bright future we were discussing. Which reminds me, did you collect my gil from him? My gear is rather worn down, and I do need the money for repairs. Yes, Elio. Future with us is bright indeed. If he keeps up his efforts, he may very well become the next Holy Fist. Train hard, young one, and grow strong. When the time is ripe, I'll have another little lesson for you. Ha ha! I almost moved to Seattle. Love me some rain. Snow's my favorite, though. Jubilant, you're East Coast, right? Or was I always like feel like I forget information about you or Des and get those confused. But like, man, here's the thing. If snow is intermittent, I could enjoy it because when it's pretty, man, is it fucking pretty. But when it's 6 months out of the year, goddamn it. And honestly, I don't dislike snow. I just dislike cold. Okay. If you guys want to meet up with me at Idleshire in Dravania, we're gonna get ready to do Alexander. Purple, good to see you, glad to have you. Literally played the entire MSQ as a bard. That's not surprising. Could use some rainy weather, but good news is that it's not getting too hot anymore. Good AC, also good to see you, glad to have you. UK has mostly pipsqueak storms, luckily. I do like I will gladly take like dreary UK weather too. Like that I also love. I think, not sure when though. Yeah, monk makes sense, but because the boss in the dungeon is Xenos, would also make thematic sense to use samurai because of swords and shit. Yeah, I would basically, I'm focusing on what is canonically shown rather than what like, oh, I kind of like this or that. I'm like, okay, what is like emphatically would the game suggest if we go by the text of the game alone? If you want to join us here. Okay, we got Dest. Assume Ben wants to join. Elise, are you with us? If so, can you give me a wave real quick? Nope. Okay, they're wandering off. Cool. Adri, are you in, or are you just wandering around? I love cold. It's the best. Jesus. Like, okay, but how cold does it get where you live? Because, like, I want to know if you like cold or if you like cold. I don't like 90 and humidity, but also hate -20. For me, if my temperature was between 50 and 70 year-round, that would be perfect. Can you imagine if monks could do Fist of the North Star with the... I mean, basically, you kind of used to have that. I'm still not big enough. Oh, you're not high enough level, Catherine? Is that what you mean? I'm with everyone. We heard you say that and tell. Cool. Sometimes I have a dumb idea and sometimes good ideas. Sometimes both. Watch a video about the best BBQ place in Texas even though it's 9 p.m. Order BBQ ribs from my local burger place. Now like -20 with wind chill ain't fun. But cold weather where you can hide inside with a book and watch snow outside, that's the best. See, I'm with you if it's for like a week. The problem is that when you start to get cabin fever and go insane. I've done this raid before, so I'll drop if anyone needs that hasn't. Yeah. Sounds good, Jelly Bean, but we're probably gonna be okay. Guys, we need some healers and some tanks. We can't all be DPS. I'll be there in a second, just finishing running Keeper of the Lake. Okay, remember that it is first come, first serve, so whoever is last slot or like needs to do it. I can join. Yeah, for especially people who have not played it or have not played Alexander a long time, we would really love you. Oh, that's what you meant? Oh, Cathro, we'll get you on a run through it sometime soon. That revolving katana carrier is a bit extra even for Xenos. A bit too extra. Honestly, I don't find, like, as someone who's usually sensitive to extra, I didn't find it, I wasn't that perturbed by it. Like, it is extra, but no more extra than the rest of his armor, and I don't know, it was like, I feel like it was still theatric for him. Honestly, why did it rotate? Well, no, okay, rotation makes sense, right? No, so here, bear with me about the katana carrier, actually, for a second. Because I would have said, like, oh, it's, you know, extra, whatever. But it makes sense to have, you're using 3 swords. You're switching between them. The thing is that if you're learning to use a katana in samurai, how you draw your sword and many moves that are around that are important. And so you don't want to be able to have to draw your sword like this because you won't be able to fight correctly. So it needing to be able to rotate actually does make legitimate sense. Wait, are pressure points a thing in 14? Kind of. It was fairly fresh today with 8C. What is that in American numbers? Yeah, East snow is brutal. Midwest snow is, jeez. My winters from December, Feb runs 25 Fahrenheit to -10. Yeah, December to February. Yeah, that's without, Catherine, that's me, and that's without wind chill as well. Plus where I am is lake effect. The thing is that where I am is with lake effect. I haven't played since before Shadowbringers or sorry I'm rusty. That's not a problem. Just glad to have you. Holy shit, an explanation for the spinning holder. Yeah, I mean, that just came to me off the top of my head. But yeah, that actually, now that I think about it, it really does make a lot of sense for it to be in use. I got an ocean near me, so I feel you, Willow. Yeah, that's true. You guys have, like, actual... Yeah. Since this is YouTube, you're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Yes, thank you. Actually, you know that little like button? If you press it right now, we get to watch all the numbers go up. It's really fun in real time. 46F. Okay, 46F is fine. Can you imagine standing upright if you wore it on your hip? It looks so heavy. I mean, but like Garlean armor in general, the thing is that normal Garleans are physiologically much stronger than normal people. But on top of that, I mean, like, you have people like Varys with his helmet who doesn't seem to have neck problems, so. Just sitting here. Dez, good to see you, glad to have you. Here's the thing. I'm gonna argue this, Purple. Fahrenheit is better for temperature. It's better for temperature when you're talking to people because you have a much better ability to have an actual gradient. The difference between numbers in Celsius for like conveying to how something feels to me is far too limited because there's a difference between like 70 degrees and like 74 degrees. So to me, I actually think when it comes to that, now don't get me wrong, I use metric because I prefer it most of the time when doing measurements or when like, so it is not like a American numbers are best or, you know, imperial or metric, blah, blah, but there are times and places for each thing, my opinion. And Xenos is a huge normal sized katana and a short sword in his hand, and his carrier is also magitech, so there's that, yeah. Okay. Do we have anyone coming who's, still needs to come? Don't say anything, Demins. Don't say anything, Jubilant. Don't say anything, Willow. Don't say anything, Dest. Don't say... Now I'm just gonna have to start saying shit with you guys. Don't say anything, Shlali. Purple, have you done Alexander, though? So, like, we're trying to see... Well, so that's because we're Jubilant, I think you'll make max. Yeah. So this is gonna be our party unless someone has not done it before. God damn it, Bean. Sorry, I was joking on a Bitcoin guy who said mining rigs don't consume energy and what do you mean mining rigs don't consume energy? Is Alexander a light aspect of Primal? I wouldn't say so. I don't think there's any reason to think... I don't think there's any reason to assume that he's associated with hardcore with a specific element. I mean, if you want to argue something about astrality or umbrality... I mean, even then, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't say he's skewed a certain way. There's nothing in the game that I think directs you that way, unless there is a line that you know of. Why would you story skip it? Okay. Do we have our crew? We got our crew. Okay. We have our 8s. The wings and the holy type effect he has. Oh, yeah, but I mean, like, that's iconography, and to me, iconography... Oh, actually. Oh, no. It is down here, right? It is... No, where is it? Where the fuck do you go to pick up Alexander? Understood, Purple. But it also makes me laugh because a lot of people have been doing that. We're not doing unsynced, we're doing it regular. So, because we only unsynced Bahamut because you can't sync Bahamut with a rando group. I mean, you can, but don't. It's not fun.
Is Uplander seeing it? Giant of iron rising from river! The Stolan said leave to learn more, but are not back yet. Greatest plight of Gobblin. Giant is too big, can squash Eorzean flat. Where are Uplanders?
Calm yourself, Slowfix. Ah, Elio, 'tis well you are here, for our need is dire. A colossus of steam and steel has risen from the Thaliac. Yet it is no more forgotten contrivance of Charlian. The resultant etheric disturbance confirms that it is a primal, and it is summoned amidst the ruins left for the river to claim. For a mercy, it stopped dead no sooner than it had broken the water's surface, but so long as it remains in our realm, it may spring to life again at any moment.
Yes, but what does Uplander find near Eorzean? Its wilderness is heavy with aether.
Nay, the aether grows perilously thin, and more swiftly than I could have imagined. The primal is bleeding the land dry. Should it be suffered to continue, this entire region will become barren waste in a matter of moons.
No! Debriefing has only just found our home after long wandering. Eorzean will not fall. Sophex will not allow it.
And nor will we. I have already spoken with Alfino, and he concurs that we Scions of the Seventh Dawn must do all in our power to eliminate the threat. Yet given its size, I deem it wise to attack from two fronts. Our first and most obvious recourse is to keep our foe in check, with blade and magic, much as we have done with others such adversaries. Second, I propose that we attempt to cut off the flow of aether which sustains it, mayhap by physically separating the primal from the land. If we are to be rid of the Colossus, I think the latter course more promising, and mean to enlist Master Matoya's aid in pursuing it, yet such things take time. Thus, I have asked Master Garland to remain here and keep watch over our foe. Given its apparently mechanical nature, his expertise should prove invaluable to you. To you, I say, for I would leave the fate of Idyllshire in your hands. Should the primal chance to stir ere my return, you are to join Sid in repelling it, an unenviable task, but one which you are singularly qualified for. Rest assured, I do not mean to linger with Master Matoya any longer than necessary. The moment we find a solution, I shall make haste to rejoin you here. Well then, let us be about our duties. I will leave you to discuss the strategies with Sid.
Backwicks is keeper of knowing things for Idyllshire. Can say where Sid is gone. Uplander should start with Backwicks.
Normally, steampunk machines don't have feathery wings or access to holy magic. Well, right, but the wings and that idea, that concept was used in other Final Fantasies too. But like, on top of that, I don't, just because there's iconography for it used for a thing or reinterpreted for a thing, doesn't mean things are elementally aligned. While you guys are still ready, I want to ask something. I'm doing MSQ, job quests, and hunting logs. Anything else I need to do this early in the game? It depends. Depends on how much you do. If you only want to level one job, if you do MSQ job and your job quest, you're going to level perfectly. You'll level enough just from doing that. So it depends on what you mean, anything else you need to do. Anything else to level, or anything else to, like, content you should do. Can we just start calling Alexander Optimus Primal? Imagine if Charlene was actually responsible for Alexander and not the Illuminati. I'm trying to imagine in any way other than, like, Hydaelyn, the sort of entity that, like... I mean, I guess you would think that they would summon something like Thaliak Incarnate. Same way with the children and the followers of Rugger. Although, I guess just, like, I wouldn't imagine that any of them would summon a Primal, because it kind of goes against a lot of their fundamental philosophies. Oh, it's Round Rocks.
Shiny junk, the sparkly junk, the baby bobs and whirlycocks.
She's so cute. Search your inside feels, you know it to be truth.
Search your inside feels, you know what's to be truth tells.
You better give one of the Gobbies Darth Vader voice, since that's how I read their voices. Imagine if Charlene got a spot low. Sadly, we're full purple, it seems like. Or, yeah, Jubilant can switch out for you. Content. I'm at Copperbell Mines. I'm level 26 already, and it's level 17 dungeon. Yeah, so content-wise, make sure you do Crystal Tower, which I guess you have to do. Do the Binding Coils of Bahamut. Get a friend with you when you get there and unsync it. And just, like, unsync it and go through that for the story. Do any blue quest you see. Some of them might be job quests, so you don't have to do them if you don't want to do that job. But basically, in general, I would say do any blue quest. If you see a quest that is a blue marker, it means that it unlocks something for you to use. It could be a feature for the game. It could be all sorts of stuff. So definitely do blue quests. It could also unlock dungeons, stuff like that. Not summon, more like containing Alexander. Oh, yeah. Goblins are the Jawas of 14, Mughals are the Gungans. I think with the 14 incarnation of them, definitely I'm with the Jawas thing.
Backwicks is keeper of knowings and data. What does Uplander wish to learn about? Ah, Uplander, come in search of Sid, yes?
My thanks for sharing the knowledge, Backwicks. These Illuminati are indeed most hostile. Ah, Elio, old friend. You haven't seen Ishtola, have you? Do I look like her keeper? Drained of all aether in a matter of mere moons. 7 hells. How much power does that thing need? Too much, plainly. Well, it sounds as if we have an urgent dismantling of job on our hands. From what Backwicks has been telling me, the Illuminati are the most likely culprits. They have the knowledge to summon a primal, and the requisite short-sightedness not to think better of it. Fanatical captures the philosophy nicely, I think. their goal being nothing less than the sole ownership of all the world's technology. Needless to say, they're more than willing to kill anyone who stands between them and what they want. Quite how they managed to coax a primal into the hulk of a Charlene defense mechanism, I don't know, but it looks like they made themselves a tidy little fortress inside the Colossus. We'll need to contend with them if we're to disable the thing. As for the task itself, simply destroying whatever serves as its engine should do the trick, assuming it is in fact mechanical. But before all that, we'll need to find a way in, through yet another bloody barrier.
Barrier is not new. Rose up 3 years ago, after ground made shivery shakes. Ruin was freed from riverbed, then Roundrox was there. Saw them with own 2 eyes.
Roundrox? Sorry, who is...
Better of slow fix. Roundrox loves junk more than all other gobbies. It's collecting them, and it's playing now. Look. Shiny junky sparkly junky beady babs and whirlycocks.
I'm sorry for interrupting, Roundrox, but I need to ask you a question. When the ground shook 3 years ago, did something come bobbing up to the river's surface?
Bobbing? I didn't bob to the uplander. Ground made shivery shake when giant whirlycocks stirred, and then magic walls came up too.
So it wasn't the tremor that freed the Colossus. It was the Colossus which caused the tremor. And you're absolutely certain you saw it rise from the waters, young one. Seven hells, I think someone tried and failed to summon it 3 years ago. But was it the Illuminati? Or...
Brayflox comes to trade tongue flaps, uplander.
Ah, just the Gobblin. Slowfix tells me you're his resident expert on the Illuminati. Pardon me a moment while I consult with my fellow uplander. Elio, if I may make a suggestion, I'll speak with Brayflox and learn what I can of your opponents. In the meantime, could you investigate the Colossus itself? Biggs and Wedge are near, where it had its hand landed on the shore of the Thaliac. Join them and see if you can't find a way inside the machine. Oh, and good luck with the barrier. And it is the first of the eye-touching of Mide. Ah. Where are my pants? There we go. There we go. Okie doke. Always with the costumes. Always with the costumes. What is Sid's necklace? A family keepsake. I wouldn't be surprised if Allegan tried to make Alexander. They actually could, but as a pure machine, then a primal. Well, it doesn't work as a pure machine. Like, without the primal heart of it, like, as a pure machine. And then they may have the technology, but the, like, requisite ability to do all the things it does require its capacity to absorb aether in a way that, yeah. Alexander's to be considered contained and protected. Has there ever been a reveal of the Gobblin phases? I don't know if they have, but I've been curious. Yeah, Baphomet. So they revealed them for Final Fantasy XI. And this is what they look like. Let's see if it's showing up on stream. Do I have, no, I don't have it up. Give me a second. This is what goblins look like underneath. According to Final Fantasy XI, but since the gobbies are asset reused from Final Fantasy XI, it's pretty fair to say that this is what they're supposed to look like. They're very, very cute. Okay, Jubilant, are you dropping so that Purple can join? Is that the plan? I'm gonna catch him on chat while you guys figure that out. Also, fun fact, with the Storyscape, you get flying without having done the blue quest for 80 crowns. That's not surprising. Especially because they would have to do that because, for instance, for, like, Azys Law, you get them as part of... I guess you could have just given it for Azys Law. Thank you, Jubilant. Imagine a goblin can do Palpatine.
power! Unlimited power!
Brave Fox, please, I can't focus on due to my lusty eyes for your junk. Oh, Demins. Demins. I did not grab the finals thing, that's fine. Oh, right, because I didn't do the frog quest. That's fine, though. Where are my pants is a question I've asked myself many times. I mean, most of us, let's be real. God, all this Star Wars talk makes me want all the movies, but every character is just replaced with the gobbies. Oh my god! Okay, maybe do we do a funding goal of we watch the Star Wars movies like as a stream together? Obviously, like, maybe we can't broadcast it, but, and we just have people do the voices.
Just have me like, or I just re-record all the voices over Star Wars. Luke, I am your father. Hello there, General Kenobi.
Now I just want people to give me some lines.
I love you. I know.
Absolute cutie patooties. Oh, the goblins look like actual goblins. Who knew? Strange, right? They do be cute, though. There are ways to host Discord movies, so it could be a thing. Yeah. Harry Potter with guns.
Gobby no like sound. Course, rest, and get everywhere.
Elio, come to see the Colossus, eh? The chief is looking out this way. And of course, there's a bleeding barrier around the thing. Aye, another one. Luckily for us, when the big feather came down, his aunt clamped onto the shore here, punching a hole in its defenses and leaving their round portal there unprotected. Only trouble is, it locked in and don't seem to have a key. From what a better idea, Wedge is listening to Illuminati link pearl communication and hopes that they mention the trick to opening it. Dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da. There's only one signal coming from inside the giant, and it's always the same pattern. I'm certain it's a code. The Illuminati always use coded messages. From what I hear, they've developed a special kind of crystal specifically for transmuting link pearl waveforms. If we could get our hands on one, the chief decoding machine here should theoretically be able to use it to untangle the meaning. Quite where we'd find such a crystal is another matter.
Does Uplander know Round Rocks? She makes a great collection of junk things. Maybe he's keeping Crystal at shortstop.
Wouldn't that be a stroke of luck? And it just so happens I've been working on a means of identifying the crystal. It's in question. Here, Elio, take this 3G7001B. Sprinkle the powder over the so-called collection and look for anything that glimmers. It should contain the material we need. You may have to borrow one of Round Rock's treasures, but I'm sure she won't mind if you tell her it's for a good cause. Star Gobbies? Then who would do Chewbacca lines in Gobby speak?
Gobby do lines. Do a super chat, make Elio say weird shit in a silly voice because it makes Deadpool happy. It's true. When you do super chats, it makes Deadpool happy. He's a smiley pup. I mean, oh, he's licking my hand now. If you do a super chat, you can also make me say whatever you want. It's true. Tethys often makes me say things that are terrible and horrible. Often making me malign my favorite game.
Darvin, good to see you, glad to have you. Magic guns could actually be a thing in Wizarding World. Convert wand crafting with gunsmithing. I don't know. I would not sure I would agree. I think if you use metal, like that, like goes against kind of the soft magic aspect of like the wood, the idea of that the woods and cores. Like I don't think it's just you can put a core in anything and it's good to go. Jubilant over here just cleaning up after our bullshit. Amongst the jumble of bits and bobs, you spy a faint glimmering stone.
What is Uplander doing? Sneaky taker! Treasure belong to Round Rocks!
Look, it's for a good cause.
Uplander needs it for giant of Willicarks, but glowstone is most favorite treasure of Round Rocks. Alright, but Uplander must promise to bring it back, or Round Rocks get very angry.
Wedge, we don't have to sprinkle techno dust on stuff. We just send you off in a random direction. You'll trip over what we need. Just like the node. I could see some Harry Potter wizard make a gun that materialized and fires cats at people. Yeah, I mean, like, you could make, like, a gun, but I don't think you could say you could make a gun that's just like wands. To me, like, I feel like that actually goes against, like, what is explained about the nature of wands as living beings and things in the conventions. Like, they're in that world, as well as, like, the idea that there's a reason why certain things of antiquity have remained and not been changed. Wedge Ex Machina. Wand wood into the grips. Right, but it's not wand wood grips, put a core in, it works fine. It's like I'm saying is that you are fundamentally shifting what the thing is and how it functions in the nature of the thing by making it completely different and by using like metal and dead metal. I think that it like ignores the spirit of why a wand functions. Put the core in the magazine and a piece of bullets and use it. Yeah, I don't think it works like that. Or at least like that I don't think it works that way. Because it's not just, you can take, it's not supposed to just be scientific where you take thing A, put it in thing B, and it works the same. It's like, there is a soft aspect to it in terms of like, it being an entity as a gestalt component of all its things in the form that it is. I think I put more thought to the Harry Potter than the author has. But isn't some staves made from metal? In Harry Potter? I don't know of any wands that are made from metal, and I don't know of anyone who uses a staff instead of a wand. I know some people have like walking sticks that are metal, but they pull wands out of them. Ah, Elio, no burns I see. No reason at all. Tell me, did the 3D7001B reveal anything? Thank you, and you have my word that I'll give this back to Round Rocks when I finish with it. Now let's take a listen to what Illuminati are really saying. I don't know about Harry Potter. Yeah, Mad-Eye Moody has a staff for a wand. That's true. That's a good example, but it's still wood. So that is a good counterpoint, though, AC. Goodness, all the infernal beeping is gone. Now it's a message clear as day. Today's schedule for Gordius. Registration at 7th bell. Stop. Louse the curl clubs at the 3rd bell. Stop. Rest and recuperation at 2nd bell. Repeat. Today's schedule for Gordius is... Curl lousing? But I'm sure that was the only message. This has to be some sort of jest. Don't be daft, Wedge. It's just another code. You need the proper crystal and the proper knowledge to understand it. Bleeding Illuminati. Should have known what it'd be so easy. Quite the conundrum you have there. But it's your lucky day. I'll crack the code, assuming we've come to a little arrangement. I realize that it's like a fundamental, like, there are more reasons beyond what I'm about to say, Jubilant. But interestingly, like, the two, like, first main Ra we meet, right, are Yugiri and Mide. And so, like, even, like, they're not very waifu-y. But I realize that part of your point is something that's inextricably linked to the, like, size and stature and all that stuff. But it's just, like, thinking on it. Assuming we've come to a little arrangement. I'm a treasure hunter by trade, and there's a certain something I want inside the giant. I help you get inside, you help me get what I want. A fair deal, no? The name's Mide, by the way. Charmed, I'm sure. You are aware that the interior is almost certainly swarming with Illuminati, yes? Why do you think I come to you? There's strength in numbers, friend. But best we join forces, eh? Now the words you intercepted are largely gibberish, but paired with the numbers, we'll see 7 stop, 3 stop 2, was it? You, the big one, see the pipes atop the hatch. There ought to be a valve up there with a hard wheel. Imagine it's a clock and try turning it right to 7, left to 3, and then back to 2. People have given me shit for not having seen Harry Potter. No, I'm not gonna give anyone shit. Yeah, there's plenty of things many of us haven't seen. Amber, good to see you, glad to have you. But also, like, you can also, and as someone who's, like, also kind of stopped engaging with Harry Potter for various reasons as well, I'm just saying, like, there's also an amount that you don't have, you can... Aha! We did it! We did it! Disconnect text from author. Now, that's not, in every case, I'm not saying you should blindly do that, but I do think there's something to be said that what does the text say compared to what the author says isn't always the same. Like, as someone who loves a lot of Lovecraftian stories and ideas, Lovecraft's stuff is trash, not just because he was racist, but also because his work had that racism within it. And not that Harry Potter is, like, devoid of any of that stuff. Trust me, it's really not. But for instance, the films are, interestingly. So the Illuminati have been announcing the ways into the Colossus all along. Strange. Well done for cracking the code, anyway. I had less success, sadly. But Frick Brayflox knows little more than we do about the Illuminati's plan or the Primal. Come, things aren't as bad as all that. We found a way inside the machine. We just have to learn about it as we go. It's only a massive mammoth after all. Stopping it should be as simple as destroying its core. If we send in a suitably intrepid team of surveyors, I don't see why we can't trace the machine's power back to the source via the struts and piping. And I know just the man to lead the party. What say you, Elio? And AC, and to an earlier point about Charlene being able to make, like, the outside, maybe, potentially, but you think about, like, how much that energy would have been required to not only run it, but the fact that, like, most of the fundamental mechanisms are things that are akin to, like, Allegan, damn near Allegan levels of technology, and beyond. And yet, Charlene doesn't seem to be quite in that same place, and what it would have taken to have certain things in Shadowbringers done the way they are, and the amount of energy it would have taken to do that makes me think that, like, Charlene might have been able to make a facsimile, but I don't think they could have been able to make anything, like, meaningfully similar, and especially not on a reasonable timescale. But maybe. I mean, it's definitely loose just how much they would have been capable of on, especially if you think about within, you know, decades to centuries. And what of me, pray tell? I opened the way for the grand expedition of yours. Surely that's earned me a place in your little band to hunt for my treasure. You did as you promised, and you may do as you will now, but only so long as your treasure hunt doesn't endanger the mission. I'd join you if I could, but there's something I need to see first. I'll leave Biggs and Wedge here in case of emergencies. Good luck, my friend. I feel you, Jubilant. I hear you. I just, like, even with me today, like, I don't see a 14-year-old whatsoever. So that's just the thing where me and you, not even just disagree, but just, like, the world is physically different, visually different, processed differently, however we want to frame it. Okay. Ready, chat. Fist of the Father. Mine fists are made of steel. Yeah, like Mide looks like 19 or something to me. Like yeah. Although she's probably older than that, because I think she's an adult when she summoned Alexander, and that was years ago. Girl clubs do need to do lousing. You ever randomly remember what Lovecraft cat names was? Yeah. Popular book film series back when I was a kid were Harry Potter, Twilight, and Hunger Games. I mean, those were popular when I was a kid, too. Hunger Game, I would have been closer to teen years, really. I'm so sorry, but if I make it there first, I'm gonna pull. Almost. I think I've done this too many times. I think I've definitely done this too many times. Get steamy! Pretty steamy in here. Get ready, everyone. We're about to go fisting! Woo! Necronomicon would make for an interesting primal, I think. I'm not sure I follow. I'm not sure I follow why it would make for a particularly specifically interesting primal. And like as an inanimate book or something, I feel like they've kind of like the idea with Eureka is already there. I mean, like, I'm not, like, sorry. I don't mean, like, Necronomicon. No, that's not interesting. It's more like, I don't see why that was... Because that could be interesting, but, like, where that... Like, who would believe in that? Why would they believe in that? Because there's already books that are like the Necronomicon referenced in, like, EE2 and stuff. But, I mean, obviously not quite sentient in the same way. But you also have, like, the, what's his name? In Summoner Quest. So, like, there is the idea of living books and stuff. I just don't know that we would see it in a primal form. That's what I was most surprised by. Focus on the Fostal. The Fostal dies, the Strumdals go down. Mama, good to see you, glad to have you. 22 sectors tested. We'll be singing it soon. We'll be singing it. I like the music in them too, Deathberry. Rob really do have a major difference in scale. God damn it, Des, you're always on it. Gobby's at 4, right? 2 or 3 fingers. Gobbies have 3, it looks like. Or maybe it's 4. I think it's 3 and a thumb. It's hard to tell. Okay, guys, for this, if you don't know how to do it, it's very simple. What you have to do is, there's gonna be this guy, we're gonna be fighting him. He's gonna be doing his stuff. Eventually, there's gonna summon another one. You wanna keep them both at very close HP. You do not want to, like, have one at a bunch of HP and then the other one, because when you kill it, the other one will self-destruct. So try to keep them balanced. And battle litania. Pam, just got here. Is it getting steamy? I'm having a good time. Yes, we're currently doing some fisting. We're fisting the fist. Do you see Mortal Coils? We serve it. Taunt like a back stuff 2, stuff 2. Oh, you read just the lines. Or we kill before it even spawns. No, because if you kill it before the second thing spawns purple, the other thing spawns at a specific health threshold. And also, one, we're definitely not doing enough DPS to do that. And also, if you kill it before it spawns, the other automatically starts doing its self-destruct. Which, if you don't have the DPS outpace, you can't do that. On top of that, when they did the stat squish, it became much harder to DPS that, even if everyone is at perfect max stats.
No presidents for the wicked.
Also, as someone who has borne witness to a bunch of people being like, oh, it's fine, just kill the one and then kill the other beforehand, and I've watched multiple people make us have to restart the entire fight because of it in normal roulette, just do the mechanics. Just do the mechanics, please. Also, if you ever want to do Savage, it's good to know. Because the thing is, like, yes, it gets summoned with the amount of HP the other oppressor's at, but it only to a certain threshold. Stop focusing the main one. Focus the main one. Okay, now you can kill whichever. There you go.
Gobble, gobble.
Look at this fucking crew. Oh man, I missed taking a picture. Look at that fucking crew. What a group. WH40K Imperator, Titan looking ass boss. You aren't wrong. Expertly done, adventurer. Well, what have we here?
Oh. Sorry, where else can I stay away? So many new treasures here.
Treasures? Oh, you mean the odd bits and bobs. Well, little one, these machina are yours to take, and some of them are rather beautiful, I must admit.
Uplander can tell pretty machines from Ivy, just like ground rocks.
No harm in adding one more to our company, is there? I'll keep an eye on her. It's interesting that she's a Zayla instead of a Rain. Well, actually, it's interesting because her horns are kind of blue rather than black. Damn it, I was so sure. Maybe that's just her hair reflecting it, though it looked like they were tinged.
Uplanders are unwise to come, but most of all is treasure hunter. What seeks is not here, not in all of Gordius.
I wouldn't call it medieval. Somewhere like Industrial Revolution, if anything. Approaching Industrial Revolution would be more what I'd... Well, 16's interesting too because of its Sky City as well. Also, the fucking writer for Heavensward has a thing with Sky Cities. And proto-civilizations. As I live and breathe, quick things all thoughts, master of the Illuminati.
Gabby's our best up with brooms dust. Uplander shoots, everybody kabooms. Uplander ill catches 10 flaps of master. Enigma codex for planes making is gone. Illuminati are undertaking Alexander initiative. Foolish Gabby! Secrets are kept silent. 10 flaps never traded with outsider. And Quickthings has not ordered so many times. Master, forgive noisy making of empty head. Gabby do not think. Please, Gabby will take any punishment, just not the worst one.
Now.
What? Uplanders shooting Gabbies! Boom dust does not harm Uplanders! Blood! Uplander blood for fallen Gabbiekin!
I think now would be a good time to leave.
Psh. Uplander, what is Enigma Codex? Treasure?
Yeah, something like that, Des, with like the oncoming approach of modernist fantasy. Yes, young one, my treasure.
Blood for the blood gobs! Skulls for the gob throne!
Mide has a nice gun. Does? Bleeding hells, face to face with the head of the Illuminati, eh? Sounds like you had quite an adventure. And this Alexander initiative, it's got me wondering, do you reckon it might be the giant's name? No sign of the corn though, eh? But we'll just have to look for her in it. I'll let the chief know, anyway. I'll be happy to hear Mide and Runrux are safe too. These two haven't stopped talking about the machine since they got back. I can't say I'd ever thought of junk as pretty, but each to their own. Yeah, Demins, each to their own. Ah, Elio, ready to have another go at finding the giant's core. Wedge, could you... Oi, Wedge, stop listening to that bloody link pearl. We barged through the Illuminati's front door. They know we've broken their code. But I've just a moment intercepted a new communication. You'll give me a moment to... There! It says... Oh. Death to Uplanders. Death to Uplanders. I think we may have started a war. Sure, AC, but I think most people are broadly talking about what you experience in terms of, like, where you are. But yes, in terms of thinking about there being... But I mean, like, at the same time, right, you think about, like, Roman innovations that were not necessarily a part of modern... Like, I think that same thing... You think about things like the Bronze Age collapse and how that affected stuff, and that's true of real history as well. And that's only started to change with the advent of things like the digital era, where you think about... And, like, the 20th and 21st century, and, like... the same like level of rapid progression you see in the 20th and 21st is it's not so dissimilar to how you see like the 6th and 7th. Especially if you think the 6th is the 20th and the 7th is the 21st. Which isn't disagreeing with you. I mean, it's still agreeing with the point. Just, I don't know that that's like untrue of the real world too. Why was I singled out? Because you're the one who wants to... Because you're the one who wants the dragon to throw it back. For lack of a better way of putting it. I base this only on fire alarms in the game, which seem to be a collection of both black powder and early breach loaders. Except for their... Right, but like... The thing, too, though, is that because of the, like, fire-aspected aether crystals... Like, the thing is that it's worth remembering that just because there's similar technology also doesn't mean that... because of the difference in the world's metaphysics, right, you kind of can't place them as totally co-equal. You know, so you can't say, like, oh, it's revolutionary period because of this time of guns, because the guns are effectively also automatic. Some of them are, because of, based on how they're designed. Oh, I didn't have to run all the way there. We're behind in technological innovation due to lack of toilets. Society needs its toilets. Well, wait. Just because we don't see toilets doesn't mean there aren't toilets. I don't think there's anything to suggest that like, no one's invented toilets in all of Eorzea. Or, like, the Sharlayans have toilets. Like, we can agree on that. I don't think that they don't have them. It's the same way that Star Wars didn't show toilets for the first, like, 40 years of its existence. You know? That was a joke? Well, how am I supposed to know, AC? Sometimes you make very disparate points that are fair, that are rooted in such notions. I took you at face value. Curse me for this assumption of true intent. Go in a bush. Okay, Willow. Whatever you're into. I do be waiting for Vidofnir to back that dump truck. I blanked out on that and then come back to dragons throwing it back. Blamed him in. I came back and we're talking about toilets. Yes. For a moment. I still love how the guns work in 14. Yeah. Super cool. Oh! I don't know why I never put this together before. I don't know why it never occurred to me. But the reason there's water in here is because that part of the Alexander is still below the water line. Duh. A filing toilet mount would be a curious mount. I mean, look, any mount's a toilet mount is, as long as you're willing to go off the side. Notable toilet mounts is not a phrase I expected to see. Directions unclear, accidentally summoned Fecalis Primal Lord of Poo. Hey, have you ever done Shadowbringer's hunts? There effectively is that. Go wherever and get rid of it with magic. I don't think that's how... Well, I guess you could just, like, burn it away? I suppose? Kind of a waste of Aether at that point, but... Hey. Alexander is using Steam technology as part of the frame. They say so in the quest. Where do they say so in the quest? Like, in terms of, like, is it, like, one of the, like, the dialogue things? Is it, like, one of the main dialogues, or is it, like, in the, like, thing that you can reread? Throwing fireballs is never a waste of Aether. It teleports away, but all goes. Use flow on poo. Yeah. Okay, for those of you who don't know, well, I'll use the Gobwalker. You guys just fight. I'll use the Gobwalkers. No, I got it. Des, you're a tank. You definitely don't use the Gobwalkers. We're waiting for the bombs to get set. Man, it's been so long since I've actually used one of these because usually I tank it. I forgot that you can only recharge against specific enemies. Oh, fuck it. We don't need this. We don't need to do this right. We're not playing it on Savage. Looking comfy there, Elliot. Professor, good to see, glad to have you. A little bit later in the dialogue. Is it in like, will we see it if it pops up? I don't have to go out of my way for it? Because I remember lines about Steam. I don't remember it being like Steam power. Like any part of it is, well, maybe you're right. Well, not maybe you're right. Maybe, we'll see. Thanks for pointing out IC. It all goes to the void. That's why it's called the void. I don't think that's why it's called the void. I think it's because it's devoid of life and aether. Just a thought there. Are you the Mins? Is that what you're called, the Mins? You know, there's something wrong with the start of wondering about toilets in a video game. Wrong with us or wrong with the game? I have to ask. With us.
Celestial North detective.
When we get to like when we get to its when it's more clear, I'll probably sing along. Although there's a lot of battle sounds. Maybe we'll just open up the music in a bit. I wouldn't mind if they made Sin into a raid series where we explore. AC, we've talked about this. I don't want to talk more about Sin at the moment, mostly just because that'll be like a huge diatribe, and we've kind of already talked about it a lot. Or to explore the ages to do a series of fight like with Alexander and Eden. I feel like they've already done that with Alexander, though. Like, as much as I want them to have Sin, right? I don't want it to just be Alexander too. And so I would much rather instead deal with more dream aspects of Sin. And also, I think you could possibly just do the outside fight or like I'd much rather them take the ideas around Sin and Spira and make something unique rather than just doing them wholesale. I don't know the meaning behind my name because it originated as a randomly generated name for a Blood Elf male in WoW Burning Crusade. That's funny. We're getting too technical with the whole suspending belief thing we're supposed to do. What, with toilets? Sir Rend mentioned dollar in the cactar. Sin, I don't have $1, so you guys are gonna have to give me $1 if you want $1 in the cactar. Resident Evil games, they have some scary toilets, and they don't even involve Korean toilet ghosts. But Zelda does. Well, there's Japanese toilet ghosts, but the, I forget what, Obake, the Rose Blame, what the name of that Obake is, though.
Big Gobby Booms! Gobby Go Boom. 7, 2, 3, 2, 3, send.
Like books, movies, and such is supposed to make us suspend belief for a time. We're getting technical with the whole suspending belief thing we're supposed to do. I guess the thing for me, suspension of disbelief is whether or not you can buy into a world being internally consistent and existing within its own right. And like for me, to look at it and to piece and part it and to like try to further understand that is not a, doesn't ruin my suspension of disbelief.
Uplander! Uplander is amazing! Uplander is strong! Stronger than 10 gobbies!
Pretty sure I kicked the ass of more than 10 gobbies at that point. Though I had your guys' help, so it wasn't solo. Ah, there you are, old friend. I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever find you. Big's account left something to be desired, so I thought it best to see the interior with my own eyes. A treasure hunter, through and through. Tell me, what exactly do you hope to find here? Have you heard of the Enigma Codex? It's a book of ideas written some 100 years past, the life's work of one of the greatest technologists ever to draw breath. Within its pages are found myriad wonders, from designs for machina that could operate ceaselessly for centuries, to novel ways of culturing cheese. Even a fragment of the book could bear a king's ransom. But most remarkable of all are the plans for a walking citadel. It was to be a beacon of logic and reason for all the world. A walking citadel? 7 hells. We're standing in it, aren't we? The Illuminati's primal took its form from that idea. But I sense that none of this is news to you. You've read it then, the Enigma Codex? Aye, the design catered for every needful thing, from warm beds to crops of grain. Its occupants would never have to leave, and all in a fortress on feet impenetrable, and ready to move at a moment's notice. The citadel was meant to bear the most brilliant scholars and artificers of the age, to all 4 corners of the world, that they might set about unraveling the mysteries of creation. Now, to be fair, that all sounds very Charlene, I see. And this utopia, this shining seed of erudition, was to be called Alexander.
Uplander! If Ranrox lived in Walking Castle, Ranrox could collect treasures from everywhere!
Indeed you could, little one, and if anything you found, be it junk, forgotten teachings, or lost secrets, would be yours for the taking. And what exactly would the Illuminati do with all this knowledge? They would use it to take control, most likely. Create a world ruled by a few chosen scholars. Unless I'm mistaken, that's why the Illuminati exist. Bloody fanatics. Take a perfectly good thing and make it into an object of faith. What could possibly go wrong? I can well imagine how people would have spent decades carrying their homes on their backs, might crave a home that could carry them, how such a place could seem like a utopia. But we're not talking about a machine here. We're talking about a primal, and primals will be the death of us all. I trust you'll be ready when things come to a head, Elio.
Utopia is happy place? Where there's junk aplenty, Ranrox is happy. Where is very happy place for me though?
Whoever he is. Media out there just being a little extra. SCP Containment Breach also has a scary tool. Ultimate Alexander is just... Sorry, Purple, we gotta focus on doing the actual story. Ultimate Alexander is just we need Megazord power now, yeah. Ghostbusters, the video game, is a cursed toilet. What is it with you guys in cursed toilets? Lore, good to see you, glad to have you. If only Alexander wasn't a primal, the Charlians would love it. Well, the thing is, even if it was, let's say it wasn't a primal, but it still functioned the same, it would still do what it does, because the reason it does what it does is because of the nature of what it does, not just the fact that it draws Aether from the land. Not like it would still need to draw Aether from the land to do it, but also what it would beget. How come everyone isn't getting tempered? So partly because Alexander is not the entire being. The being houses Alexander as an entity. Partly because Alexander doesn't want to temper and isn't attempting to temper, and proximity alone isn't enough because he's not like an elder primal. And on top of that, his core is the primal more than the entire thing is the, like, the entire thing is the shell of the primal and kind of the primal, but here, let's pull up E1 for a second. We get a little bit on explaining this. Oh, hey, from yesterday, I found the picture I was talking about with all the first brood in it. So see, like, we knew the design of all of the dragons ahead of time. The biggest one to change is probably that Tiamat is green instead of her, like, dark blackish purple color. But other than that, all of them, including Azaya, seem to be the same design. Like, Vritra is the Vritra we get in Endwalker. Racevelger is Racevelger. Bahamut's a little bit different, but that's also partly because of the angle. Retta Tusker, we don't know what they look like, and then Azaya, we only kind of. Alexander. Rising without warning from the waters of the Thaliak River, the mechanical fortress is a result of Illuminati fusing the ruins of a Sharlayan defense facility with the essence of a primal. Aside from its main trunk, the colossal construct rests on two massive arms of steel, giving it appearance of a clockwork giant. Events suggest that the Alexander is capable of manipulating the flow of time, allowing it to blah, 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 blah. We'll get to that. So yeah. Onishishu. What about the Onishishu? Ronrox is a sweetheart and I love her. Me too. With Gobblin and Illuminati, that's 3 secret societies. Scions, Asians, the Illuminati themselves. Onishishu, yeah, super definitely a secret society. Lente's Tears is a secret society. I mean, to an extent, the Ruby Princess and the Rain are kind of. I mean, it's not really. The Ninjas are kind of a secret society in a way. There are more. There are tons more. There's a lot of secret societies in 14. Retta Tusker is a Norse squirrel god. Yes! It is the tree that set on the branches of Yggdrasil. And I love her for that. Well, him in the stories. This is the Enigma Codex. Sounds amazing. A walking citadel is one thing, but a self-sustaining walking citadel. Genius! It's just a pity the Illuminati had to go and make a bleeding primal of it. From what I understand, this Alexander was active for no more than a few seconds. That's seconds! And it nigh drained the hinterlands of Aether. Imagine what to do if it wandered the whole bleeding world. I don't think Roundrock realizes how much danger we're in here. Too busy hunting for new treasure. Probably for the best, though, eh? Well, actually, here's the question. If the things that they find within Alexander also endure after the... Well, I guess the primal freeze... No, well, yeah, okay, no. No. Never mind. To be fair, Sharlayan had their hands in time magic. I don't know what you're talking about. And I don't know if you can talk about it without spoiling, but I don't know what... They don't... Not that I know of. And if you're talking about astrology, Ast has been removed from any time magic aspects of that for a long time. They removed that a long time ago in the game. Like, even emphatically in some of the Sharlayan scholars specifically specify they don't know anything about time magic in Quest as time magic mentioned. Yeah, as a concept, but no one knows how to use it or divine it or, like, do anything with it. Like, they have stuff with causality. And also, they also removed a lot of that dialogue from the games. Is that level 60 dialogue still in there? Thank you, Tethys. Like, specifically, multiple scholars during, for instance, leading up to Pandemonium are like, we have no idea how time magic or any of that kind of stuff works. We've got ourselves a problem, Elio. But don't worry, the chief has a plan. If you could, like, link me the exact lines from the 60 quest, I'd love to, like, be able to read up on it, so. Or even just tell me what the quest name is and I can go look it up later on, Speaking of whom, Chief over here. Chief, over here. All present and correct, I see. Good. Something has been nagging at me for a while. Elio and I have finally realized what it is. It concerns the communications wedge intercepted. So we know that the Illuminati have managed to establish a base inside the Colossus, meaning they must have found a way to pierce the magic barrier. Assuming that's the case, what need have they to use the only hatch which the barrier doesn't protect? And why go to the trouble of sending coded messages on how to unlock it? The answer? Spies. I believe the Illuminati have an agent outside the Colossus. I'm not sure what that has to do with anything. Like, every society of certain scale has, yeah, like, that's not surprising. And also, I don't think enlightenment, being in an enlightened society in any capacity, removes you from dealing with the realities of humanity and politicking. The final fight for 6, yeah, is the D-bag doing something, Mentor says something time magic. Okay, cool. Yeah. Albright, Silvestre. I'll go check back into that, Professor. Thanks for pointing that out. But like, it's interesting because they literally did go back in and remove anything with time, for the most part, from Ast, like explicitly, and because it was like messed with some of the stuff. So I'll be curious if that's an example of something that was meant to be removed that isn't removed, something that is meant to be taken at face value and definitely should be taken as important information, or something that is people who do not fundamentally understand what the thing is. Also, there's an interesting thing because there's like quickening, like relativistic time and quickening and changing that is kind of implied to be a thing, but that's different to like time manipulation, which is interesting. Purple, I can't go to the Discord while we're in the middle of the stream. The answer's spies. I believe the Illuminati have an agent outside the Colossus, most like Ilshire itself, who uses the back. Now the agent will know we've broken their code, and the hatch is constantly watched, so we won't have been able to use it for some time. As such, he'll doubtless be desperate to re-establish contact with the inside, and that's why I've cleared the area around the Giant's Hand. All we need to do now is watch and wait, and to follow whoever makes the dash for the hatch. But thanks for putting it in there.
Chief, Link Pro call from Red Bricks. He says Brayflox went in, but she can't be. No, it must be an imposter. Chief, whomever you met earlier was a spy. Quick, you've got to go after her.
That's why she didn't talk. You know what? Let's see if we can pull it up quick. Let's see if I can pull it up really, really quick. Oh no, that wasn't you. Purple, you weren't sharing info on that. Never mind then. Okay, DD is on a quick bio break. I'm gonna ready check that quick. It's the fight against Silvestre. Let's pull up. I bet Harmonia has that. YouTube. By the way, our lovely, talented Ray has been putting together videos that are recaps of the entire story, and she's going to go through all of the, I think all of the MSQ eventually is the hope, and side quests and stuff. So if you're interested in that stuff, you can always find it on our Plus channel. Harmonia, Asked quests. Ah! 30 to 50, 56, here we go. There's the Silvestre. And if you have never checked out Harmonia and her videos, you should definitely go check her out. I don't know if she's producing them anymore, but they're incredibly useful, high quality videos that recap a lot of important stuff. So you said the fight with Silvestre at the end, right? That's just we want the fight. The fight's later on. This fight's over in Charlene, if I'm not mistaken. Thanks are in order, Leveve. My ignoring my directions, come alone, save me, and tracking down each of you individually. Oh, actually, I just realized I probably don't have. Give me a second. Display capture. Okay, didn't seem to pop up. Anyone know what line they're talking about? Here, I'm gonna go back to chat. We'll see. Yeah. Father, Son, and the Creator. I'm sure there's a reason that I'm not super aware of. I mean, part of it might be attributing it to like an idea of Trinity. There actually might be an idea that I'm not aware of. Zawaldo! Zawaldo! Yeah, so, I don't see the thing with the Silvestre. Did they remove it, or did, like, is there a line, for Professor, do you guys, like, know where it was specifically? Here, I'm just gonna watch this. I'm gonna watch the battle again without skipping. I'm just gonna do it at double speed. Let's just see if we see anything real quick while we wait for D. Silence. Oh yeah, no, but the wikis often aren't updated. For instance, check when the last time asked as the wiki. Never, ever, 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 ever use the wikis. Sometimes those wikis are made before the patch, after patches change things, they aren't updated. So yeah. Or also, sometimes people just say shit that it just isn't true. It just factually isn't the case. I'm ready when you are. Okay, cool. I just want to check this real quick just to be certain, because I was certain that there is... Yeah, I sense forbidden magics. Not they sense forbidden magics, but there's nothing about time magics. And yeah. Atelier, good to see you, glad to have you. So guys, in general, please do correct me if I'm wrong. Always do. But please do be ready to have had checked that thing very recently, or like have a primary source that is not a wiki beforehand, because like things like this are important, you know? Okay, display turned off, and everyone's ready to go. Let's do it. Let's kill the Pepsi Man! Oh. D? No, again, Purple, I'm not gonna check the Discord just to like look at things that are not relevant to the conversation that we're having in the middle of stream. No, not the Pepsi Man! Yeah, time magic, well, time magic is in a very limited and very specific context a thing that exists within Final Fantasy XIV, but it's not something that can be used willy-nilly, and the requirements to do it are, Guys, did one of you not unlock the story? D, where are you? It says you're not here. I want you all to press U, and I also want you all to check. Do you have Arms of the Father unlocked? Okay. Also, I want to be clear, also, if we're, next time, if you do not, especially after all that time, if you do not have it ready to go, I'm going to have to switch out for someone else, because, like, we gotta keep things going. We can't, especially when not only did we, like, I watch all the cutscenes as well, but I, spend all that time talking about the thing. You gotta be ready to go, guys. Being all of Alexander, so I'm good. Yeah, no, you're good. Currently working on tribal quests. If any slots are open, I can join. Oh, so far, we're good, Atelier, but I'll keep you posted if someone has to drop. Best. The only practical time magic casters use is slow and haste. Yeah, and so the thing about slow and haste, recall, is that slow and haste, the way that they're seem to be framed is much more about, like, slowing movements. Like, you're slowing the individual rather than you're slowing causality around them, right? Or maybe even potentially you're slowing, like, using relativism, but you're not, like, altering the flow of time. Okay. Now we kill the Pepsi Man.
Pepsi Man.
And if you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and if you've seen this boss, and you don't know what I'm fucking talking about, look up Pepsi Man. If you have seen, if you haven't seen this boss, you'll understand in a second. No, not the Pepsi Man again. Oh my god, I'm overheating. I always thought of slow and haste as physical thing done to one's body. I mean, like, honestly, they're not always given very specific metaphysical explanations within some games. So, I feel like you probably, unless stated otherwise, can just assume that. Yeah, Tethys, I do love how it definitely feels kind of like you'd play it at a club. I would laugh hysterically if someone went in the real world, just started playing Alexander music at a club, and if no one would notice.
Gobblin needs much handling.
Pepsi Man? Pep no? What? Where's the Pepto-Bismol man? You can pull them all the way to the end. You don't have to worry about the orange, it's just a slow. Guys, all of you should be moving to the end. All of you should move to the end to like keep them sacked. You don't have to move directly onto the tanks, but you want to be close. You want to be able to make it so that there's no space in between. Now they don't beat that DPS. I'm only being that DPS because I'm with you guys. If I was playing with other people, I would absolutely never be pulling like that. Ever, 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 ever. And I honestly, I should stop just because, like, even doing it jokingly or doing it like, you know, because it's like, we're fine, we're gonna clear no matter what. It's, don't do that. Do not do what I'm doing. Do what I say, not what I do. Too much Flippy. Much Flippy indeed. Anyone remember Beautiful Joe? Yes, I've played much of Beautiful Joe. You could do that thing with slow-mo and Mach speed. Yeah, harkening onto film. A lot of like filmic aesthetic and the ability to do rewind and stuff like that. Getting because Pepsi Man means C in Spanish. Ah. Now I understand. Henshin a go-go, baby!
I learned it from watching you, Gobby.
Go for it. I was just doing the time just to say. You're good, Des. Look, yes, his ass do be jiggly like Jello. You are not wrong. Got it backed up enough. He got that fat. The Gobbies do be having that thing for junk. Even their forge kin. Why does Rival Wings take so long to pop? Because no one plays it. Sadly. As someone who really likes Rival Wings, because it doesn't really go in roulette at all. And no one plays it. So it used to be, before the rework, the only way to get people to play it was there were specific nights each week, usually like a Friday at 7 p.m. like CST, and that would be the only time you could play it. And I don't know if those groups have gotten back together yet. But especially because it used to be that, especially when it was just Frontlines and Crystalline Conflict, you know, it's like, okay, a lot of people play it. But now that Crystalline Conflict exists, most of the people who were going to play Rival Wings don't even play it anymore. So the problem is they need to make a Rival Wings roulette or put it in the like roulette for, maybe it is in the roulette. I've never once seen it in the roulette, but yeah, or maybe even just give it its own roulette or something. But Frontlines is a blast, but you never get to play it unless you like do very, like join Discord groups to do it. Yeah. I want to play it, so play it. Once played it. Well, why don't we all play it? Why don't we get a team playment of it? I mean, if we get at least a team together for it, you know, all we have to get is one other team, which, you know, of people that like join in as randoms. I mean, there's got to be, you can definitely do that. I don't think I've ever seen this mechanic before in normal. That's gonna pull you guys together in the middle. Don't. Plus and minus means you're gonna be pulled together. Unless you're supposed to be pulled in the middle, but I don't think you are. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it definitely does look like Quicksilver. Fucking magnets, man. Fucking magnets. How do they work? Well, you see. Watch out for Jagged Dolls. Watch out for Goo Goo Dolls. Might make you cry. Everything is chrome. Future. If you've got the stack, get away from the guy so that we don't second on us. Okay. Wait. No. Don't go further away. Don't go further away. Don't go further away. I'll give up forever to touch you. God, I love Iris. It's a good song. I give up forever to closest to heaven that I've ever been. I don't want to go home right now. Oh, screw me for trying to limb break. Are all the constructs inside Alexander considered Forgekin? Like living metal and stuff? Yes. All the enemies you face that are not gobbies are considered Forgekin. They show up in EE1 and I think some maybe in EE2, but mostly in EE1. Like living liquid, for instance, is if we go to like basically most of the Forgekin section in EE1 is just a bunch of stuff from Alexander. So yeah, like living liquid. One of several inorganic beings seemingly have been created within the body of Alexander, not at the hands of the Illuminati, but by the Primal itself. Its body is composed entirely of metallic liquid similar to Quicksilver, but capable of maintaining complex forms. It can change at will. It can change at will to adapt to the ebb and flow of battle. Deep within the amorphic admixture is contained a servo mechanism, the hydrate core, which is thought to be connected to the Forgekin with its host, allowing Alexander to relay at direct orders. When you see that little orb thing that pops out and spews out the Quicksilver, that's what is the thing that they're talking about. Doing Alexander for the raids for the first time made me believe that Yoshi P and Soken just wanted to make a sick album cover, but went with hiding it behind an MMO. Well, then they came out with the following games. Dude, the vibe of the music for 7.0 is going to be fascinating. I feel like it's gonna be like more orchestral. Maybe he'll keep it more rock. I don't know. I feel like he'll want to change it up or something.
Psh, Gobby found it. Good. Knows the missing pieces are with Illuminati.
Oh, Gobby. Bad Gobby, but still Gobby.
Gobby did well indeed.
Apparently, all Quick thinks is like Gobby Gollum. This is how you treat those who please you.
Shh. Now it's realming chaos. Broken. Machine with too many parts. But an Illuminati plan needs one thing. Missing ping to bring world order. Give world harmony. Make world perfect.
And what of those who don't fit your vision of perfection? How many must die to pay for your utopia? Don't you see? You summon a goddamn primal, and it'll devour the aether of every land you visit until Hydaelyn and everything on it is dead.
Inside the fortress of Illuminati, chosen will live on. If inferior on outside die for progress, so be it. The cost of seeking for no ends.
Hells take you and your damn seeking. Yeah, Tethys, I agree. That's a good point. I do think, like, on macro, though, they may want to change it up. But yeah.
Wise Uplander finds happiness in Illuminati rule, and wise Uplander, utopia does not need.
But yeah, I would imagine a lot of things like, well, maybe like, yeah, I guess didgeridoos for like Maricity and stuff, or maybe African as well, instrumentals. And America would be similar. Not similar, would be have its own vibe. So it's obey or die then. Pah, the whole concept is grotesque. No, Sid, like the rest of the ideas set out in the Enigma Codex, Alexander is wonderful in and of itself, perfect even. But in a rush to realize its ideals, even the best of us can be led astray. Oh, so once upon a time, these Illuminati were starry-eyed philanthropists? Is that it? And yet it was only after they got their hands on your perfect bloody codex that they turned into vicious killers. Tell me, was there any passage in particular that convinced them to abandon their last shred of empathy? I cannot speak for the precise contents of the codex, not anymore, but I haven't forgotten everything I read. I think I can stop the core, if you can get me close enough. You think you can, or you know you can. And what of its location? It's somewhere in the trunk. How close we are to that, I cannot say.
Round rocks can say. 2 paces to round rocks are 1 yard. So by count of round rocks, crest of whirly giant cogs is only a little further.
Ha! Clever girl. You've been measuring how far we've come from the start.
Yeah, good Dobby. Round rocks is good Dobby.
Alright, I propose we withdraw from time being. I don't know what will happen when we breach the core, but I do know that we'll be better equipped to deal with it if we're well rested and ready for anything. What the hell did I miss? From what I've seen on the internet, I cannot look at Sid the same way ever again. All should be well enough. I love that, Willow, you're complaining and then you also shared that same stuff. No. We're scared for life. I think that's appropriate. We ain't scarred for life. We're scared for life. No one should have the power to choose who lives and who dies. The idea is too vile, too insidious to be left unchallenged. We have to act. If we don't, Alexander will awaken and the Illuminati will be unstoppable. Make no mistake, Elio. It's now or never. I think I have the knowledge required to shut down the Giant's core, but if I'm to reach it, I'll need you to lend me your strength. Well, really, the Illuminati's latest message is... Oh, no, that's Wedge. Well, really? The Illuminati's latest message is... Well, let's just say it's unsuitable for polite company. I should be much obliged if you teach those privy-mouthed savage some manners, Elio. Since we are doing Alexander, I'll be also doing T. Yes, we're definitely gonna, after this, we're skipping straight through Savage Alexander, and we're going straight to the Epic of Alexander. That's definitely what we're doing. Y'all are cute. And that T would be too hot for the stream. I had to spread the pain. How do goblins drink tea through their masks? Well, they can take off their masks. They just don't like wearing it around people because the people smell bad and the world smells bad to them. Is Bean okay? We had a campfire before. We were cozy. Aww. Here, I can... Oh, I don't have that minion on Anelio. Never mind. You smell bad! No, you... Okay, I'm gonna try passing it. See, okay, Fiend just waved, so we're good. Wait, that's the lore reason because they think we all stink? Yes, that is the lore reason. And if you watch our Gobblin video where we introduced, the first video where we introduced Tome Fix checker books, he explains that as well. Nice, our FC Discord is officially advertising T Discord. Woo! Thank you, Lore, much appreciated. Much appreciated. That is 100% the lore reason, so yep, they're not wrong. Bean had to dispose of many of their kith and kin. Give them a minute. No worries, Professor. I thought it was more serious, like they couldn't breathe our air very well or something. Nope. No, they just put like incense and nice smelling leaves and stuff. If you do all the side quests in Idleshire, it's explained that like you get like Nabori leaves and stuff, and they put that in their masks. Okay, pretty much the only thing to worry about is once we get towards the end, if you get the debuff, you guys gotta spread apart. I'll try to say your guys' name for whoever it is. I probably should have pulled up the lyrics. Wipe Sprout. Gobby's gotta do what Gobby's gotta do. Thank you, Tethys. Guys, one of the tanks needs to eat those. Guys, the tank needs to eat those. So if you are a tank, you need to make sure you're running to go before they get to everyone, and you need to eat the orbs that are blowing up. I mean, it doesn't just have to be tanks, it can be DPS too, but tanks are going to be able to soak them better. And the thing is that, like, you can maintain aggro because of the nature of the boss. Yeah, perfect, S, thanks. Perfect. I'll watch and I'll grab one if I see you guys struggling, if you, like, need. Yeah. Perfect. If you have them, you can't, if you have one and you're not a tank, I mean, tanks don't just have to grab them, but try not to grab two if you're DPS, and what you want to do is you want to have someone else grab one. That's how that works. Jagged dolls. Yeah, don't let them all be on one person. So Bean, your first thing is to make sure the ads, like death dismissing and stuff, you can do ads, and then you do like spears and stuff. Everyone's doing great. Be ready though, because split may come up soon. Give me a second. Okay, stack. Gotta, yeah. And then keep going. Carnage 0, is that it? No, it's different. Judgment Mist, this is it. Vendrew and Willow, get as far away from each other as you can. Okay, guys, we gotta DPS this down. What killed me? I may need to go equip better armor. Although it shouldn't do, it should be fine. Get ready, Carnage 0 is a damaging attack. Spread wide. Yeah, you want to spread for Carnage 0. That's what it is. We each get an AoE on us. Judgment is, get ready to separate if you have the debuff. Willow and Vendrew, again, so it's healers. Healers spread from each other. Do not know that one. Okay, I have a 4, but no one else got it. That was weird. Alright, that's fine. Doing this min-9 level? I don't know if we're doing a min-9 level. I think we're just doing it on, we're just doing it. I find no joy in min-9 level. I don't think that that's particularly more fun than just doing it synced. Woo! First 4 down. I'm gonna go equip actual armor now. Look at this crew. Break the law, report the law. Want to see scantily clad archivist? Not actually. No. That's for the only archons. You got to pay premium for that. Yeah, but yeah. Thanks, Ray. I noticed everyone is using the new draw sheath animation. I'm not sure I follow what you mean, AC. Apologies, I haven't taken this before, so I panicked. Nah, you're good. We cleared. It's normal. We're gonna be fine. Me being under armored is also not helping us.
We're here, and none the worse for wear. So if you need another pair of hands, just say the word. Aye, so this is the heart of the machine, eh? I knew I should have brought a baker's hammer. Not that I'll be needing it, of course. Isn't that right, Mide?
Yeah, but also, yeah. I mean, that's definitely true, but also, the thing is, though, most people also approach it with everyone having max eye level. At this point. I've never DPS'd that, so I wasn't used to doing that either, Dest. Yep. Also, damn, I don't know if it's that, but good to see you. Glad to have you.
Greater are knowing in brain cases of unwise than Crithinks believed. Perhaps Crithinks judge too quickly. Perhaps Illuminati should study up landers. It is before eyes of Gobby? Good. Do not fail. Illuminati have no use for failing Gobbies. End of Gobbies, long wanderings is close.
Something isn't right here. Something isn't right at all. The way Quick Things spoke, you'd think he had won. He did seem too bothered, that's for sure. Do you think he might have planned for us stopping Alexander's core? What was it the chief said again? About the Illuminati finding what they need to complete their plan. Something along the lines of a missing piece, I thought. I just did Cruise Chaser Savage like last weekend, so honestly, I'm not worried about Cruise Chaser. And what if Quick Things is honor guard? The two dolts ever are at his side. Why aren't they here? The Illuminati must surely know where we're coming. What could be more important than protecting their leader? You don't think he's seen them the Edelshire, do you? While our backs were turned, like. That would be... come on! They're good. I showed up in the middle of the fight. Also might just be dropping in chat, say hi. Then resuming FF7R. It was on sale. Nice! I am still in the midst of trying to get that my PS5. However, there have been no good stock other than bundles for Horizon Zero Dawn. So I may just have to wait until there's like a bundle for God of War, because I do want that.
Giant loses power. Uplanders succeed.
Never mind that, man. But did the Illuminati come? Is the Edelshire safe?
How did Uplander know? Yes, many Illuminati come take stuff for Gobblin. Great was chaos. But suddenly, Illuminati go take only junk, not with Jingleshire.
They came barging in, ready to start a war, and then scrapped when a handful of bleeding junk? Hold on a minute. What was it they last seen?
Red things, near shortstop.
Round rocks! Come on! It's on Steam. Yeah, but I'd rather play it on PS5. I'll go and find the chief. He'll know what to do. I much prefer to play like mainline like Final Fantasy games on console. The only way I do it on stream is if like maybe we like raised money for it or something and people wanted to watch it, but I don't think people, well, and maybe I'll do that with Ninuri, so.
Uplanders are going too long for comforts of Redbrooks. Shortstop is place of clashings with the Illuminati. Illuminati are up to no good. Maybe using confusion to do foul things. Uplander must go and see, make sure all's well.
Fair enough. I have my computer hooked up to a 42 TV, so I can. It's not about the TV. It's just like there's just different experience of like one controller also not having to like hook and control it to PC. It's a playing it in a different environment because I'm playing it instead of at my workstation. I'm playing it on a couch or like it's just there's and also just like there's a fundamental difference experience in playing on a game console versus like just hardware differences as well. And it's not even just about better or worse. Have you seen the one game where the classic FF summons were gender reversed? Would it change much if Alexander was female? I wouldn't necessarily say that. Do they say he or do they say it for Alexander? Because I would say that I wouldn't gender Alexander, you know? It'd be called Alexandria. And also, no, I don't know which name you're talking about. I assume it's a spin-off. That too. Is everything still as we found? They haven't come back, have they? No, they've gone for now, and everyone seems fine, physically at least, but Round Rocks.
Shh. Gone. All gone.
Poor thing. The Illuminati took everything. I'm just glad she was off collecting trinkets with Backricks when they came. I daren't think we might have happened had she been here.
Huh.
Come, little one, dry your tears. One thief, unconscious. We found him lurking near the edge of town, not far from your treasures, Round Rocks.
your home! Thanks to Uplander! Many thanks!
It was all Biggs, little one. He had a feeling a few soldiers might be lurking around, waiting to ambush us, and this is what we stumbled onto when we went to look. But why did the Illuminati take Round Rex's collection in the first place? Surely that can't have been their goal. I wouldn't be so sure. Were I to guess, I'd say that the Illuminati believed something they wanted was hidden amongst Round Rox's pile of trinkets. Rather than waste time sorting through them, they decided to take the lot, but when they subsequently realized they didn't have what they were looking for, they crept back into town to wait for a chance to seize whatever it was they actually wanted.
What it backed up is one most favored of treasures of Round Rox, one that is safe with Uplanders.
You mean the glowstone that Elio borrowed? But of course, it's been sitting in the decoding machine all along.
Yes, Round Rox would be sad without pretty glowstone. It is a special treasure from near Old Castle, rusty one that was left by Uplanders from before.
Wait, what do you mean before, Round Rox? Were you near the Charlian ruins when the metal giant first appeared?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Round Rox saw where the Cork Giant stand 3 years ago, but it was only for a little bit, and big gobbies do not believe Round Rox.
3 years ago, when someone tried and failed to summon the primal. A fragment of the codex, of all the places in the realm. Only a fragment of the original, so the crystal must be the Illuminati's missing piece. No, Round Rox. If they gender reverse the bosses, would they put them in the male ones in thongs? Yes. Seeing as they already are willing to put males in thongs, I think they would not stop them. We may have stopped the primal and taken the prize, but our foes are not about to admit defeat. They'll be back and out for blood like as not. But we've got you, Elio, and I'm sure you'll be ready for the onslaught when it comes. Might I suggest you make merry till then? Don't forget to do a 12-hour fishing stream when you're level from 1 to 90 in a day to get all the sweet, sweet lore from fishes. I mean, to be fair, we could just read all the fishes off of Garland. But, yeah. M. Shiva is wearing the exact same thing as F. Shiva. Yeah, basically. I'm not surprised by that. Brian, good to see you. Glad to have you.
Round Rox is happy. Many friends worry think of Round Rox. Uplander is one. Round Rox thanks kind Uplander.
Let me chime in as well, Elio. Round Rock's home needs protection, and you provided it. Not many would do that, and certainly not in the face of the primal. You have my thanks. Also.
May help Round Rox too. Uplanders have good hearts, and kind.
Only so many of us find Machina pretty, my dear. We have to stick together, don't we?
Did Mide always like whirly cocks and bitty bobs?
I definitely read bitty boobs. Not like you, Round Rox. My love, he adored the things. Inventing, building, and tinkering with them.
Mide always touches hurt mark when remembering.
Do I? Well, I suppose I do. Those times were something else, little one. My friend and I were lost in our dreams. We thought to put back the pieces of the broken world with logic and reason and technology. And we were certain we could do it, too. I hadn't much skill with thinking up things or making them, but I helped in my small way, and that feeling of aiding in someone else's dream, sharing it, washes over you like a wave of happiness. I never felt that way since. Now it's all seems so far away. Even the memories feel like I dreamed them, rather than lived them. Well, enough of that. Round Rox is right. Adventurer, you're a kindly soul. Keep an eye on our girl till next we meet, will you? Okay, I'm gonna go get armor and put this armor in my glam chest real quick. So we need to do the best way to do that would probably be let's just go to Linsa. Because I know how to do this. Bitty boos. Gotta get those bitty boos. Everyone loves the bitty boos. Heh, boobs. Thanks, Dest. I was just saying I've never heard of whatever game ACGA is talking about. Yeah, I've never heard of it either. World of Final Fantasy. Oh, World of Final Fantasy. That's what they're talking about. There's Ramu. Yeah, World of Final Fantasy is what happened if you would let someone who writes fan fiction go wild using just every Final Fantasy game. Mark 4. That's what I'm looking for. Then I just need weapon. Okay. Just a little less bulky. Well, that's actually a really good set. I say like it's a bad thing. I mean, to me it is. I mean, it's not. It isn't an objectively bad thing. But in terms of like my flavor, my taste, and the sort of things I like, it's definitely not my preference. And I also tend to come into the most forms of contact with people who are all big most forms of conflict with, and headcanon-y people seem to often come from that stock. Quite often, as it were. Oh, actually, I bet you that armor has some damage. I wonder if I won't be able to... We'll see. Let's try the armor. Yeah, I need to go repair it first. Isn't Leviathan female in World of Final Fantasy 2? And if it was some hot dude because of the fire, not lizard or scale humanoid. In 15, Leviathan was female. Yeah, but I mean, like, when did they even say that in 15? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying like they don't. I'm just like, I haven't played it in a long time, but I have no memory of that. And also, it's like, that seems like more to like an idle thing, like that happens to be a fact. It's not like it's a major aspect of the story or of its design, really. Where's the repair? Repair's up there. Does anybody have any new feelings or thoughts about Heavensward now that we finished it up? Or does anyone have any questions also, I guess, about Alexander? Seeing as we're doing that right now. Well, actually, here, why don't we just use the Aetheryte? Yeah, so sick and try to find repair and or material mods that level my crafters. Well, I'm an Omni 90 on my main, but I haven't done any of the crafters on Elio because I don't want to do those off stream. And I haven't found a time to justify doing them on stream. But maybe we'll have a day where I just do one of them so that way we have repair on hand. Like, I love doing crafting and I love doing all that stuff, but I just haven't on Elio because I didn't want to not show the quests. Warrior, Dragoon, let's Dragoon 2. Actually, I suppose that now I can just go ahead and change this. Oh fuck! You know what? I didn't change. You know what, that's actually fine. is really fine. Glamour plate. Cool. And now we go back to Ilshire. Maybe I'll get... Maybe if we have... I don't think we'll have time tonight, but I was thinking we should do Nothung. Or, sorry, no, Brionic, not Nothung. Crafting story quests are also entertaining. Yes, they are. I don't know, I would say it's a fun way to pass time. And also, I don't ever need to pass time. The last thing in the fucking world that I ever need to do is pass time. I need more time. I wish I had 48 hours a day, 72. Let me just turn back the clock and have more time to do all the things that I want to do. I never, ever, the last thing in the world I ever have need to do is pass the time. I mean, there's a good reason to be a comedy crafter. Yeah. Yeah, if you max how many crafting so that you could take advantage of, like, the benefits from crafting, that's pretty rational. Armor Smith level 50 quest is my favorite of the OG crafting quests. I forget what specifically happens to that. There's a lot. Also, what do you mean by OG? Do you mean 1 to 50? Because if so, probably Goldsmith for me. Do you enjoy the written word format? There's more lore at eorzeanarchives.com. Thanks, you Tethys. Yeah, 1 to 50. Yeah, for me it's probably Goldsmith. Though, Alchemist is actually pretty good too. Take it from me, I once had too much time and now I do not have time, but there's always a balance. Well, the problem is for me, I will never have a balance in my life. Because there's too many things I want to do. Like, I have too many hobbies, too many interests, and too many things I want to do. So I will never have enough time. I just won't to do all the things that I want.
Ranrock thinks this is hard. What's your with precious glowstone? It is most favorite to treasure of Ranrock's, but glowstone is also what Mida seeks all this time. It's already brought Ranrock's 3 whole years of joy. So Ranrock's decides to give it to Mida, so she can be happy too. For now, Ranrock's entrusts treasure to Uplander to give to Mida at next meeting. Even Mina Scabby dare not to take the glowstone from mighty Uplander.
Ranrock's
Ranrock does not know where Mida is now, but she often does sound giant of whirly cards from broken water crosses. Maybe Uplander finds her there.
Oh, DD, thank you for the 10 Eorzean Archives memberships. To everyone who gets those, I hope you enjoyed them and your new emotes. For those of you with emotes, let the gobbies free! I take pride in the fact that all my crafting gathering gear has my character's name on them. Cool. I really don't like crafting in this game. I can't find the stuff I need, and I can't find where to get the stuff. I feel like that's like every game though, like until you decide to like take the time to learn. That's like every MMO. And also you can just Wikipedia. Let's just go like, hey, I need this item. Where do I find it? And that's how I learned to find everything. But yeah, you can also find it in game too. Like it's just kind of accruing knowledge over time. But for some people, that's just not fun. Ah, look at all those good gobbies. By the way, guys, so like subathon, for those of you who watch Twitch, subathons are a thing, right? And I don't know that that's the same cultures here on YouTube, but like, how do you go about that? That just isn't like, I'm gonna do a thing where I ask for money, or is it like just like as long as you do like rewards and gifts and stuff? Like I've never been a huge Twitch watcher, so I don't fully understand that culture. But at the same time, I could definitely benefit from trying to set something up like that. Because of money stuff. So if anyone is a part of that culture and wants to help explain that, I'd love to know.
Ranrock does not know where Mida is now, but she often gazes out on giant whirly cards from broken water across. Maybe let her find her there.
Do you have another one? Crafting reflects my personal philosophy with art. If you can't find what you want, make it yourself. Yeah. Subathons are usually done as AM. As in a stream until I get X subs. Oh, I stream until I get X subs. Okay, cool. That sounds fun. Ooh, I would love to like marathon something like that. You should craft in EverQuest 2. Every zone up has the next level crafting item. See, but that's super boring to me. I would much rather have to... And also, to be fair, Kathra, that's kind of the case, is that, like, if you're crafting from 1 to 50, you're looking for items in A Realm Reborn. If you're crafting from 50 to 60, you're looking for Heavensward. If you're crafting from 60 to 70, and you're looking at Stormblood. So, like, it is expansion by expansion. And, like, it is just kind of... Okay, if you're looking for mining stuff, you can, like, look there. And that's pretty normal. Ever since next, like, the level 20 will have the level 20 crafting items for all crafting. Yeah, but that's the same. That's the same for crafting in 14. Like, if you go to the area where, like, level 30 creatures are, you're going to find, like, typically roughly around level 30 items for the most part. From afar, the massive steel has certain majesty, does it not? But something tells me you haven't come to share this view. What is it? Round Rocks means to give me the Codex fragment. I couldn't possibly accept. She values that stone over the rest of her treasures combined. And yet it may be safer in the hands of one more capable of defending it. Safer for all concerned. Gods knows the Illuminati will stop at nothing to get it. Very well, if she feels I should have it, I will hold on to it for safekeeping. An important section broken from Round Rock's prized treasure and entrusted to none other than you. Bobby, good to see, glad to have you! Alas, it's of no more use to me than any other rock. You doubtless recall the moment when Round Rocks first revealed the Codex fragment to us, yes? When she took the stone in her hands, a piece of the Enigma Codex burst forth, unbidden in a brilliant flash of light. Yet it had been handled many times by others, yourself included, without ever betraying a hint of the secret contained within. Did you not find that strange? I myself was surprised, albeit for a different reason. The Codex is protected by an arcane mechanism, you see. Only those who share its fundamental principles are able to view its contents. It is rare indeed to find an individual with the qualities required to read it. No worries. The Round Rocks possesses such qualities is an unexpected blessing, to be sure, but if the Illuminati would learn of her secret, she would be placed in grave danger. Even as we speak, they scour the hinterlands in search of their elusive missing piece, but as far as I know, they still view our friend as a mere collector of misplaced items. For her sake, we must do our utmost to draw their attention away from Big West Shortstop before they take it into their heads to return. And it is for that reason I mean to leave this place. When the Illuminati learn I have the fragment, it is my hope that they will focus their efforts on ascertaining my whereabouts. Needless to say, I may not return to Big West Shortstop for some time. While I'm gone, I would ask you watch over Round Rocks, see that she does not come to harm. You have my thanks, adventurer. As I thought, I'm no longer worthy.
Red searches for Uplander with much urgency. Uplander must return to Big West Shortstop at once.
For those of you who aren't aware, that psh coal sound is the sound of them breathing in and out through their mouths. Just you guys are just talking about spoilers for crafting quests.
There you are, Elio. And not a moment too soon. The Illuminati are getting ready for something big. Yashula reports that Alexander started drawing massive amounts of aether from the surrounding land, which can only mean one thing. The Illuminati have resumed their attempts to revive it. And what's more, Backriggs reports that goblins are amassing substantial quantities of explosives and supplies. By all indication, they're building another weapon. In short, it's bad. But it's nothing a bit of strategic thinking can't fix.
They say he who strikes first strikes last, and that's exactly what I intend to do. I've devised a plan which should allow us to take the Illuminati unawares, and I'd like you to spearhead the assault. Our rendezvous point is on the south, on the cliffs overlooking the Thaliac. Biggs has gone ahead to scout the area. We shall await your arrival there. They're getting ready for something big. Hopefully we can put a wedge into their plan. 2-hour ban? Is that a thing? Atelier over here channeling the spirit of Dez. No, 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 you're fine. I love the puns. I don't need to stare at Milkshake's ass. Speaking of, I still need to color Milkshake. One day I will. That's a choice. Ah, Elio, good to see you. And take it Wedge told you the situation. You ready to hit the Illuminati where it hurts? That's what I like to hear. The chief will be here soon, and then we can get things underway. Sloppy! The two types of mods I have, one who says ban him for it, and the other one is just like, sloppy! Bloody hells, if it ain't you, Shola, no one told me you were coming. You gotta have balance. An etheric disturbance on this scale demands my personal attention. Judging by the marked fall in ambient aether concentrations, the situation is far graver than previously assumed. And you are certain that the steel monstrosity is to blame? I can see no other explanation. The giant's innards are well nigh saturated with aether already, yet I sense something else, an irregular energy coming from within the barrier. Be that as it may, I'm afraid we have more pressing concerns. The Illuminati are up to something, and we mean to hit them before they can put whatever it is in their plan into action. Oh guys, here comes the wedge moment. Yeah! To which end, allow me to introduce my newest and perhaps most astounding invention, the Electro Jammer Mark III, first of its kind. Speechless with astonishment, I see. As well you should be. The high-frequency waves emitted by the device will interfere with any and all enemy communications, making it impossible for them to coordinate an effective defense. With it working in our favor, victory is all but assured. I see. So in assuming I haven't understood correctly, you need only activate this electro jammer of yours, and the Illuminati will be plunged into disarray, affording Elio and his friends an ample opportunity to take them unawares. Very well, proceed. Exactly, Obby. And oh, thanks, Purple. Bean clapping for him. Oh, I'm a foreign. Wedge, is this supposed to happen? See you, Deathberry. You too. Bloody hells. Obby. Cool. Ooh, that gives me an idea for a shot. I could take that water shot, put it on loop, and use that for the 6th Thunderbolt Calamity shot. Who disturbs my slumber? God, Alexander's cool. I wish we had more things in the overworld like it that we could like see. Don't get me wrong, I love Omega, I love Eden, and I love Pandemonium, but like, not being a part of actual maps, but instead an instance place you go to. Well, no, Omega, you got the overworld, you've got the giant pool, so you technically do have a thing with Omega.
You've woken it up.
Nay, only the left arm stirs. Could the waves emitted by your device have disturbed something within the barrier wedge?
It's not my fault.
Not to worry, Wedge. With the Illuminati hard at work reviving the giant, it was only a matter of time before parts of it stirred to spring to life. You just gave this one a little extra nudge. On a brighter note, it would seem you saved us the trouble of finding another way in. Elio, old friend, it's time for your customary heroics. The Illuminati are likely still scrambling to work out what just happened. Before they do, I suggest you hop across the river and show them what for.
Well, I guess if you're sterilized, you have no worries about being sloppy.
I must needs discuss these developments with Master Matoya. Sid, would you be so good as to accompany me? Your insight may well prove useful.
I swear to God, the only reason they're keeping her around is because of the Trefchant thing. If you don't know why the Yashil is a part of this, it's mainly because she is tied to one of the relics that's ultimately tied to this story through 1.0 lore and stuff.
Another core stirs to life. The future unfolds exactly as expected, exactly as written.
Depends on what you mean by compare them. I also even think comparing them on a power org chart would be kind of weird because their worlds are kind of distinct. And it also depends on where you compare them at different points in their life. There really isn't a leading character for, arguably, I mean, other than Vaughn, and even Vaughn's kind of weird as a leading character. Oh, actually, can I get a ride with someone, seeing as I technically don't have the, perfect purple. Thank you. The only characters that off the top of my head I feel like would stand a chance against the Warrior of Light are people like, full power Noctis with the power of kings against full power, assuming full power Warrior of Light. Maybe Cloud at his strongest, though I don't think so. Yeah. Soft bunny, warm bunny? What the fuck are you doing, Dest?
Uplander feels shivery shakes. Arms of steel giant is wide open, and an Illuminati in sight.
Fist of the Sun. We get fisting again, Tethys. For you, I fist. Fisting for Tethys and other such Elio things. It's the name of my memoir. I'm gonna do that again to see if archery also declines again. Restroom? Okay. That's why I was camping there. Ah! Well, much obliged. What is your character called in 11? I don't have a character in 11, so currently nothing? Oh, no. Oh, I see. What is the character called? I have no idea. 11's not my wheelhouse. You're the wrong orientation to fist me for me, Elio. I'll drink to that. Hot! Sloppy! Vibranium trivia generator. These are all terrible. Oh, okay. Which U.S. state claims to be the diner capital of the world? I don't know, guys. Which do you think it is? Less naked, more cat onesie, but... I need to bow after this. My food is starting again, so I need to take some ice on. Yeah, no worries, Jabeen. Don't worry. IDK, I don't think Adventure has a title in, like, Warrior of Light. Oklahoma? Orleans? No idea. New Jersey, apparently. If you guys are gonna have to use the restroom in the future, please, please, please try to use it before we get to the point where we have to wait for it. Because, like, my mods and stuff can't be here around forever, so, like, I have to be able to end at, you know, like, we're on pace right now, but it's like, I have to make sure that I'm off by 7, roughly. Yeah, apparently it's New Jersey, which seems strange to me, especially, like, since the East Coast are technically smaller. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like the Midwest, if you think a Midwest, like, state would be more diner haven. Ask me a trivia that isn't about the U.S. and I might answer it. I just was a random generator. It wasn't just for America specifically. When I think dinner, I think of the small mom and pop diner. I think small mom and pop, the ones you see in rural areas. Yeah. I don't know why it's New Jersey. Sorry, I hate my bladder. I was fine a minute ago. Oh, no. If you didn't know a minute ago, then you couldn't help it. That's not your fault. That's no problem. I'm just saying, if you do know and you can, and like you can preemptively do it, please do it. Willow and Dest, what the fuck are you two up to? That's why Alexander's so full of water. Bridgekeeper, what is your name? What is your quest? What is the capital of Assyria? I don't know that. Whoa! How big of a hard drive would you need to save the DNA of the entire human? I don't know. I don't know offhand what you need for all the chromosomes. Wait, save the DNA of an entire human. Do you mean like a specific DNA strand, or do you mean like the chromosomes, or like what are we talking about? I mean, if we were able to do it computationally 2 decades ago, roughly, we can do it now. Then it probably has to be we're looking at a maybe. I don't know. Oh, did that one just not go off? Okay, whoops. So far, I'm enjoying the stream while cooking food. Cool. Yes, I don't know why it don't be liking you. Some people say fuck and it's fine, and you say fuck and it's just like, she's too sloppy. Get away from the explosion. Explosion! Back at it. Back at it. La la la. You know, honestly, it's... I wonder if there's a... So, like... You keep saying entire DNA, but like, what do you mean entire DNA? Are you talking about the genome? And also, I doubt that that's true, because if that's... that doesn't seem right. I don't think that's right, Purple. Because if that's the case, I don't know how the fuck we would have ever done the Human Genome Project. Because we wouldn't be able to store that. Because zettabytes are above, you know, after petabytes after... Can you source me on that? Yeah, I don't think that size doesn't seem right. Oh god, I totally forgot how to do this on normal. I only know how to do it on Savage. No, for me, Brute Justice, man. Not until we get to Brute Justice do we hear my favorite music. But I'm glad it's your favorite. If anyone else who's not in the raid has some time, can we try to get some, like... Away from the bombs! Monkey, punch the bomb! Okay, yes, it's a great aim, but still, monkey, punch the bomb. Thank you. Uh-oh. I hope we don't... Oh, fuck, that's not good. So don't try to put the green goop where, like, the like, liquid stuff goes. I don't know if I was... Yeah. You want to turn into a bird, otherwise you get hit by that. Guys, you gotta turn into a bird. Okay, we're gonna reset. Okay, for those of you who don't know, we only have 2 mechanics for this version of this. If there's the monkey thing, someone turns into the monkey and pushes the bomb away. When the bird thing comes up, he's gonna go big and then he's gonna do a boost. There's only those 2 things, really. That's the main thing. I mean, you also have to do the electric thing, but, so you have to be ready to do that. This fight is really not that much. I mean, like, look, at the point, like, once you've done Savage, all the normal stuff is pretty straightforward, seeing as the Savages are often just the same thing, but twice as many mechanics. In the case you could represent DNA with as little as 1,500 megabytes of the actual digital storage. Yeah, that's... Represent DNA. Yeah, that seems right, because the thing is that DNA is highly dense and incredibly efficient, but the thing is that you only have ACTG, and so, like, even if it's long, storing that in bytes is pretty easy. So I don't know where that number came from, Purple. And Biological QA Forum says 399 megabytes of storage. Yeah, that makes sense. So literally the opposite. I mean, it's not. It's true. You can also just follow me if you don't know. If you're talking about the video that Ren just put out from Corridor Digital, that wasn't what that video said, because I've watched that video. I watched that video just before stream, weirdly enough. Yeah, no, that video did not say that. Also, try not to drop the goop. Do not drop the goop where there is red or the purple, because you will make it so people cannot pick up the buff. So just stay away. So you see you on my screen right now, you can see there's the purple circle and the red circle. Keep stuff away from there. Yes, because it's less than a gigabyte. That's how much. Like, cause all I ever knew was actually a very small amount relative to data storage. The big issue for the genome project was mainly just the computational aspect of mapping it all. Okay, go become a bird once he starts doing boost. We're also gonna have to have some people doing the charge stuff. Now, bird. Alexander's one of the thing is that unlike some things, some future raids, like Alexander kind of makes you do some of the mechanics. You can't really ignore. I mean, no, that's not true. You can still know Omega, but like there's more like just straight combat mechanics. Also, after we do that, he's still gonna be really spicy on the tanks. You gotta be ready to mitigate the crap out of them, and you gotta be ready to heal the tanks like crazy. Because he's gonna be spicy. Gobby Groper. I would hope there's not. Oh no, Gobbledy Groper. I thought it was a Gobby Groper, because that would be disconcerting. Bird in essence is afloat. Yes, basically you're floating over him, smacking the ground. Okay, we're gonna need a monkey in a second. We're gonna need 2 monkeys, I guess. You gotta stay away. So like I was too close to, but you gotta try to get far away from the bombs. I thought I was enough. Hard red Vendrew before anything else. Tanks should be able to mitigate all from them, especially because they'll have clemency. So Jellybean and Dest, well, no, because if we don't have someone on Monkey to do this, then we're gonna be fucked. Okay, we have Agent. Willow, you gotta get away from the bombs, otherwise you're gonna get hit by those bombs. Well, it's too late. We're gonna get hit by those bombs anyways. What the heck is this fight? Well, the problem is that when they did the stat squish, I mean, this fight is not that bad. This fight is just requiring it that you actually have to do the mechanics. I was trying to clean up. Yeah, no worries. You're good. Everyone's doing fine. Everyone's fine. So, like, let's just, like, be clear. So, Purple is always going to be doing Monkey, except for when there's 3 bombs. When there's 3 bombs, we're going to need 2 of us, and I'll join Purple. Don't put if you've got the thing on you, do not put your stacks on Purple or Red. When he turns big, you don't need to turn into a bird until he starts doing boost. Then you need to be a bird. Stay on the bird. Healers and tanks. When he's big, he's gonna be spicy. He's just gonna be. You need to be using all your mitigation. You need to be potentially tank swapping. If you're like struggling, whoever's off tank, voke off that person. And healers, you got to be on it with focusing the tanks. Yeah, I just mean that we're smoking when they come up with those mechs. What, transformations? I don't know. I don't think it's that crazy. It's pretty gobby. I guess it's gobby logic. But everyone good? I mean, part of it's our DPS is low. Yeah, so if he's big, be ready for spicy damage on tanks. Tanks, Don't use everything. Well, you can use a lot here, but just make sure you have something left for when he grows big again. Remember that you also have access to clemency. Take advantage of that if you haven't been already. If you have, then good. Okay, purple, all you when it pops. And then everyone, Dest, when there are bombs up, can you pull him to this corner? I know there's a delay, so you're not gonna do what I say like right as I say it, so no worries. Purple, I want you to, in the future, do not hit it to that corner, you wanna hit it to the opposite corner. You wanna keep it away from us. Okay, get ready for spicy hits. Do not turn into a bird until you see boost. Do not do it right away. Keep do it damaging, DPSing. Now we turn into birds. Ah, fuck. Yeah, you guys gotta be ready to get to it right away. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, in order to recharge it, you can touch this thing and this will open it up for you guys. Okay, and then once he's done, immediately become normal again. And make sure to keep, tanks are healed, so they're gonna start getting hit hard. DPS, we need to make sure to focus those ads. Try to keep him faced away from us, Dest, if you can. Because he'll do that, and that's it. Keep away. No, don't get near him. Purple, away from him. Nope. That was lucky, because that can become a cleave, I'm pretty sure. Make sure to keep Dest up. Jelly's got 2 stacks, so we're gonna be careful about Jelly. All right, I'm gonna go Monkey 2. Just to help out, make sure that we get it. No, you get the first one. Purple. Get the closest one, please. If you're the main guy doing it, you get the closest one. Don't set it on purple, Willow. Keep going, oh yeah, nope, okay. If you gotta take it to the, like, you wanna, like, get away, you gotta pop sprint if needs be, and then go as far away as you can, real quick. Because, see, now, like, if we become monkeys, we're gonna have a hard time getting those bombs away. Did we lose aging? Yeah, we lost purple. Hold up a sec, but be ready to run to it. Gotta keep the tanks healed. They're gonna get some spicy hits. See, because he may do his tank buster or he may do the boost first. So, awesome, we did it! Can we get some either gobbles in the chat, or can we get some claps for the people who cleared? But yeah, the thing is that these are what they used to be like, but the thing is people got so used to having before the stat squish, what the game would, that like, oh, normal would just fall over, that one of the things that happened with the stat squish is that a lot of that became, like, you had to do mechanics and stuff more, you couldn't skip as much. Good job, everyone. Jellybean, if you need to head out because of your foot, feel free to go out. If that's the case, though, do we have someone who could tank for us? Jubilant, or someone else who... Atelier, if you're here, if you'd like to. And Temple, because why not? Atelier, since you're a tank main, we can definitely have you. Jellybean, you did great. You did great. All you guys were fine. Like, yeah, we had to learn the mechanics, but you guys took great instruction, and we were on delay. Like, we're on a delay, so everything was good. Speaking of Deadpool. 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 Yeah. Thanks so much for joining, Jellybean. I got it. Hold on. I got the boy. I got the boy. Hey, this? No. You want to get down? Yeah. Okay, while we wait for Tillia really quick, let's I don't know, fuck it, let's clear this fate. 'Cause what else do we have to do? Yep, you're on the way, yeah. There are some things that are always wild to me about like getting things at certain levels. So like a good example for Dragoon is you don't get your second part of your AoE until like 62, or like Paladin, you don't get your fucking dodge or your gap closer until ridiculously long. Isn't it something like 72? Isn't it something insane? '74, yeah. I knew it was Shadowbringers, but I couldn't remember where it was in it. Currently giving Kukane Tower my first real attempt. Nice, good luck. Where I'm not allowed to stop. Need to take a break to calm down in the middle. Brian, if I can give you one piece of advice, make your goal getting to the top consistently, and then as a separate goal, learn to do the final jump. Because getting to the top is not the worst. Getting to the top's pretty okay. The problem is that final leap. It's heartbreaking. But also if you learn, there's like a specific, like if you learn the run up and when to jump, there is a way to do it repeatedly. Atelier will be here in a second. Yeah, see. Also, I saw it and I'd rather not show that on stream because I'd rather not show flaws in the game or like fault lines in the game on stream. Okay. Oh, actually, I could have done the story stuff.
Well done, lad. You left those Illuminati smart in without so much as a scratch to show for it. Now, I'm sure you'd like to finish them off. We would too, if truth be told. But I'm sorry to say we have a problem. While Wedge and I were out on patrol, we saw something, you see. A meeting between Mayday and the enemy.
No, I don't need to. It's fine. I'd rather not know about it and not have, like, I don't want to know about out-of-bounds stuff. Because then I'm aware of that, and I'd rather not be thinking about that when I'm on the map.
And then she handed the Codex fragment over, just like that. The way she sauntered back into Alexander with the Illuminati. You'd think this was their plan all along. It certainly looks that way. Aye, but we can't rule out the possibility of coercion, considering the parties involved.
Foolish uplander. Treasure Hunter was happy to give Codex, and why not? She makes busy deals with Illuminati since very beginning. And now Illuminati holds all fragments of Enigma Codex. Treasure Hunters betrays uplander trust and forfeits their future in so doing.
What a load of old bollocks. How daft does he think we are? Now, Biggs, if the Grand Master of the Illuminati says it, it must be true.
Everything is as written. It is as it must be. If Illuminati let your guide chosen to perfect world, not one piece can be out of place. With this, another page becomes reality. With the Illuminati finding peace, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
there's also something to say, like, showing that stuff on streams, can get it more likely to be immediately patched. So if you like things like that, you may not want it to be shown on stream. On top of that, not that anything negative should or probably would come from it, but there can be repercussions as well for showing off stuff like that.
Goodness me, the Gobblin has the faintest idea of how Uplanders' minds work. I wouldn't have been prepared to believe that Mide was a traitor had he not bothered to come here and confirm it. Now I'm inclined to think that she isn't.
There may be truth to what Crypting says. Backward scours over data, looking for knowings of what happened 3 years ago. Backward makes mention of group of Auri treasure hunters 3 years ago. Group went to investigate ruins near Daliak River, only to perish in sudden shiver shakes.
I appreciate you trying to show me something cool, by the way. It is very cool.
3 years ago, you say? That wouldn't be an earthquake that accompanied the failed summoning of the Primal, would it? Bugger me. Are you saying it was the treasure hunters doing this summoning, and that Mide was the one of them? Now hold on a moment. I'm willing to accept that Mide may have been a member of the doomed expedition. She's being an Aurelian treasure hunter and all, but I fail to see what interest such a group would have in the ideals for the Enigma Codex, let alone summoning a Primal.
Such was the question Backroth asked himself, so he spent much time gathering knowledge and found answer in books lent to him by Charlie and Uplander. A genius technologist who writes Enigma Codex 100 years ago is Eorzean with blue hair, exactly like Mide. No, Mide would never make busy deals with bad gobbies. Roundrock searches for Mide. Here's truth from her.
Roundbox, wait! AC, are you still here? Did we pass the Steam thing and I just missed it? Or is it later on? Purple, I would not... they've gone back and patched stuff like that in old content, like in a Realm Reborn stuff before. I don't think that's true. And unless, like, people have been showing it off. But, like, that's the thing is a lot of times, for instance, people might know about that, but that doesn't mean there's been a lot of posts about it. And that the devs have seen those things. So drawing more and more attention to it is the fastest way to get it taken out.
If you're worried about Roundrocks, don't be. Wedge won't let her come to any harm. Truth be told, I'm more worried about this business with Mide. Still, should be careful making any rash decisions, as it can't be... I can bet that's what the Illuminati want. For now, I reckon we should give her benefit of the doubt. Innocent till proven guilty and all that.
Like, you're probably right, but better safe than sorry.
And anyways, we've got more pressing matters to deal with. Namely, taking back the Codex fragment and pushing it into Alexander before the Illuminati have a chance to shore up their defenses. You ready for another round? Good. The sooner you get going, the better, I reckon. Oh, and when you're in the belly of the beast, be sure to break something for me, eh?
Cuff of the Sun, now accessible. Oh, sorry, I forgot to do a ready. Well, we'll see if everyone's ready. Everyone's ready. Like a sponge boing. I love how my afro bounces. Oh. You Velmed me. I had my glasses off. Velma? Oh, you Velma'd me. Scooby-Doo. Very nice. I do find it rather hysterical that, like, Daphne was like the quintessential, like, attractive hot girl, prep girl, and Velma was the big old nerd, and yet only one of them became the, like, sexual icon of her generation. And it was not who you think. But also, if you guys remember, the earlier arm was looked almost identical to this. So right now we're running up the arm the same way we were running up the arm before. So we went through the hand, and now we're running up and through the arm, which is why we're, like, in this. Oh god. Oh god. I'm just remembering being stuck in A8S. Oh my god, I was stuck in A6S for so long. Ah! Okay. There's gonna be a delay. But we got this. Oh god, I only know the savage. I only know the savage mechanics. Hopefully it's a simpler version of this. Well, if we die, I'll teach you guys afterwards, so it's fine. Drink your juice. Warning, warning, undetected, uplander detected, initiating purge sequence. So this is gonna be a gauntlet. So we're gonna kill 1, then 2, then 3. We're gonna have to kill 4 in a row. Be ready, there's gonna be mines. Here come the mines. Do not touch the mines. I'm just looking to make sure that it is what mechanics are different from a success. Okay, so the main thing is we don't have to blow up the mines. Separate, separate, separate. You don't, yeah, they're gonna charge forward and you don't want to get hit by them. So there's the up and down for those who have done the later stuff. I don't know if that's up and down is in this one. I think up and down is only in A8S. Cool. 1 down. Next is chakrams. So the main thing is gonna be, there's gonna be chakrams, and then he's gonna also have different attachments for his body. I don't remember offhandedly if he has all the attachments, including drills and tank busters. If there's only one, it's a tank buster. Don't stand near the tank if he's got a one blaster. If he's got if he's got 2, that means everybody's stacked together. We need to share the damage. Everyone stacked together. Stack together. I did not think the delay was bad enough that yeah, you need to look out for 2. If there are 2, you gotta stack together. There's 1 drill. Everyone away. Everyone get away. Stand far away from him. If there's a drill, you stand as far away from him as you can. If there is 2 drills, the tank stays close. Everybody else stays where they are. Tank buster, away from tank. See, single attachment. Nope. Don't stack. Des, you don't want to be stacked on him. You want to stay unstacked until there's a double. Or whoever's main tanking. Double, stand on main tank. If you are a healer or a caster, you need to be really close. You do not need to be hanging out in the back, because if you are, you will not have time to get there. Single drill, away from boss. These are mechanics that will come up in the future. You are going to need to know them. Every mechanic that we are seeing right now, you need to have memorized, as it will be relevant in AA8S. If he has 2 circle things on his hands, those mean everyone needs to stack, and you need to be stacking the second you see them. So if you're a caster or healer, you need to not be standing far away, you got to stand close. If it's a single drill, you got to get as far away from him as possible. If it's just 1 of the circle things, it's the tank busters. You need to get away from whoever is the main tank. And I need, after this, okay, it looks like Ingus is main tank. So, if you have a red symbol, we're gonna die to this. If you have a red symbol, you are standing on the red platforms. If you have a purple symbol, you stand on the lower platform. Looks like everyone's good on that one. Cool. Bioarithmetic, that's a raid wide. We need 4 people to stack. 4 people. No. Be careful, be careful. Yeah. So with that, if they have 4 orbs above their heads, you need 4 people stacking on them. Raid wide. There can also be 4 orbs or 2 orbs. If there are only 2 orbs. Okay, look for your color. If it's purple, you're low. If it's red, you're high. Red is the higher platform, purple is the lower platform. Perfect. Great job. Machinery base 69. Nice. Yeah, we'll be fine even with After this, I'm thinking I might go into the Discord and I might mute people, but I'll definitely, I can do call-outs that aren't on a major delay for you guys. Because we may need them for brute justice and stuff. He's gonna push you back. Be ready with knockback. Well, I guess knockback immune didn't work, or he was late on it. Oh, there's the water spout. Does he do lightning? Do we have someone with lightning? No. Doesn't seem like it. Someone freeze the water spout. Yeah, Willow. Perfect. Thank you. Get ready. You're gonna get pushed back. Stay away from anything that's damaging. Keep him away from the ice brick. Yeah, you want to be close to the ice brick, but you don't want him to be on the ice brick. Behind the ice brick. You gotta be directly behind it. Angus, if you have, yeah, okay, good. Hollow ground, perfect. Willow, you're on slow res. Ven, you keep Angus alive. Dest, when you have healing magics, if you can heal, oh, nope, never mind. Use hollow ground, out of the lava. Out of the lava. Dest, if you have hollow ground, now's a good time. Ven, after this, Ven, I need you on Dest. I need you not, okay, we're good. Okay, in the future, Ven, you focus on healing. Willow, you focus on raising. I'm going into the Discord. I'm in Discord, I'm in the raid PvP. If anyone who wants to join for callouts, I will be in there. Okay. Cool. Perfect. We did good. Good job. Good job trying to like listen to me while I. Oh, here, sorry, I gotta mute someone. I thought people were muted. Okay. I thought people trying to listen while there was a delay is a nightmare. Not for you guys, I'm sure. Okay, let's do meet a.
Ah, Elio, you haven't seen Rodrox, have you? I was looking forward to hearing about the new treasure she's found. I see. Well, I will not lie to you. Some of it's true. I did meet with the Illuminati. But that's not the whole story. Allow me to explain.
Can't hear you in Discord. Just 1 second. I probably it can only take audio one thing at a time. Give me a second.
You say you're headed over the Codex fragment to stop the Illuminati from coming here and taking it.
Voice and video. Can you hear me now? Let me know if that's good.
Yes, but a fragment I handed over them was naught but a stone picked from a pile of rubble. The true Codex is a fragment here, safe and sound.
Here, I can mute myself. Well, I guess it'll be fine because you're gonna have to mute me on the stream anyways, if you want callouts.
Ha! I bloody knew it! Quick Things was lying. The way he told it, you've been working with the Illuminati all along. Load of old bilge, that lot of it. I am afraid not. Quick Things told you true, in fact. It was I who first taught the goblins how to summon the primal. I meant only to use them for my own ends, of course. Much as I did you. The author of the Enigma Codex was an ancestor of mine. The creation of the so-called perfect world proposed within has long been a goal of certain members of our tribe, myself included. For years we strove in secret to realize its high ideals, free of the twisted elitism which seems to have infected the Illuminati.
Yeah, they specify blue horns. She must be a derivation. That's interesting. I don't think I ever talked about that in my races, but like that means that she's not of the Zayla particularly or the Rain, and also her group having like created the Enigma Codex would also, you know, really did make them separate from the Reign that we know. Now, they're not, or the Zayla or any of those groups that we know, but, like, we know there's the Reign that ended up in Whirllit that are mostly, like, orphans and like, you know, end up there. Them, because they're not widely known in Eorzea, but it's not crazy that they were seen in Ilsabard, and we don't see any Domin or tribe like that within Othard, other than maybe if they were some of the ones found in, like, the Unknowing, or the Knowing Sea, in, like, that area, they might have be Ilsabardian. That would make sense. Off to lurk. Yeah, thanks, Obby. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Glad. Thanks for, it was great to have you.
During that time, there was one who served as our leader, a man who made us believe that our perfect world was within our reach, a man with whom I fell in love. I wish I knew nothing more than to see his dream come to fruition.
I guess having a tribe, though, is also pretty in line with Zayla. So definitely Zayla tendencies. Although her lover has Blackhorn. Interesting.
So blind was my devotion, I agreed to help him summon a primal without a second thought. The danger to our lives never even crossed my mind, but on that day 3 years ago, I came to know the folly of our mission. In an instant, the infernal machine laid waste to our hopes, snuffing out the lives of my companions, and the man I loved was dragged into its core. In a last desperate attempt to make right our mistake, I called forth a barrier with which to seal Alexander. At that moment, however, the codex shattered and the Colossus vanished without a trace. When the dust settled, I found myself surrounded by broken fragments of the codex, the cold, accusing remnants of our dreams of a perfect world. Oh, can you imagine how lonely you would feel in that moment? We were fools to think only of the future. I did not realize it until my friends were gone, but the time we spent on our journey together, pursuing a shared dream, those moments were as precious as any paradise we could have hoped to build. It's a sad tale, I'll give you that, but it doesn't explain why you had the Illuminati summon the Primal, or why you had us help you infiltrate it. After everything you've been through, you can't seriously think any good will come of reviving Alexander. You all but said as much yourself. Good has nothing to do with it. Understand, I did not act out of any lingering adherence to my old ideals. I simply wanted to see him again, and perhaps walk to the ends of the world with him. Him?
But it cannot mean Alexander.
It seems like they do gender Alexander male, so that's interesting.
Not Alexander itself, but the soul, I believe, still resides within.
Well, I guess pronoun game there. So they say itself. I wonder. Should have paid closer attention. Maybe we'll see if they use it yet.
Soul of Uplander sleeps in giant machine. Never have backwards heard such nonsense. Mayday must abandon this.
Now is not the time. I've got one more question to ask you. What happens when all of the codex fragments are brought together? Alexander was born from the hearts that yearn for a perfect world. The writings of the Enigma Codex inspired such desire. But they are more than just a collection of texts. The Codex can be used to control the Primal. To be precise, 2 elements are required, a complete Enigma Codex and one capable of reading it. When both are present, Alexander can be commanded to transport its residents wherever they could choose. I myself was once able to read the Codex, but those days are long gone. Now the fragments are as dead to me as the stones beneath my feet. There's another, however, to whom the Codex still responds, one we all know quite well.
Shiny.
What? Round rocks? Are you saying that little girl is the key to controlling a bleeding primal? Round rocks! Round rocks has been captured! Perfect timing. Curse me for a fool. I should have known better than to underestimate the Illuminati. I assumed the missing piece in their plan was the Codex fragment, but they were talking about round rocks all along. We must mount a rescue now, without delay. To the Illuminati, she's no better than a cog in the monstrous machine. It's like she's being held somewhere in close to Alexander's upper body. Continue your path through the left arm, and while the Illuminati are distracted, we'll search for a way forward. Gotta forge ahead! If you enjoy the stream and aren't already a member of our Discord, why not come join us at our discord.gg/archives. Thank you, Tethys. I appreciate it. And your husband, who I'm sure is, who supports you, and therefore supports me in supporting you. Forgive me, son, for I have sinned. You know, what with the whole, like, Gordius and stuff, I wonder if there's, like, whoever was mentioning reference points. Also, you know, I mean, the angel iconography that's used for Alexander, one could wonder if maybe that's some, you know, the Father, the Son, and the Creator is, you know, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. It's possible. Okay, we gotta split up. Okay, wait, before, no one go anywhere. No one go anywhere. Okay, Des needs to take one duct A. Okay, Willow, I need you to go duct B. Des, go duct A. Then you need to go to duct A. Okay, cool. Now you're good. Go. Now everyone else can go wherever they want. Doesn't matter from there. We just need to make sure that there's a tank and healer on each one. They gotta finish their thing. Oh, you can actually join them? Oh. There we go. Same thing if you did duct. So you're going duct A. Des, that means you need to go duct B. Then you go duct A. Willow, you go duct B. Purple, it does matter to me. We're trying to do it right. Yes, it does matter. Please. I have literally watched people wipe on that many, many times in normal roulette. It is worth trying to do it right. It's not hard, but like people like get to the point where they think they can just ignore mechanics and then like they end up wasting more time. Still got one coming in. Still got D coming.
I'm gonna remember most of these mechanics as we go along. Like, I know them, but like reacting them is like... Yes, this is the jail 1D. Yep. Oh, that was not the button I meant to press. You do not want to let him get close to the cat whenever the cat pops up. One of the tanks, please turn off your tank stand so that there's only one tank that you're not fighting for aggro. Okay, if you get picked up, you're gonna get put into the cage. What you do for the cage depends on what you get. For heat, I think you need to stand on the center grate, if I'm not mistaken. No, we need to destroy the padlock, that's what it is. Yeah, you stand on the center grate, we need to destroy the padlock quick before you die. Yep, like that. So guys, when there is a padlock or a thing, if you see me mark something, you should always be looking out for a target attack. If you are looking out and you need to focus that target, you stop attacking the boss and you focus the target. Okay, now Ben is gonna get, I believe that's Ben, right? Yeah. No, that was Stevie. I think, right? No, it was Ben, that's right. Okay, keep the cat away from all thoughts. Follow me if you need to. If you're the main tank, direct the boss away from him. Whoops, I did not mean to all caps that. Keep moving him, keep moving him. Kill the true heart in the meantime. If you are DPS, you are focusing the heart. If you are the tank, you need to be pulling him as far away to one side, away from the cat as possible. You don't need to stay on this, you can move farther away. You do not need to stay on this circle. You have to look out for the giant ball. Remember, these spikes do not necessarily, they're not a big problem of hurting, they are mostly just slow. So like if you need to take him off the platform, it is fine to take him off the platform. When they're up, avoid doing it, but if like they're down, it's better to do that than for us to get hit by the giant ball. Okay, they're gonna have to fight those ads. They're gonna have to kill those ads. There's not anything we can do. Focus the boss. Stay away from whoever that is with the purple. If you have the purple, you want to go off to one side, and if you're not, and you want to stay away from whoever has the purple. Then it's gonna get grabbed. Then you're gonna need to stand on that center grate when you get grabbed, because there's gonna be gas that's gonna start pouring out. You want to stand on the center grate, and I forget what else happens. But also, you're gonna be trying to heal yourself through it. If you need to step off the grate in order to survive, make sure you step off the grate. It's better for you to survive, but in order to stop the clouds of gas, you're gonna have to stand on it. Perfect. Perfect. And keep that going for a bit. You may need to switch to the other vent. If new gas appears, you're gonna have to do that. Willow, you gotta make sure to keep Ingus up. First priority is healing tank, then after that you can worry about DPS. Because he's also we're gonna get hit spicy by a lot of things, not just in this, but from now on, basically. Remember that because we're synced, your gear is going to be effectively the same, so it's important that only one tank has tank stance up at a time, because otherwise you will begin to fight for it. I mean, if one of you dies, it's not a big likely to happen, because there's going to be a deficit, but it's still better to be careful. Also, honestly, I just kind of tank courtesy. Unless the fight calls for it, in which case you gotta keep it up. Perfect, guys. Doing great. And another one bites the dust. Next is gonna be P8, which I don't remember on normal, but be ready for some mechanics. I like the Godwalker mount, but the evil looking one would be really cool. Hey, Gemini, good to see you, glad to have you. Koshek, good to see you, glad to have you. And yeah, it is definitely a jam. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's surprising that they don't let you, that they haven't put a palette swap version of it, right? It'd be so easy to just literally, I mean, yeah, having the evil one, I guess, is not, it is technically a different model, but good job, everyone. Thank you for being a kind leader in the raid. I really mean it. Yeah, absolutely, D. Absolutely. No problem.
Uplander sound quick and scurrying. Illuminati think twice before threatening us again. Uplander is nearly through left arm. Next Uplander must push forward into inner parts instead of round rocks.
And if I call anyone out for saying like, oh, I need you to do this, or oh, focus this instead of this, and you feel either A, you are already doing it, just feel free to ignore me. I'm just going off of where there's a lot going on, and I'm just making sure to like try to give helpful things out. So if you don't particularly need the info at that second, you can just don't worry about it.
Congratulations on your victory over Quick Things. While you were busy dismantling his flying machine, I finished charting Alexander's interior. The member you reached is situated in the innermost part of the left sector, which means your next aim should be...
Backwards does not trust Hunter. 3 years ago, she summoned Metal Giant. Backwards wonders if she wishes to finish mission of dead comrades.
Good, D, I'm glad.
I do not blame you for doubting me. Truth be told, my former mentors often stressed that they were unthinkable to happen. It would be my burden as the youngest to carry on their work. But building the Codex's perfect world was their dream, not mine. I only borrowed it. As long as I was with those who I held dear, I could happily have devoted myself to any cause. Seeing their passions, their joys, that was what filled me with resolve. And it was that which drove me to collect the pieces of the Codex. All their talk of learning and reason, of justice and perfection, meant little to me in itself. I sometimes wonder why I was able to read the Enigma Codex in the first place. Mayhap it was because my youthful mind was a blank slate, receptive to any ideal, if put convincingly enough.
Remember, this is exactly what Louis Swell worried about with Alice.
In the end, of course, it didn't matter. The Primal took my friend's passion, their joy and their idealism, and ground them into dust. Though I survived, my commitment to the cause did not. Put simply, I had no need for a perfect world, without them to share it. So believe me when I tell you that I did not seek Alexander's return to realize the dreams of the dead. I only wished to see him again. Meaning your leader. The section of Alexander you had been exploring is called Metis, after a king from the legend of Eld. Metis entreated the gods for a finger that would turn all he touched into gold.
It's so weird that they're literally just like taking Midas straight up like King Midas and just like, yep, that's in 14.
And the gods duly obliged, but in his carelessness he transformed the one he loved most in the world into a lifeless golden statue, and thus the thing he coveted became his undoing. So it was with me in mind. Had we but paused for a moment to consider the means, and not simply the ends, mayhap my friends would still be alive. But we did not, and they are gone. My one remaining wish is simple, to speak with the man I love once more. If I could do that, I would be satisfied.
Never gonna be satisfied.
There, I've told you everything. Assuming no one else wishes to question my motives, I would speak with Round Rock's rescue, as with my original intent. Now listen well. Alexander is divided into 3 main sections, each powered by an independent core. You have already fought your way through the innermost part of Metis, the left arm. The core lies only a little way beyond, but you must be sure that the Illuminati will have deployed the bulk of their forces to defend it.
Hold on a minute. Why would they choose to keep Round Rocks there? The cores are just power sources.
You are correct, and the answer is they wouldn't. Round Rocks is most likely being held within Alexander's upper body, but the Illuminati have locked the entrance from either arm, making it impossible to enter. Our only choice is to stop at the core, and in so doing, stop
I see.
Why, that's actually rather clever. The Illuminati need round rocks to control the primal, but if it can't move, they have no need for her. At the very least, they'll have no choice but to keep her safe until the primal is the working order again. Activating those cores would use up every crystal the Illuminati had. Oh, activating those cores would use every crystal the Illuminati had. If we destroy the second one, I doubt they'll have enough to get them operational again.
Yeah, they literally would have to, like, reverse time or something to deal with that.
Do Blanders truly think Metal Giant can be toppled?
Mide over here being a full warrior of light.
Treasure Hunter truly believes Soul of Lost sleeps in Metal Giant. Madness! But Bacchus does not doubt resolve to rescue Round Rocks. Go with me day deep into Midas and deactivate second core. But do not underestimate the Illuminati day and night. They bring supplies into Steel Fortress. Bacchus expects the Illuminati are tinker making new weapons.
Then your buddy has not read that it wasn't a nerf, it was yeah. Yeah, I won't dive into D and Purple's conversation because that's just a whole rabbit hole in and of itself, but like, people excluding are kind of full of nonsense because you can absolutely pass without it, and people treating what happened as nerfs, I think, are absolutely ignored, literally explaining that they did not nerf it. It was not what they wanted or intended, and it went live in a way that was not how they wanted it. It wasn't oh, people aren't clearing. And yeah. And I know you guys use quotation marks and nerfs, so like, but people are just being silly. So, if you guys remember the gauntlet from before, we're going to be doing that, basically that, except for all of the robots are going to be here at one time, and then they're going to full Megazord it into brute justice. So, you got to be ready to do all the mechanics from that gauntlet we did before. Oh no, actually. Yeah. Or maybe that's A8S, isn't it? I thought it was. Or it is AA, isn't it? The arena looks different though. No, okay, yeah, it is. Okay. So we're gonna fight this guy, and then he'll disappear. And then 2 of the robot guys are gonna come down, and we're gonna have to fight those guys. And then they're gonna disappear. And then we have to fight other robot guys. So we're gonna need both tanks to be on guard. Okay, Ingus, your main tank, Des, your off tank. You're gonna have to be ready that there are gonna be points at which you're gonna have to both be dealing with an enemy. Which is not super important. Let's get this, boys. I will call stuff out as we go. I spent 2 months on this guy with my group. Out of the way of Mega Beam. You're gonna see that mechanic quite often in this fight. You're gonna need to look at the enemy and they're gonna start charging up. Perpetual Ray. I need you to guard through this, Ingus, and be ready to pull the aggro off of him. If need be. Nope, okay, we're good. Perpetual Ray only fires 1 time in this. Execution. Keep the DPS up. Heal the same regulators. 1 DPS per regulator. Once you finish yours, you can go and help others. Okay, we don't have to worry about that. In future, it does not. If we go down, we can do that again. Where apparently that only matters in Savage. This is super a light version of Savage so far. Get ready. After this, we're gonna get the 2 robots. Dest, I want you on Brawler. Ingus, you go on Vortexer. And keep them separate from each other. Focus Vortexer first. Just pick a spot and just keep them separate, and that's fine. DPS, you need to be focusing on whatever target has the one above its head. That is your target. Whenever you see something targeted and marked, you want to focus that individual. Yeah, Willow, you are on keep Ingus alive. Then you stick near Dest. If you have ice, go over a lava pool, and you will... Okay, never mind. And not go over it, but you can go near it. Yeah, finish Vortexer, and then Brawler. Switch to Brawler. Brawler is single buster. Stay away from Dest. End him before he gets another combo up. Okay, we're skipping Brawler's second phase. Okay, Swindler is Dest, and Blaster is Ingus. Focus Blaster first. High-low. If you've got the red symbol, you go on the high. If you've got the purple symbol, you go on the low. Same as last time. And we will probably see it again, so be ready for that a second time. Perfect. Okay, end out Swindler. We need 4 people on top. Actually, here, we got the 2 tanks and me, so that's good. Yep, perfect. When that happens, if we see symbols like that in the future, whatever DPS has it, go to the 2 tanks, and I will be the 3rd person. So if it's up to 4, it will be those 4 people. Okay, now we've got Brute Justice. Ingus is going to be the only tank for this, unless we have to tank swap. Basically, follow along with me if I'm doing something. I'm going to put a 1 over my head, and if needs, unless you're a tank, follow me. Like, stand on me. Double Rocket Punch. Stack with Ingus. Dest. I know that was super late to that. In the future, if you see double Rocket Punch, you gotta, both of you step. So, okay, now to go to the left. Okay, stack on Ven now. When we see those pools, everyone, you rotate clockwise. Get out of his front. So when you see those things appear all around us, everyone rotates to the left. Super jump, he's gonna go to whoever's furthest away. Get away from him. Cool. We should be fine, but if we go down, I can explain these mechanics next time. There's gonna be another double rocket punch. Get ready to stack on him, Dest, when you see that. Double rocket punch, stack. Perfect. No. Purple, no, not you, just tanks. It's just a tank stack. Stay out of his front. There are tons of cleaves. You want to be on the side with me. If you're not standing on me, you need to be standing on me right now. Yep, okay, that's why you stand on me, because you want all those pools to be stacked together. Then we stack on Ven afterwards. Mega Beam, out of his front. Same thing as before. He's gonna do a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, get ready to dodge mechanics. You're basically just dodging mechanics for now. Avoid the mines. Do not touch the mines. Everyone stack. Double buster. Good try. We were all far away. Okay, get as far away and make sure to do high lows. I've got purple. Stay away from Mega Beam. You've got Mega Beam. Back into Brute Justice. Stack on me. At all times, you should be stacked on top of me. Double Rocket Punch. Dest, you. Stack with the... Yep. That one is weird. You gotta... The second it pops up, you gotta be ready to run to it. Rotate. Yeah, you guys did right. You rotated the right direction, but we were on the wrong side, so it was fine. Out of his front. Get out of his front. He's gonna Apocalyptic Ray. Everyone out of his front, including you, Wingus. Mega Beam and Apocalyptic Ray, everyone dodges. Super Jump, I'm gonna have him draw to me. Okay, nope, that didn't work. You want to spread, though, usually. Perfect, guys. Great job. Time to break from yelling obscenities at the tower to watch the rest of the stream in peace. Well, I hope you got some progress, Brian. It's definitely a marathon. Good job, everyone. Good job. I know there's a lot of individual mechanics once Brute Justice starts coming online. But if you can do all these mechanics, you can learn to do Savage, a version of all of that we've done so far. So like an example for Savage, when we got all those pools on top of each other, also what happens is 2 of us get a random thing that explodes that we have, those people have to run off and everybody else needs to rotate. And because you're gonna get 1 pool, then 2 pool, then 3 pool. So like you all wanna be stacked at all times and ready to go for that and then rotate in the thing. I'm so happy you were a toll man. What? Easy to see you on the board. Ah, yeah. I mean, isn't the goal of Savage Mechs to be a more advanced version of the normal mechanics? Yep, and they do a great job of it. Well, I mean, like, I think it's a good... The thing is, that's, to me, like... It's good to be able to say, if you can do normal, you in theory should be able to do Savage. It's basically just that, not even plus extra steps. It's more like that, but the same mechanic, but slightly with more to it. Normal is basically what would happen if they took all the same mechanics from the fight, maybe cut 1 or 2, and then, or like halved 1 or 2. So like for instance, in the Savage version of the like Goopy fight, where like we stood on those things, there's 4 of them. There's like 4 different things going on. Different like elemental tubes rather than just the 2 that we got as an example. The second core, I do believe. Once that's out of commission, Alexander won't be going anywhere. Two-thirds of the way there, guys. We're doing great. What is the purpose of the Savage Raids? To offer a real challenge to people who are like of a high level of skill, and also to create a true version of the fight. So like for instance, for the final part, for the final battle in the most recent raid tier, there's like a whole second phase to the boss that just doesn't exist in the normal version. So basically, if you think about it, normal is designed for you to be able to like go in with random people and be able to solve it and figure out and have a good time. Maybe a little bit of, maybe like you gotta learn some stuff, but like you can figure it out. It's a good time. Savage is hard. It is designed to be hard, to be not hold your hand much, and to like be a real challenge. And also cool armor plus mounts. Yes. You also get cool armor and mounts. Diane, would that I could see you just once more. For the mad and depraved to flail about in their unending fury. Also Biss. Well, yeah, but it also depends for Biss. Biss is, the thing is that it's not, Biss doesn't straight always come from Savage tier. Because sometimes it can be from other parts of, sometimes there are reasons to take Tomestone gear, sometimes instead, sometimes there's reasons like, sometimes Biss doesn't straight come from it. But usually, yeah, that's true, Purple. But I wouldn't say Biss is the purpose, because the only reason to have Biss is to have Biss for Savage. Because the only purpose of having Biss really is to make Savage easier, effectively. Farewell, my love. I also have a hard enough time in regular doors. Yeah, and Cathra, the game is not, the thing is that the game never makes you do Savage. Savage is completely optional. Many players play the entire game without ever playing Savage content whatsoever. But if you play the normal version, you effectively have 90% of the experience, and all the experience that's important. And all of the experience that's important to understand the story. So if you think about it in a way, normal is like the story mode, and Savage is like the challenge mode plus. You! Too frightened to face us alone, I see. Not that I blame you. We all know what Elio did to you last time.
To usher in the future that has been writ, even strongest Gobblin must sometimes pretend to be weak and let enemies win.
Oh, pretending, were you? I suppose losing the car was a part of your plan too. Don't make me laugh. You know as much about the future as we do.
Crithinx knows all. For example, Crithinx knows one among Uplander carries true fragment of Enigma Codex.
Yeah, the game will never push you to do incredibly hard content or even particularly hard content. They will always be treated as, it's not like for real gamers or anything. It's just, there are people out there who love that challenge and they have those options, but the game makes it so the only example in the game that isn't the case is Binding Coils, because of when it came out, they didn't understand how they wanted to structure things yet. So Binding Coils effectively only has a savage mode. Yes, I know it has a regular mode and it has a savage mode on top of its regular mode, but its regular mode is effectively savage difficulty. It seems the game is up, Biggs. There's no hiding the truth from Quick Things. Very well, I admit it. I have the fragment, but I won't be handing it over to the likes of you. Blinkster, good to see you, glad to have you. Oi, Wedge, did you hear him? He knows all. Which means that he knows that what I've been carrying, a worthless rock, while I've got the genuine article tucked away in me small clothes. See, Atelier, that actually, the problem with that is that actively would be a problem because, well, I have a video coming out at some point explaining why that would be a problem.
Quick Things already knows conclusion of Laplalander's childish games.
But I like the idea, Atelier. However, there's actually lore reasons why that couldn't work. He's coming for me. Eh? What's he waiting for?
Long ago was outcome decided. Uplanders think they are victorious, but luck is no friend to them today.
What? That was just you joking. I mean, I think it's a genuinely cool idea. Thank you, D.
And now the Enigma Codex belongs to Illuminati. All pieces fall into our hands.
I definitely sneezed, and that's what caused it to fall. I'm DC with my FC and Audible set. Thanks, Mama. Much appreciated. That's gotta be a lot of voices, mine and theirs. Far as I can make out, the thing's in good working order. No damage, no signs of tampering. I can only think it was energy fluctuations that did it. Just bad luck. Bad luck? You're saying it wasn't pure chance that the platform stopped at the exact moment? Then what about Quick Things? There's no way he could have predicted something like that. The odds would be infinitesimally small. Well, however he did it, the fact remains that he did. But that doesn't mean we have to stand for it. When someone takes something from you, you just have to take it back. Is Mide the first Zayla we ever see? Because Yugiri is a rain. So you have to assume, yeah, that makes sense that... And I know, again, she blue horns technically rather than black, but still. I mean, Varshan's an exception in a number of ways.
Do Uplanders forget something? Masters are too urgent for such foolish things. What? Tongue flaps of Uplander make Backrix almost laugh. Uplander claims already to have stopped core and lost fragment to Quick Things. Look here, Uplander. A Backrix has brain case like steel trap. Catching all head things, all seen things. And he saw Uplander leave but few moments ago. Backrix senses something is amiss.
I like Backrix. I did not remember Backrix as a particularly memorable character. I kind of really like Backrix a lot.
Backrix is certain that Uplanders left for Metal Giant only moments before returning. He watches Uplanders disappear over the horizon on own two eyes. But it's impossible to return so soon if Uplanders tell is true. Why Treasure Hunter also makes such claims? Backrix does not know. Go, Uplander. Trade tongue flaps with Mide, and together think of explanation.
Sidurgu. Oh, hey, Sidurgu. That's a good point. Yeah, Atelier. Totally.
Have you been able to make sense of Backrix's account? According to his version of events, we would scarcely have had time to reach the core, much less shut it down. But we were all there, and we all know what happened.
For those who don't know, Sidurgu is from the Dark Knight quests. He's the 50 to 70. And 80 a little. I think he shows up in the 80 for a second.
Are you sure he's not just confused? Maybe he got lost in the data of his and forgot the time. Well, I'm not afraid. That is, unless the goblin standing watch near Alexander was also confused. His reports corroborate Blackrick's. No, something else is going on here. I'm certain of it. The question is, what? If we assume for a moment that the goblin's accounts are true, then hardly any time has passed since we entered the barrier around Alexander. Time stopped? Impossible. Impossible? You mean like Quick Things predicting exactly what was going to happen in the core room? I hate to say it, but maybe he wasn't talking out of his arse. If it doesn't, time doesn't work the same in there. Maybe he saw the future. There may be another explanation for that. There's a device deep within Alexander capable of performing complex mathematical calculations. It is not outside the realm of possibility that it could be used to predict the outcome of simple events. Using the mathematics to predict the future. Now even I couldn't believe that. It wouldn't explain this business with Backricks though. Zawaldo! Bix is right. Perhaps the presence of the primals somehow disrupted the flow of time within the barrier. It's only a theory, of course, and a far-fetched one at that, but it might go some way towards explaining recent events. To be clear, you're implying that the Illuminati are aware of the temporal disruption and have been using it to somehow gaze into the future? Very well, if you're willing to accept that, why not go further? Might it not be the case that you have found a way to bend time to their will? By moving back and forth in time, the Illuminati could effectively manipulate the present of however they saw fit. They would ever remain one step ahead of us, our every effort doomed to fail from the first. Now that's a sobering theory, but it's still only a theory, right? There's no point panicking just yet. Wedge, give the chief a call on your link pearl. Why don't you? If anyone knows how to untangle this knot, it's him. Chief, it's me. It's about Alexander. We've noticed something strange about time inside the primal. What? No, not our time inside the primal. The time. I mean, time. It's time itself. Chief, it might be best if you just came here. Aye, we'll wait your arrival. Man, I'd love to do voice acting. I don't know that I'm like great at it, but it's fun. Just doing it for these streams have been so fun. And to be able to actually like, just focus on reading lines rather than having to play too would be fun. I mean, not that it wouldn't also be draining and taxing and hard on your voice, I'm sure, but... So help me God, if I hear Ball of Timey-Wimey, I will riot. I'm not gonna lie, it almost... The title for this video was almost, Gibbly, Gobby, Timey-Wimey. Gibby Gobby, Timey-Wimey. Is that a heated debate I hear? Boys, you started without me. Now what was it you were saying over the link pearl? Something about running out of time? Time is a strict progression... You see, people assume that time is a strict progression of cause to effect, but actually, from a non-linear, non-subjective viewpoint, it's more like a big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff. Channeling Patsy Clan, I'm going to walk from Gridania out to Horizons so I can unlock lambs. I'm going to walk so I can look fab. Beautiful, Tethys, beautiful. Thank you, Dest. Hey, look, Blink is a great episode. Sid instantly insisted that I accompany him, though I would have come even had he not. Matters have taken a turn for the worse, I gather. I don't know if Blink's the best episode, but I also don't, I think Who has been so long running that to say anything's the best episode, I think ignores that, like, there's major boons to different types of episodes. Like, the thing is that Blink's a great bottle episode, partly because it doesn't rely on you knowing anything about Doctor Who to work. But it is a fantastic episode. You can say that again. It's one of my favorites. I think it's definitely one of the best. No question. No argument there. But like, I mean, like, Midnight is a great episode, you know? You know, Day of the Doctor, right? It's not really, it's more of a special episode, but... You know, Waters of Mars is a great, again, special, but... The etheric fluctuations are akin to those I observed shortly before the Primal's awakening. In the absence of a functioning core, its form is dissipating, albeit slowly. Yashola, would you mind lending me your goggles for a moment? I can't hurt to have a second opinion. I mean, why does she even have the goggles? She can literally see it with her eyes. Yep, totally agreed. I think if you want to introduce people to Who and you want to do it kind of like surreptitiously, Blink is definitely one of the best episodes. Totally agreed to the test. Totally in.
Seeing Yashoa's second outfit makes me really miss it. Here's hoping 7.0 will maybe give some of the silence new threads.
What in the seven hells? The aether pouring from the primal is flowing backwards, as if time was passing in reverse. That cannot be. Such a phenomenon is wholly without precedent. Knowing so little of the primal's capabilities, however, it would be remiss to discount the possibility outright.
I doubt she would get a change in outfit, if only because I think she's going back to Runar, and so I would think that she would keep the Knight's Blessed outfit. But, just a thought.
If it is as we fear, then at the very moment Alexander could be undoing our efforts to shut down its core, all of our labors will have been for naught. Ah, the treasure hunter of whom we have heard so much. You seem unperturbed by our outlandish speculation. Was this perchance the subject of Wedge's communication? Gods help us. If there's any truth to this, it won't matter how many cores we disable. The Illuminati will simply undo any damage we cause.
Then what do we do, Chief? How do we begin to fight something like that? I want a pair of those goggles. Me too. Maybe I should make a pair. I don't have time. But I do love them. They're very good. Shola and Runar need to kiss. Be kind of hard because of physics, but I demand you also just like the idea of two furry beings kissing, don't you?
To erase the past, to return to a clean state. Could Diane have known?
I love how you boldly admitted that so casually, going back to Runar, not just the Night Blessed. Oh, I mean, like, come on. Look, I ain't a shipper, but that's just canon. I don't know what you want. Well, I know what Demins wants, and I'll tell you what he wants, what he really, really wants. Runar is a big, dumb, precious baby, and I want him to be happy. Me too, Demins. She adores Runar. Yeah, they're gonna do the dirty. Willow! Everyone's being very cute, and all of a sudden Willow's just like, they're gonna fuck! Have you seen how he acts around her, and vice versa? Des, don't you encourage Willow. But yes. Like, there's a reason that she's preoccupied with reconnecting the source and the shards, right? Like, that's been her, like, story. That was what we predicted her story was going to be, and that is what 6.x has kind of been hinting at. I won't get into details, obviously, for spoilers, but, so, like... You know. I'm consciously trying not to be constantly horny on main. I had a fun conversation about that with someone last night, but yeah, no. Many of you be horny on main. Do not lie.
Preparations for restoration of Enigma Codex are complete. Calculations show margin of error for future readings is 0.03%. Foolish Gobby, when futurists decided there is no error. There is no failure!
Oh, I'm not horny. I'm Blinkster. I'm horny and I'm Elio.
At last all pieces are in place. No longer must wise suffer foolishness of unwise. Time has come to backstrike inferiors. We will make way for perfect world, or die. Now restore Enigma Codex!
I've never hidden that fact. I just keep it contained because I have a stream to perform for and a lot of people here who are not the same degree. I ain't ever lied about that shit. The problem is it ain't no use to me. I get no satisfaction from the, like, excising being horny without any form of foreplay without completion ain't that fun, if you know what I mean. So, for me, it's of little use to be so. I'd be surprised, no, shocked if someone, a certain little son finding his Nama turns out to be actually important. I don't know if it'll be important, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happens. Oh my god, what if it was Aenor? Oh man, that would be, if only it was Aenor. She's too into the Boulder brothers.
Now is Alexander's Illuminati to control! Soon will cores disabled by Uplanders be disabled no longer. Reverse time!
Oh, they're totally gonna focus it. Yeah, totally Tetris. I feel sorry for this one. Little son be calling all the women who can hold their own battles in his Nahama, except Sadu because she clearly beat the shit out of him off screen for doing so. And also, like, I'm not saying they're dating, but her and Serene got a chemistry, man.
Once power flows to third core, Alexander will be fully operational, and with third core will its true potential awaken! Wings of Time will unfurl, and all of history will be at mercy of Illuminati. Chosen ones will be amend the mistakes of past, and reshape world into perfection! At last, prophecies of Enigma Codex will be fulfilled! And Quick-Think's all thoughts will rule as king of new world, of correct world. Chosen ones, menders of history, be proud to serve as builders of this paradise.
I'm not saying Nazi gobbies, but Nazi gobbies. And I don't, so dudes, no. If there's one thing that you can say is damn near textual, actually is basically textual, it's that the Dothral tribe is pan as hell. Because remember, like to them, bodies have no bearing on what the person's soul and stuff. So like, I mean, like if you use gay as a broad term for like liking someone of the same gender as well as an umbrella term as others as well, then yes. But like no, that tribe is pan in every goddamn respect. Like structurally, culturally. Yashul and the Chief have returned to Matoya's cave. Don't worry, between them, they're sure to find the answers of our problems. If it isn't waiting on the shelf in Charlene Annals, it'll be some forgotten corner of the Chief's brain. You mark my words. Also, Dest, you're already seeing someone. What are you sloppy on main for? And the next time we meet, Quick Things will be ready for him.
Adventurer, there's something I would like to discuss with you, but may happen to be best to wait until we're safely back in the short stop. We'll see you there.
That's an awful idea, but it also probably have somehow managed to find him attractive. I said... Oh, Aenor Cockburn and the Aronier man. Why am I forgetting his name? Hello, married and committed here, but that doesn't stop me. I'm dead. Yeah, that's true, Tethys. You're happily not... That's fair.
I suppose I should start by apologizing. For everything were it not for me, the Illuminati would never have summoned the infernal machine, or gained the means to control it. And now Quick Things possesses the power to manipulate time, to foresee the future and erase the past. I dare not think how he will use it. Returning the cores to their former state was but a foretaste. When all three are active, and Alexander can traverse both time and space, nothing will stand between the Illuminati and their twisted utopia. We cannot let it come to that, Elio. Somehow we must find a way to stop them. But first we must rescue Roundrocks. Of all the innocent victims of this sorry tale, her plight pains me the most. The shortstop just isn't the same without her. I hope someone will keep her treasures safe until she returns.
No. This is Sparta!
Ah, adventurer, you come in an opportune moment. It would seem we have a visitor. I was pacing about, thinking of Roundrocks, when something in the shadow drew my eye. I caught only a brief glimpse, but it bore uncanny resemblance to Quick Things' constant companion. Shanoa, was it? If the girl's here, there's a good chance her Illuminati keepers are close by. We best track her down, and quickly. Follow me.
No, these are the days of our lives.
When bad things in life were so few.
I don't think I've heard that song in like a decade. Come, milkshake, ride unto the dawn. Quay away! Oh yeah, we're gonna have to power through these.
Just as I thought, it is Shanoa. Or is it? One girl kitten looks much the same as another, and she doesn't seem to have brought any of her friends. Over there.
Uplanders, what are all these snap crushings and... Rah!
An Illuminati spy sent by Quick Things to observe our movements. Like as not, given the sizable disadvantage at which we find ourselves, we thought it best to relieve him of a duty.
He spent his final moments battling about all the Illuminati deranged schemes, claimed that one of the final cores was activated, and Alexander fully operational. The fortress would gain the power to travel through time, taking them along with it. He seemed quite convinced that Quick Things was a prophet of sorts, a traveler from the future come to the present to return history to its proper state.
Okay, thanks, Tethys.
Much obliged. Aye, and that's not the half of it. According to him, the battle for history has already been won, and not by us, for the future is writ in the Enigma Codex, and we but play out our roles in it. Quick Things, a traveler from the future. That would certainly explain how he's able to anticipate our every move. But could it be that he's already conquered the world of tomorrow? Have all our efforts been in vain?
Bah! Damn flaps of crazy Illuminati make brain case hurt. Backwoods would speak of different subject. It brings uplanders back to shortstop.
Having settled upon a plan of action, Sid and I were in the process of making our final preparations with Master Matoya, when the kitten scampered in, mewing as if to beckon us. We duly followed her, and she led us here, much to the dismay of the fellow at our feet. I'm not one to look a gift curl in the mouth, but something about all of this doesn't sit right with me. She has been at Quick Things' side, make that on his bloody head, every step of the way, and now she's decided to betray her keepers. If the cat could speak our tongue, I would have a question or two for her, maybe even 3. Ugh, I can't believe I'm even considering this, but then it wouldn't be the strangest thing I've heard today. You there, cat! You're Shanoa. Quick Things is a little familiar, aren't you? 2 mews for yeah, 1 for nay.
Mew, mew. Mew. Mew, mew.
Did she truly... Do you want to go home?
Mew.
7 hells, I think the bloody furball might actually understand us. That doesn't mean we can trust her. For all we know, she could be here to do her master's dirty work.
A moment, uplanders. Tongue flaps of Roundrock's come to Backrock Springcase. 3 years ago, when Roundrock's found Kodak's Splinterstone, Roundrock said Black Curlchild is there, onlooking. Blackrock thinks nothing of this then. But now?
You mean to imply that Shanoa here was present when we attempted the summoning? I very much doubt that. If she was a kitten 3 years ago, she would be full-grown Curl by now. Unless, that is, she took a shortcut through time. An implausible theory, I grant you, but one we cannot well dismiss in light of recent events. If true, I would raise still a more troubling possibility. That Roundrock's discovery of Codex was no mere coincidence, but an event orchestrated by Quick Things to further his own ends. Cat. It's a kitty cat. And a meow 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 and a meow meow meow. Oh, this just gets better and better. Look, whatever is going on here, we're not like to find out by standing around talking. We need to delve deeper into that fortress. And as luck would have it, Wedge claims his latest invention will allow us to do just that. I've sent him and Biggs on the head to make the Maker's Quarter to perform the final tests. Meet them when you're ready, and I'll join you as soon as my own preparations are complete.
I love the way goblins talk. Me too, Gemini. Me too. Listen, I'm not saying my cat is Shanoa, but they haven't even ever been seen together in the same room. Watched it a while, but ended up sleeping through it, just stopped. There used to be a daytime soap opera called Days of Our Lives, yeah.
To travel back in time and set past wrongs right, who could resist such temptations, and how grievous the consequences of surrendering to it? For in allowing to the past consume us, and making our every choice, our every actions the correct one, will we not cease to live in the present, and in turn lose sight of the future? 'Tis a path not to redemption, but to madness.
Yeah, honestly, when I think of soap operas, like as quintessentially them, I think of Days of Our Lives. Elio, you're fine. I forget you don't need to answer this question if it's too slow, but next story bunch of anti-town for Zephytol. I feel like Tethys just said the opposite of what it is, but Zephytol is 3.3. Isn't anti-tower 3.1? Or no, not 3.1, because there's not 3.2? Because anti-tower is when you go meet a certain someone at the heart of the star. Right? There used to be a daytime sub. Zephytol comes before anti-tower. Zephytol comes before anti-tower? But anti-tower is when you go see... No, because Zephytol happens... Doesn't Zephytol happen right before the fight in 3.3? Or maybe no. Or is it 3.4 that fight happens and 3.3 is... No. No. That makes sense. Is anti-tower at the beginning of 3.4? That must be it. Catherine still on, just moved from NBC to their streaming service, Peacock. Jesus Christ, that show's still on. Which has absolutely nothing to do with that. I just subscribed to Peacock. Oh, it's this. Cat. Let's get cat. Watched it a while. Listen, I'm not saying I catch. No. If anyone else is able to join the party, I've got a headache and can't keep looking at screen. Yeah, Roria, no worries. Go leave. Go take a break. We can find a slot in. We've got Jubilant. We've got plenty of other people. If someone wants to fill for Aurora, thank you so much for joining us. It was great to have you. If someone else wants to fill in, come meet me at this spot. I will be here doing the story thing real quick, and then you can join in. Elio, all fired up and ready to go, Arby. Then I'd best hurry up and brief you on the task at hand. In a nutshell, we'll be attacking the Primal on 2 fronts. As we speak, Yashura is leading an attempt to cut off the Primal's source of Aether. Our job, meanwhile, will be headed into the belly of the beast and rescue the Brown Rocks. Without her to view the Enigma Codex for him, the Illuminati won't be able to turn back time anymore. Give us a fighting chance of beating the bastards. The chief reckons that the shortest path is through the giant's great fat noggin. Great fat noggin. The only problem being that inside the barrier. Not to worry though, Wedge's latest wonder will take care of that. He's dubbed it the BBG2, which tells me is short for Barrier Be Gone. Of course, the barrier doesn't just serve to keep folk out, it keeps the Primal in. That being why Mide and her mates raced the bleeding thing in the first place. So the moment goes down, there'll be nothing stopping the Colossus from running rampant if it minds to. Which means we're going to need to move fast. The chief will take the Excelsior as close as he can to the Alexander's head. When you'll jump off and secure us away inside. Wasting no time, you'll then climb back aboard and Wedge will re-engage the barrier. All before our metal friend even knows what's what. What's happening? Got it? Good. Because we've got our work cut out for us. Let's get going. I take it, Lord. I'm not sure who this is, but I'm taking it you're wanting to join. It's your boy, the one and only. You keep, look, I'm gonna be honest. So many people have, my boy. Oh, Blinkster, okay. I have multiple friends who in real life say that to me online when I don't know who it is. So, oh, okay, we lost Purple. Did Purple say they were leaving? No, well, we'll give them a second, but I'll catch up real quick. I'm ready. I'm here with my BS. Do you like what we do? Consider you showing support and signing up for our Patreon. It helps this whole thing become a lot more sustainable, and I appreciate all of you guys' super chats here and joining on Patreon. Also, if you join the Patreon and I haven't changed your name color for the Discord, let me know. I have to do it manually. But seriously, thank you for all of you guys who have supported on Patreon. It's made my life able to be a lot more stable, that's for sure. And allowed me to like focus on buying, like the reason I was able to afford an EE1 copy because I never have any extra money was thanks to you guys being able to provide resources like that. So thank you. My boy. All right, it's ya boy. The boys are back in town. My grandmother religiously followed Guiding Light when it was on the radio in the 1930s until it went off air in the 1990s. What a story. And I thought I was devoted to Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know that I can say I'll be devoted to Final Fantasy XIV for 60 years. Yes, the Great Fart Noggin. Ah, yes, the Great Fart Noggin of 1942. Also, may have another free spot in the party. I didn't realize it was going to be late for me. Yeah, no worries until we'll hit this one up and then we'll switch out. Thanks for your time. All right, time to deactivate the barrier. Cool. Ooh. Wings of time spread forth. The smoke's too thick. Can't see a damn thing. You'll have to press on alone. Got 9,002, yeah. Wow. Okay, anti-temp adjustment was not the character that's gotten that far. Okay, cool. I thought so. I thought it was like, is it 3.2? It's 3.2 and 3.3. Zephyrtol's, or Zephyrtol 3.4. Oh, I think Zephyrtol, well, you know what, you guys got this. Let's look this up real quick. Because I remember we were talking. We was like, oh right, 3.1 doesn't actually have a thing. You guys can go for it. It's just a DPS check. Be ready though. It is spicy as all hell. 4 point. Anti-tower's 3.2. Sorkai is 3.3. That's what I was thinking about. Sorkai is 3.3, but Zephyrtol is 3.4 because it is part of Soul Surrender during all that stuff. So I was right about that. Okay. Yeah, I totally forgot about Sorkai. Oh god. Zevotol, then Balesar's Wall. Yes, yeah, for 3.5 for Balesar's for 3.1. It's only 3.1 that doesn't have a dungeon. Because point 2's Tanti, then it's Sorkai, then it's Zevotol, then it's... You know, maybe, if they kept up with the pattern... Well, no, I guess we didn't for 4.x. But I was gonna say, you know, we got Zevotol in 3.x. We got Pagglethon in 4.0. Or in 5.x. What if we got, like, Ogomoro as a dungeon in 6.x? Be cool. I think there's a non-zero chance we get Ogomoro as a variant dungeon. Okay. So this is pretty easy and straightforward. What's gonna happen is one tank is gonna be fighting this guy, and that tank is gonna be opposite us, and we want that tank to be kitty corner from us. There are gonna be machine guys that are gonna rise up. They're gonna be machine guys. We need to kill them, but we need to kill them on the right platform. And we need to make sure they fall into the lava. That's pretty much it. Make sure to heal the tanks because they need to stay, because it's gonna be spicy damage. But we just basically when these guys get up, we want to make sure they go down on whichever one of these is like red and about to fall into the lava to get them destroyed. Otherwise, he's gonna take them and get more powerful. At least that's how it is in Savage. Yeah, Ingus has got it. No, just Ingus. Ingus, we just need one tank. You'll flip yours on when those guys pop up, and yeah, you want to start pulling those guys to you, and you want to pull them onto the proper platform. I will go stand on the proper platform with you. Okay, I'll actually try this. Buffs go. Oh, my buff's not up. Oh, it must be not up from the fire fight. Well. Stockpile. So he's going to draw these guys to him, so he's going to get a buff. And this is what happens if we don't put these guys in the right place next time. So we all want to be kitty corner from... so stand on me. You all want to stand on me, basically. So see that? So see how that's saying this is going to fall? Okay, so what we're going to need to do is... And I'm going to grab one. I'll do it. So, Dest. So, okay, I forgot to explain power generators. Dest, I need you to grab one of these. And what you do is you're going to drop it on... You're going to drop it on the robot. So you're going to drop it here. And then we need to take all these guys. All DPS, come to me. And if we fail this, it's fine because we're explaining it. But you got to bring all the creatures to this platform before it falls in the lava, and then we have to kill them on it. So, yeah. Perfect. I don't know if that'll count because we didn't kill the guy in time. Yeah, but basically that's what we're doing each time. So me and Des will do the... Okay, spread. Don't... If you have a red, don't stand near someone with a red. Stand behind these when he does scrap burst. Okay, same thing. Power generators. Me and Des will do them. Des, we just got to bring them to the... And this might be enough to actually pull them out. Yeah. All DPS, focus the ads. Focus the ads. You gotta focus the ads. They have to go down before this thing goes into lava. So they need to go down very, very fast. Cool, we got him down. We gotta do that faster. I know we're down at DPS, but we gotta do that fast. Okay, agents up. Okay, we gotta get out of the way. I knew we were cut off, Des. Ingus, if you have to eat that, it's not the worst thing in the world. Away from the proximity. Go to the far edge. Okay. Same thing as before. All DPS, focus on Metal Faust. Got it. All DPS need to come to me. You need to bring him to me. Okay. Bring him to me. So don't go to the lava. Don't kill him just yet. It's gonna be on the third platform that we're gonna kill him. So the third one of these. So this is the platform we kill him on. Now DPS him to the max. No. Des, I need you on here. got it. We got to take him down. Our DPS is way too low. Okay, reset. Okay, guys. If you haven't been eating food, eat that too. But let me explain. So if you have the red mark on you, it means you're going to drop a thing. That thing that gets dropped, you need to stand behind it in order to block the damage from his big attack. The pattern for the monsters are, for the first one, we drop the first death. We take them to the first thing that has the geyser symbol. For the second one, we take them to the first thing that has the geyser, the like symbol on the sides. For the last thing, it's the third one. It's not the first, not the second. You need to pay attention to what order they come up in. Everyone who is a DPS or a healer, you need to be on me. You need to be focused. Make sure that your first thing, priority, is over anything else. Well, healers is to make sure that Ingus stays alive. But you need to make sure that all your fury is going on those guys. They need to be going down, and they need to be going down way faster than we've been having them go down. The only exception is do not kill the final guy until we get to the third thing. Now, I will tell you when that is, but on top of that, you probably won't be able to take them down because their DPS is kind of low. But I need people to be doing their main thing. Healers need to be DPSing too, unless Ingus needs to heal. But again, remember, when those rock things go up, you need to be standing behind him for when he does his big attack. Also, every so often, he's gonna do a 270 cone attack. Ingus, you're gonna be, I want you to, unless you can't, be over here, to the top left. Everybody else, you need to be down here until ads spawn. When they spawn, your focus is the ads. You're focusing on them. The only time you go off them is when you focus on standing behind a rock, and you need, in order to make sure that you don't get hit by the thing. However, there should be a rock that's near where you need to be standing anyways. Ingus, you will need to move sometimes. If you do, just move. Don't worry about it. We will adjust. But pay attention to where Ingus is. You are always going to be opposite of Ingus unless you need to kill ads. Then you're going to be focusing ads. Let's go. We can't avoid the stockpile, so don't worry about it. But you do not want to stand on top of people if you have the red. You will hurt others. Okay, so power generators are up. Des, that's me and you. Whoever places a power generator on an enemy... Oh, fuck. Okay. Will get the aggro for that enemy, so just be ready. You get that one, I'll get the other one. So just be ready that you may not be able to draw both aggro, Des. Okay, ads are up. Kill them on the platform. Purple? Oh. Okay. Purple, I guess, is disconnecting. We have to swap out purple if they're gonna keep having 902s. Because we have to get through this field. I also potentially have to leave in 30 minutes. Okay, stockpile. That attack means that if we had enemies still on the field, he would have gotten stronger. So us killing them prevented that. Good job, everyone. Scrap burst, behind rocks. Also, purple, ignore the FC yell if you're in FC. That was not intentional, that was accidental capital lock. So I was just trying to see if you weren't in chat. But I see that it's just probably an error for you, but which sucks, man. I know how that goes. Okay, focus ads. When they get over here, take them out. Doing great, guys. Be ready. Rocks are coming down. You're gonna have to stand behind the rocks even while we're killing the ads. But you still need to kill ads. Perfect. Great job, everyone. Remember, try to stand opposite of Ingus if you know where he's at, because there's gonna be a 270 conal attack that will come in. But also don't stand on the platform that's lava. Just a general life advice. Lava is bad for your health. There's the cone. Yeah, Ingus, feel free to eat that. Ingus, you could also just hollow ground it if you want it. Wow, it's fine. You're free to try to do that. That totally works. But the time it takes may mean that you won't be able to get there. So remember, proximity first. Remember that Des, we're gonna need them on the third one of these. So that's the first one. Des, you can provoke him if you can. That's the second one. So the third one's probably here. So keep it, just DPS, all DPS, focus them as hard as you can. Des, pull him back a little. He's on the dividing line. We need him further back. Stand behind rocks. Let's get him down, guys. We're almost there. Perfect. Okay, keep DPSing. Doing good. Okay, move. We need to move. Ingus, can you move? Keep going counterclockwise. Try to get as far away from us as you can. No. Guys. Stick with here. If you don't know where to go, just follow me. To the left. Doing good, we're doing good. Willow, try to stay closer to us because there's gonna come points where there's cones, and if you need to hard res or cast, we don't want you stuck on that. Okay, same as before, Dest. I haven't gotten this far before. In normal, I don't think we usually slay him first, so we need to be ready to adjust. But bring him over, Dest. Bring him over. Wrong platform. Gotta get it on this platform. Move quickly. Guys, don't kill the DPS on the wrong platform. Don't kill the, oh. Make sure, do not kill them if they are not on the platform that is this platform. That is where it has the thing on the side. Otherwise, you will give him a buff. You have to, do not over DPS on that. The goal is to make them fall into the lava. They stop moving if you kill them too soon. So now he gets a buff. We should be okay, but be careful. Stack on, I think, Willow? Yeah. Des, be ready to look out for if there's another 3 instead of a 1. That may happen. Yeah, okay. There's a good chance we're gonna need to split. So Des, I'm gonna keep going past the direction I'm on, you go the other direction. Depending on who gets what aggro. Okay, yep. Take him out on me. Willow, it's gonna be spicy for a second. Yeah, you guys are doing great. Keep it perfect. And stack. Get off the platform that's gonna fall. Doing great, guys. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, cool. It was just in time. And wait for the limit break. I'm gonna go for it. Just keep DPSing. We're doing great. Woo! Great job, guys. Burn that metal! Bend that metal! Yeah. And AC, I still haven't seen the Steam thing. Do you happen to know where it pops up? I'm playing on mobile internet, which is terrible at best. How the hell are you playing on mobile internet? Also, in general, I also appreciate the desire to play, guys. But if you're gonna have just generally, if you're gonna have internet issues or you're having internet issues, please just communicate that so that. And I know Purple, you weren't aware that it was necessarily gonna go that way, so don't worry. This is not aimed specifically at you. Just generally, because for instance, if we're on a timeline, we may have to take others in order to be able to make sure that we stick to the schedule. Sniff the metal, lick the metal, date the metal, be the metal. Yeah, good job, everyone. If you have to eat that, it's not the worst thing in the world. That's what she said. Fine work, old friend. Thanks to you, we have our way in. Stay where you are. We're coming. Tethys, I'm so glad you're part of my team. But first, now that you're clear, we had best get the bearer back before the big fellow gets restless. Wedge, ready the BBG-2, and reactivate the barrier on my mark. Mark! Rough, Purple, rough. Have you not overcapped on 150 gigs if you're trying to stream a game already? Like, even just playing today. I mean, if so, awesome. I'm just surprised. Or is that just the free bit? Spicy damage like eating Taco Bell. Oh, Tethys. Excellent timing, Y'shtola. Elio has done it. We've cleared the path into the heart of the beast. Only 2 more, guys. Cruise Chaser and then Alexander himself.
Good. 'Tis a relief to hear that at least one side of the operation proceeded according to plan. The same may not be said of the other. Our efforts to cut off the primal source of aether proved wholly ineffective. Quite why I cannot say, though I'm hopeful that one among us can. Oh, I should have been deeper. What? Mide? On the basis that she summoned the damn thing, you mean? I think you better explain. Like all primals, Alexander constantly draws aether from the surrounding, both to sustain itself and gain in strength. Master Matoy and I believed we could disrupt, or at the very least inhibit the process by means of arcanima. Important to understand that primals who are around longer gain more strength. That's part of why Bahamut was so powerful. By creating a vast impassable etheric membrane between the primal and the land from which it drinks, which is why the old witch had me place those infernal devices of hers in every nook and cranny of this place. Are you telling me they don't work? Yes and no. As far as we can tell, the arcanima are functioning precisely as intended, and yet for reasons we have been unable to ascertain, they had no measurable effect on the primal. All right, out with it, Mide. If there's anything you haven't told us, we need to hear it now. We're running out of options. I fear will not avail us, but very well. It had begun with a curious encounter in my younger days. It was out of playing on my own one day with a stranger appeared before me. He told me anything my heart wished for could be mine, but I heeded his words. And this is why Y'shtola's here, because this is a connection to some of her 1.0 story. That was a Ascian in disguise. And those horns were an aspect of 1.0. In my youth, I did not fully comprehend what the man was proposing at the time. Nevertheless, his words seemed to burn themselves into my very soul. Reunite the scattered shards of the Enigma Codex, he said, and perform the sacred rite before the ruins that yet stand strong against the river's flow. Then and only then shall your hopes and dreams become reality. With that, he handed me a relic, a horn with a tip of metal, which seemed so foreign as to hail from another world. It would serve as a catalyst from the summoning, he explained, a gift from your friend Trevichon, and then he was gone. Those horns are the same kind of horn that's on Tup Samadhi, or that you saw during the Gubu Stampede. Trevichon, I know the man. Our paths crossed during my time in Limsa, the days before the calamity. I might have guessed that the Ascians had a hand in this. Night, Atelier! Thanks for joining in. It was really great. The horn of which you speak was once rumored to reside on the Seal Rock. It's a lost relic of the ancients, with the power to manipulate the etheric energy in the very air around us. The Scions have long pursued the horn, fearing the devastation that might ensue were an artifact of such power to fall into the wrong hands. Finally, I do begin to see. If I had the right of it, Alexander's third corps is using the horn to draw aether from far and wide. 'Tis little wonder our plan failed. Even without moving an ilm, the primal possesses the power to drain not just the land of aether, but our very star. Then ours is a clear course. If the old witch's magics would avail us, we shall just have to get inside and dismantle the core the old-fashioned way. Indeed, and yet we must be wary. We have seen the course of time reversed once before. We may yet well see it again. Even should we succeed in destroying our target, there's naught to prevent the Illuminati from simply returning the stricken core to its previous state. Aye, they are free to turn back the clock again and again, the primal growing stronger all the while. So what do we do then? We just can't give up. No, we press on. Lest we forget, controlling Alexander requires the Codex, and the Codex is all but useless piece of stone without the mind of a gobby girl. If we can rescue Round Rocks, Quick Things will have no way to flip the hourglass. The Circle of Knowing once tasked me with recovering the horn. It was through my own negligence that Trevichon acquired it. That it now endangers our world is my responsibility. Even were I not a scion, I should do all in my power to make amends. Whatever assistance I can offer, it is yours. Then it begins. I'll send word to our friends in Idleshire. Biggs, Wedge, ready the Excelsior. Elio, prepare for departure. Let Operation Rescue Round Rocks commence. Really imaginative name there, Sid. Do we have anyone who wants to be a tank? Jubilant, are you still around? That's where I got Jubilante from. It's from Marsupilami, which was on the Disney Channel for like 6 months in like 2000.
Dobby confused.
I can off tank if someone can heal. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we can find someone. Yeah, I mean, do we have anyone who wants to join? I'm sure we have multiple people who can, do we have one more person we can grab? Anyone in chat? If anyone would like to join. And it's you perfectly fine to not know how to do it. I'm glad to teach you.
Seven hells. It wasn't enough that those Illuminati lunatics had a bleeding time machine, was it? No, it had to be a time machine with the power to destroy the whole bleeding world. I mean, I'm used to the future of Eorzean being at stake, but this is the future of the past and present all rolled into one. We'll have to get Round Rocks out of here before the gobbies can put any more of their crazy schemes to motion. Speaking of gobbies, have you talked to old Backrix lately? Turns out the kitten you met wasn't Shinoa after all, just a doppelganger. He's already taken that little furball back to shortstop and given it a name, Schrundinger, or however you pronounce it anyway, Schrödinger. Best be heading back to the way myself. See you there, Elio. Maybe...
Backrix sees Shinoa on top of Whirly Core Giant. This is different core kitten, so Backrix names her Schrödinger. What does it mean? Backrix does not know. Give Backrix a moment. There are now Uplander can read Gobby account. Illuminati posed a threat to Edelshire from the stronghold inside Charlian ruins, but when the stronghold became a colossus of iron and began to climb out of river, then does Gobby Flock turn to Cyan for aid. Now time's head gob of Illuminati is quickening Salt Thoughts. He desires to make all know things his own, take things and technologies that point to Fetty Tool, and keep secrets clenched in tight fist of iron. Colossus of Iron is no doubt Illuminati handiwork. Yashtula says it feeds on Aether, is draining hinterlands with much fastness. Land will be emptied if it stirs again. But Illuminati magic barrier protects Giant, and has since great chivalry shakes on ground 3 years past. Backrix thought Charlian ruins were freed from river bottom, then came bobbing up to surface. But Daughter of Slowfox says different. Runrox claims that Giant stood and ground quivered until its feet thumping. Sid believes her, thinks that someone tried to summon Primal and failed. Backrix knew of claim, but thought it was just imaginings. Roundrox is only a little gobby after all, but she proved right, and finds another with eyes for shiny junk and trinkets. Never has Backrix seen Roundrox so happy when she is the Uplander's treasure hunter.
Is this person? Are you? I think we got a tank, we just need a healer. Oh, I think this person's just doing this. Okay, if no one, I'm gonna give it a 60-second timer. If no one wants to come join as a DPS or a healer, we'll just go in with what we got. Bum bum be-dum bum 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 bum. Cool. Okay, well, we'll just go with what we got then. I noticed the Lord guy in our party. Oh, someone applied to our FC. Let's get the topics ranked to action. Members. Applicants. There we go. Approved. Thank you, D, for pointing that out. I don't always notice those things. Welcome to the FC. Give him a royal welcome. Yeah, probably best to have a DPS because healers and stuff are easier to direct. Good call. Okay. Eyes of the Creator. So, this is... Oh, no. Wait, what? Did I not have the... Oh, no, I didn't have the actual quest.
Ready to head back to the belly of the beast. Elio. Alright, let's get the rescue mission off the ground. First, some good news. While the barrier was down, we were able to get our first good look at inside Alexander's innards. As far as we can tell, Roundrox is being held captive in what seems to be the central control chamber of the whole Colossus, called helpfully Central Control. As to how we reach it, do you remember when we infiltrated Midas there with the carnivorous room, with the dirty great city in it? Aye, well, we spotted one of those floating platforms. Oh no, first we have Gobby, Trap Gobby, which goes back and forth between there and the place we need to get to. Quickest route to the city is the straight through the giant's head. You'll get through the hatch and open for us last time, take care of the guards, and secure the platform I mentioned. Meanwhile, the chief and the others will be making their way to you via Midas, after sending out an advance to sweep the place for any nasty surprises. Once you've all rendezvoused, it'll be time to storm the control room, while me and Wedge stage a little diversion. Got all that? Good. Let's crank some Illuminati skulls. That time I healed for Eli. No, I'm sure you won't DC this time. I'm sure it won't be my fault, at the very least. GGL Part 2? We will find out. Is this the GGL Part 2? GGL. This will be... Again, it was me, ya boy. I think we got a tank, we just need to heal it, yeah. So, if we ever, well, do we need to do, I think we do have the preliminary part of this, which means that we'll need, if we do need to split up, I want it to be Willow, you go with Des, and Lord, you go with Bend. That's how we're gonna split, if we end up needing to split into 2 groups. I don't remember if we do, because in Savage you kind of skip over this part, so I don't remember it particularly well. We don't. Okay. I don't know. This one's pretty easy even normally, but it's honestly, this one's pretty easy on Savage, let alone on normal. So the main thing is that there's 3 buttons on the map. Don't step on those buttons. Those buttons activate traps. Each button has its own trap that's associated with it. Basically, you're gonna DPS this guy down as fast as you can, and you're gonna avoid those buttons. And we're kind of just gonna wing it, frankly, because it should be good if we're doing decent DPS. I'll shout out if there's anything of import to worry about. Lumbra! Be careful of those 3 buttons. Buffs are up. Got attacks. Use them now. Only... Okay. Spread! Yeah, move away. You're gonna have a fire. And he's gonna... Yeah. Perfect. Trap! He's gonna activate a trap. Be ready. He's activating... Stay to the sides. Stay to the sides. If he activates the middle one, you stay to the sides. If he activates the one that's near him right now, I've totally forgotten. Let's see which one he activates. I've totally forgotten which one this is. Oh, he's gonna freeze us. We're all gonna freeze. Oh, no. Okay, so that one is get away from the sides, stand in the middle, and this other one is get away from the sides. Is that there's gonna be traps. Well, okay, DPS the Gobwalker. If you have this symbol, walk towards the back and away from people. You wanna spread away from each other.
Also, stand away from the steamroller when he gets that full bar max, because otherwise he's gonna roll over you. Like that. DPS as hard as you can until he gets to a certain point, and then you want to back up. Make sure to keep watching out for the buttons. They can be turned on at any point. Stack on Lord. Get back. Gob's gonna push back. We need to up our DPS or we will get insta-killed. There we go. Cool. Buffs out. Gob rush Gob. Be ready. Death is gonna hit by some spicy stuff. Healers on guard. Single charge. Everybody in? I forget which symbol that is. No, sorry, that was out. My bad. Green. It's green. Be careful not to step on the buttons. Although maybe in normal we can't activate him, only he can. We'll see. That was my bad for the call on Gob Rush. Single charge. Now in. Donuts. This is in. Healers, I need you at all times. Do not be as far away as you are standing. Gotta be close in, Willow. We don't want you that. If you were far out, then you won't be able to do the mechanics we call for them. For like stacks and stuff. Thank you. Get ready for it to heal deaths. It's gonna be spicy.
Illuminati give Lambrook's toys.
Step away from the saws. You want to keep away from the saws. Get ready for traps. Which trap? Stand in the middle. Stand in the middle. Now stand on the sides. Stand on the sides. Boom. We're good. No one needs to be sorry. Everyone was great. If I'm giving some adjustment stuff, like one, I didn't give you guys a bunch of directions before we started, and on top of that, if I'm giving some adjustment stuff, it's just like a lot of times it makes sense for healers to stand far away, but especially in some of like the game, like fights in a lot of Alexander, especially on Savage, you guys, everyone has to be close because there's way too many mechanics where everyone needs to be stacked, and like you just can't be far out. Like I know the usual like gut instinct for healers, especially, is to like not want to be on top of everyone, but yeah, you definitely want people to be relatively close unless they're supposed to not be. Yep, it's all good. Just got to turn around, lost break out for a second. Yeah, we got him. Everything's good. Everything's good. Just 2 more to go. Just got Cruise Chaser. Now we just have Cruise Chaser and Alexander.
Excellent work, old friend. The platform is our shortcut to the heart of the machine. All seems quiet on our front. So, 7 hells, we've got company. Ah, there you are, Elio. We were met by a small welcoming party, but it was nothing we couldn't handle. Biggs and Wedge just contacted me as well. They're headed here as we speak. Round rocks. So this is the Enigma Codex. And that must be the 3rd and final core. 12 have mercy if you could see the volume of aether issuing from it.
Yes, much really bright. Time rings can spread. Travel to overtimes. Make bad things good again.
Could it be? Do we truly have the power to change the past? I could erase my mistakes. I could see him again.
3 years ago, Mida lost dear one. Mida wants dear one back, yes? Roundrox helps Mida.
Roundrocks, no! You must save your strength.
Mida worries too much. Roundrox is strong, Dobby. Uplanders hold on to Braincase. Time rings spread. Ohana means family.
7 Hells girls gone mad! Stop this! Roundrock, stop, I say!
Bliska no bliska! Blah! Blue punch buggy! Blue punch black!
Aw, good Willow, I'm glad. Time Wizard! Go! There could be no greater honor than making someone appreciate parts of the game more because of performance. Or any other reason.
Biggs, where are we? And why is everything, spinning?
Biggs, Wedge, can you hear me? Roundrocks has engaged Alexander's time distortion mechanism. We're hurtling into the past.
What? What?
I'm so hot! 3 years ago. Oh shit. They never actually summoned it. It went back fulfilling the circle of time, but actually it was only ever summoned when it was summoned in the at the end of Heavensward. Okay, this is a really important thing. This is part of the thing that I want to be very. This is a time loop. The entirety of this is a time loop.
Biggs, over here. You're not going to believe this.
Hey, what's Mide doing down there with those? Hold on, they're performing the summoning ritual. Bugger me, we really are in the past. What in the 7 Hells? Someone's taking control of the Colossus. Hold tight, I think it's about to go berserk. Damn it all, this isn't right. We must abort the summoning. Quickly, Mide, the seal. Diane, no! Notice Backrix is filling out his book of everything that's happened. The book that we were allowed to read earlier.
What is the mad making kitten doing?
The book winds up in the past. Quick Thinks All Thoughts finds the book. Quick Thinks All Thoughts know everything that's going to happen, and everything we have done is a closed loop.
Poor Mayday.
And so Schrödinger ended up in the past, which is how Schrödinger ends up with Quick Thinks. And this is why the story is important if you've played the twinning. Now you might have a better understanding of what the relevance to something like the Tycoon.
'Twould seem we are back in our own time.
Past is made right, and we return to now times. Treasure Hunter's friends die, as it is writ, as it must be. Uplanders serve Quick Thinks well today. Uplanders are not grasping meaning. Quick Thinks breaks it into itty bitty pieces. Find an Uplander's tiny breakers. Time is a flat round shape. All things Uplanders and Gabby's did are doing, and will do. Doings happen over and over and over again, for all times.
So when Mayday and her friends attempted to summon Alexander 3 years ago, what they actually saw was us traveling back in time? But that's madness!
Time is an endless circle. My failure, my pain, my suffering. It was all doomed to unfold like this from the very beginning.
Gabby, stab!
Let us away, quickly.
Honestly, it's really not madness in 14. It's actually pretty clear-cut. Like, I've got a video coming out about it soon.
Mayday, sorry!
No, nothing remains for me out there. My future, my past, my reason for being. It all ended before it ever began.
Mayday! Mayday!
I think there's ways they could make it clearer in 14, but I do think it's pretty... Thanks, Tethys, for grabbing all the actions.
Chief, Yustola! Around rocks, gods, I've never been so bloody glad to see you. Though I thought we'd never make it back in what... Wait, what is Mayday?
Mayday stays behind in Giant of Whirlycocks, all because of round rocks. Round rocks must go back to Giant of Whirlycocks. Save Mayday!
You leave that to us, child. Wedge, get Jessie on the link pro and tell her to bring the Excelsior around. Though I don't much care for the answer, we finally know the truth behind the events of that day 3 years past. The Illuminati mastermind, the massacre, and though some ungodly trick of time, 'twas us that brought them there to do the deed. And what about Mayday? The only thing keeping her going was that hope that her beau's soul lived on in the machine, but seeing what happened to the poor bastards. Aye, we witnessed the truth of our own eyes, sucked into the core of the Colossus to sate the primal's appetite. If aught remains of him, it's no more than a heat and light.
Voice acting does help a lot. That's why I feel like if they went back and voiced more of a Realm Reborn, it would help. Hell, I mean, give more to Heavensward, too.
Quick thing says the future's already been writ, eh? That we're fighting a losing battle. Well, we've got a thing or two to say about that, don't we, Elio? Roundrox is safe with us, which means the Illuminati won't be turning back time on us anymore. If that's not all, thanks to your efforts, we've got ourselves a straight path to the third and final core. Aye, the very heart of the Colossus. Put it out of action, the whole thing will grind to a halt. Let's go, Elio. We'll show the Illuminati the future yet to be decided, and save Me-Day while we're at it. Heart of the Creator now accessible. Ah, y'all a bunch of cuties. Do we have anyone else who would like to join for to be our 4th DPS? I thought I might as well check now. Wild theory, I'm going to say it later when it becomes relevant. Be ready. I have spent a lot of time thinking about this story over the past 2 months. So, like, I may counterpoint hard. Or I may super agree. We'll find out. Not even noticing what. I said you guys are a bunch of cuties. Just waiting on Dest. Are you talking about like how you have like the afro thing in the fire? I mean, cool. But like again, that's ignoring what I said about prepping. So this is the cruise chaser. I don't think, no, not Mal. No, that's only for Savage. There are only minions in normal. Unless you're talking about Cruise Chaser because you have as a mount, in which case, yes, technically. But that's like also a good example of why the Cruise Chaser is one of the few mounts where I'm like, no, that really should not have been on the mount store because like it could have been in Alexander. I get it's way later, so they're not gonna retroactively add it. In which case, I would have definitely make it rival wings or something. That's not pay to win. No. Pay to win does not mean if you're buying a cosmetic, it's not pay to win. I emphatically disagree on that. That sucks that it's there, but it's not. Pay to win would be if you could buy something that gave you if you could buy bits, or the only way to get bits was to buy bits, then it would be. Okay, here we go. I don't know what's the difference between this and normal. The biggest thing, though, is that there's going to be a point where we're fighting him, and then there's going to be air ducts. You're going to have to go click on that air duct to get on his back. Make sure you do that. On top of that, also get ready to go forward and backward. God, I fucking love this music. Honestly, I wish I could find a version of this, though, without the forward and backward. Maybe there is of that. God, this team loves Gundam so much. I'm trying to think. The biggest things. So I've done this recently on Savage, but I don't know what is on normal. I'll do call outs. Biggest thing though is be ready to click on the air ducts. There'll be 4 around him, and you can run to any one of them, but make sure to click on it fast. Otherwise, he will insta kill you.
Forward and backward and forward and backward. Forward and backward and back down forward.
Optical sight. Okay, so we're gonna get these. Everyone spread. Okay, so he does do that. Okay. If we fail, it's fine. I'll explain the attacks after. So there's gonna be 3 of them. Kill Ed first. Ed is priority. Des, you just hold aggro on Cruise Chaser. Everybody else has to focus Ed. And then you need to turn on tank stance only when Ed comes up. Stand behind him. Only when Ed comes up in order to make sure that you have aggro on you, and Des doesn't have both. Optical sight, get ready. He's gonna use one of those. 2. Everyone out of the middle. Out of the middle. If you see 2 spheres, you get out of the middle. It's like Phoenix, but instead of one big ball, it's more confusing. Because there's 3 attacks, and they don't make sense how they add up. Okay, when he uses, he's gonna use a super mega attack. When he does, get behind him. Get behind these guys. Sorry, you need to get line of sight away from Ven. So when Ven's got it, you gotta be separate from these away from Ven. I wasn't expecting Ven to go all the way behind that one, which is not Ven's fault. Tanks, do not forget to use reprisal if you're not using reprisal. Get ready. This is probably going to be, I think, yes, ducks are coming up. Use a duck. And then the second you can press anything, just press anything. There's no tapping like usual. I don't know if Lapis Lazuli orbs show up in this, but we'll find out. If they do, if Lapis Lazuli orbs shut up, make sure to click on them. Make sure to take them out. Yes, break the orbs. Focus the orbs. You're gonna have lasers that you're gonna have to dodge at the same time. Spread equally apart. There may be some overlapping. You can't do it. Just do what you can. Doing great. Final Lapis Orb, and then everyone get close together. Tank Buster going out. Tanks don't need to. Des, you're fine to be where you were. But we need some heals up. Yep. Okay, when I say tank, when I say like Bray Wyatt or like heals up and stuff, healer's got to be ready to heal fast, heal hard. Make sure everyone's topped up. I didn't give enough warning though. Willow, okay, no. Jade, yeah, you keep focusing on, Lord, you keep focusing on rezzing. Willow, you focus healing. Make sure Des stays alive. Des use, Paladin heal, I forget. Attack behind him, destroy the shield, but do not attack the shield from, I forget, can you only hit the shield from the front? Yeah, sorry, shield you can only break from the front, my bad. I misremembered it. Forgot if it was you can only attack from the front or can't attack from the front. Get away from Dest. Get back in. You're doing great. Spin Crusher. Make cuts. Reprisal if you got it. Either tank. Perfect. Shield. Mitigation. Keep DPSing. Okay, Ven, you're gonna want to be out of line of sight of us on the opposite side of the arena if you get targeted by the thing. So guys, we want to stay clear to Des then. Optical sight. Okay, no, look, circles. Ah, fuck, I forget which one the normal circles is. Oh, I know what that is. Never mind. We're gonna get hit by a lot of stuff. Don't worry, that's not your guys' fault. Yeah. Optical sight. Out of center! Propeller wind! Use mitigation if you got it. Gary, gonna push? Oh, okay, that doesn't have a push. Ooh, boy. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that was bad luck. Also, no, please do not use... Please hold limit break. I assume it was the rando who used it. Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. When you see optical sight, there will be one of three options. There will be a bunch of orbs that are wavy, and those are we all get a thing around us we need to spread. If it's a circle where they're like all equal around him, it's one of us is gonna get a debuff, or one of us is gonna get a thing that's gonna explode on us. You basically wanna stay away from other people, but you wanna like hold where you are for about 1 second or so, and then you just wanna run. The last one is 2 orbs. If there's 2 orbs, that's gonna be in the center, it's gonna explode. So get out of the center, and you wanna be about here-ish. You'll be able to see it. You'll see the center of the ring's glowing red, but out here will also be red. Everyone good? Cool. Buffs are out. Optical sight. Look out for which. Everyone spread. Just do your best job. If you overlap a little, it's okay. We're not like doing perfect clock positions or anything crazy. Focus Ed. Then tank stance. Perfect. And during that phase, Des, feel free to just keep focusing, like just don't even bother attacking it. You're good. Optical sight, be ready. Outside, get out of center. Perfect. GA 100, whoever has it, go far away from everybody else. Go far away. So go behind that thing. Then go behind the thing. Yeah. So if you, when he does GA 100, then you want to go behind this and away from everybody else. You want to. Everyone else wants to be out of line of sight of you. Actually, that thing's gonna explode if he gets hit by it. I think maybe it beats the inverse. I forget because that thing's not in Savage. But either way, it'll be. I mean, it'll be fine if we fuck it up. We can absolutely heal this game. So. Ducks. Get ready to click on the ducks. Together, mitigation, raid right up, reprisals if you have it, reprisal tanks. Yeah, perfect. Buffs out, do DPS if you got it. Any damage if you got it. Out of bright laser sword. God, it's so nice to have the targets for that. In Savage, you don't. Des, just so you know, the easiest way to dodge that goes walk straight through him and then just walk straight back. It's okay if you walk on top of us, it'll be fine. Doing great. We're gonna have Lapis in a second. Shield first. Gotta get hit from the front. Doing awesome, everybody. Lassie charge! Away from us and mitigation's up. Yeah. Lassie charge is just him charging at whoever the target is. Okay, get ready. He may be using G100, seeing as those things are popping. Just be ready if that's the case then, as I believe it's the off tank that's targeted. However, if he doesn't use it, we're fine. Optical sight, be ready to do the mechanic. Okay, spread. Everyone just move around. You're gonna have a tracking thing. It's just gonna explode on one of you. Yeah, like that. Optical sights. Okay, everyone to corners. Or actually, that's what different. We didn't get that one last time. Weird. Well, we got cleared, so we're good. I guess that doesn't come in until that phase. I totally messing those up because my memory of like Phoenix and everything is throwing me off on that one. And then Alexander, I have not done in a while, so we should be good because most of it I remember. But tanks, Dest, you're gonna be on limit break because there's gonna be a limit break 3. That do not use limit break. The tank will need it, otherwise we will wipe.
Outstanding, Elio. Another Illuminati creation reduced to a scrap metal. I'll wager this mere sight of you is enough to send the Gobby scurrying back to the drawing board.
Gobby.
There it is, the heart of the beast. Only now that I see it up close do I comprehend the true scale of the thing.
I know Demons, right?
To have reached the size in so short a span of time, the core must be taking in aether at a positively ungodly rate. I'll be willing to wager that it can regrow itself faster than we could ever hope to chip it away.
You heard of the Mother Crystal. Now here's the Father Crystal.
Which means we'll need to change tack. The central control room houses everything required to operate the Colossus. It's not inconceivable that it might offer us a way to regulate or even shut off the flow of aether to the core. Of course, any attempt to control Alexander is doomed to fail without the guidance of the Enigma Codex, and there's only one person alive who can access its secrets. But Chief, do we really need to drag the poor girl back here? What if she falls to the Illuminati's hands again?
Uplanders waste their tongue flaps. Quick thinks they've seen future, true future, and it ends badly for Uplanders. Very, very badly.
If you remember, the book has no writing in it left.
Uplanders think that they're just lazy walking the curl control room. Quick thinks not. All patchlanders are sealed and floaty boards disabled. One way left to open is here, through core chamber. And when Uplanders comes next, it will be Uplanders' time. Quick thinks has seen it.
Schrodinger, go!
Bad Shinoa! Stupid kid!
Oi, Wedge, is it just me or did you get the feeling we've seen all of this happen before?
Dobby book. Ah! It is Watcher Book of Backricks! And look, writing ends where Backricks leaves off, when Shinoa sends Watcher Book spinny falling from Backricks' fingers.
What the? You mean to say the book Quick Things has been reading from all this time is your journal? The same journal that slipped from the hands when you traveled back in time? So that's how he was able to anticipate our every move. He's no prophet, just a gobby with the delusions of grandeur, and a diary from the future.
Schrodinger is a good kitty.
So the glorious beating future he was always going on about, that one was nothing but Back's record of the stuff we had already seen. Bugger me, I just had a thought. Oi, Kat, are you Schrodinger from the shortstop, or are you Quick Things' familiar Shinoya? Choice for yes was its chief.
Meow, meow.
Oh, he does it for me. I bleeding knew it. She's both! After Schrödinger went tumbling down from the Colossus, and don't ask me how she survived the drop, Quickthings found her and took her in and gave her a new name. It's like they're two cats, but also one at the same time. Well, Schrodinger's experiment was more about the quantum, but yes. Setting aside for a moment the question of whether or not that even makes sense, what possessed the confounded cat, whatever you want to call her, to do all this in the first place? I swear all she's done is made a right mold mess of everything. Now, Wedge, taking out frustrations on a mewling kitten won't get us any closer to dismantling the core. Getting back to the crux of the matter. Backrix, you said the journal ends right where you left off, yes? Then it's nothing but blank pages from that point on. Do you hear that, everyone? The Quickthings would have us believe otherwise. The future from here onward, that is still to be written, and I'll be damned if we won't be able the ones to write it. Well, since everything's going to play out to a certain extent, as long as he knows the broad beats of things. But also, yeah, you have to wonder, seeing as that would mean that, like, you'd be like, and yes, the platform was in the northwest quadrant of the, like, for Quickthings to know where to stand. Though, seeing as everything was going to play out anyways, you know, there's only a certain amount that the book, you know, the book already was going to do what it did because Quickthings was always going to end up where Quickthings was going to end up. There is no changing the future. I know there may seem like there's changing the future due to other events that happen later, but I can promise you, there's not. Contained time loops. All time travel, I'm going to say it here. All time travel in 14 is contained loop. Every single example, including those two other examples from future things that you guys may or may not be thinking about. And you may be thinking, how is the example from that expansion how is that a closed loop? It's literally about changing the future. And I could tell you a couple reasons why it's that. One is that those events only happen if it's a closed loop. And on top of that, read the short stories.
Future book is gone, but no matter. All knowings of true times are safe up here. If Quickthings' brain case, Quickthings is chosen one. Mender of history, truth is unchanging. True times choose Quickthings to do their bidding. True times sends Shania into path to deliver Quickthings knowing it's a future. True times live inside, guiding all of Quickthings' doing. Every tongue flap, every busy deal, every brain spark of Quickthings burns closer and closer to perfection. Gathers illuminated to rightful place as rulers of New World. True times will not be unmade by ignorant uplanders. Shh. Quickthings needs no future book, no gobbledygook. Quickthings needs nothing, no one but oneself. Future has chosen, and future chooses Quickthings. Yes, even now, power granted by true times wells for Quickthings. Fingertips power, beyond understanding of uplanders. Feeble brain cases, yes. Alexander, overwatcher of true times, deliver of divine judgment of ignorant uplanders, and crush them out of existence for all times.
Borderline Gollum voice now, yeah. Oh, I never noticed he has the blue hand symbol on his hat. I don't know how I never noticed that before. Put Shinoa cosplay in the Discord. Oh my god, wait, there's Shinoa cosplay? Jolly, good night! Very good night. Gobby dance party. Let me see if I've got this right. 3 years ago, the Quickthings of the Back then found the journal that Backrix now dropped, which was only possible because we traveled to the past, what with time being a circle and all that. So, he had looked inside, and not knowing the truth of the matter, got it into his head that he was some sort of prophet, choosing to set history straight, and that Shinoa was who miraculously delivered the book to him was a messenger from the future sent to show him the way. That's all well and good, but the question remains, why did the bloody cat start all this in the first place? What could she possibly stand to gain from setting in motion this ridiculous convoluted series of events? Another answer found, another question raised, Elio? Alright, Elio, this is it. We still don't know exactly how we're going to disable the core, but we do know that our chances to get back to the central control room. We also know that there's only one way in, and that Quickthings isn't going to let us through without a fight. Now we can be pretty sure he can't see the future. Not anymore, at least. And without Round Rocks to read the Codex for him, he won't be turning back time on us either. But he's still a power-mad maniac, with some of the deadliest machina on the realm at his disposal. And after losing the book of his, I'd wager his trigger finger's feeling pretty bleeding itchy. Aye, we'd best be ready for a battle and a half.
Muscle against metal, man. And against machine. Gods, I don't know whether to laugh, cry, or soil myself. Mayhaps all three. Ah, here comes the chief now. It's time to move out. Long Branch, good to see you, glad to have you. What is up, my North Lorians? North Lorians? Why is Big Irish? I mean, if you listen to his voice in English, that's his voice. That's what it sounds like. What? Guys, go listen to the MSQ. That's what he sounds like in the MSQ.
Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time moves imperfect. Past giving way to perfect future. Worthy of unworthy place in New World Order. Alexander will judge. Yes, all is great things foresees. Truth hammer of Alexander falls on Uplander. Ignorant and unworthy are not welcome in an Illuminati future. Here Uplanders meet their end times!
I'm a foreign Malayzor!
What? First time field is deactivated? Psh, no matter. Uplanders will be reduced to smolder dust. Fire!
I'm a foreign Malayzor too. Dr. Octagonopus, blah! Seven hells, now that was a bit too close for comfort. Is everyone alright? A Colossus inside the Colossus. Look, I don't know what the thing was, but I'm pretty damn sure I know where it went. More accurately, when. If I'm not mistaken, what we're looking at is a localized time distortion. The only question is when our metal friend will reappear. Better not to wait. Lest it catch us unawares. Elio, I need you to head into the distortion and dismantle that thing. We'll secure a path to control center while you do. Good luck. Here we go, guys. Okay, biggest thing for this is when you see a square thing around him, go to the corners of the square. You don't have to be at the corners, but you can just have to be the corners because he's going to fire a laser in all directions except for the corners. Other than that, tanks need to be ready. There's going to be ads. You guys are going to have to split. Be ready for DPS to go into the phase portals, into portals. Can you get Alexander rewind time so I cannot ruin my joke? Demint, you had a joke? Everyone point and laugh at the fool, you missed it. Everyone point and laugh at the humiliation. Are you able to come back in here? Nice flex. Okay, anyone want to be here for the final? We have one slot left. All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle. Okay, 3. Okay, well, Tattle, are you online? Because if you're not online or on server, we don't have time to wait, sadly. What's your character name? I feel like that's brought up at least once a week. Basically, Dest. You got 10 seconds, because we are already over an hour over. I'll be on curl in 30 seconds. You got... Okay, I can wait a little bit, but if there's any stall, we are already an hour and 30 minutes over time. Don't cry, because then I'll cry. We can't both be crying. I assure you can. But Tattle, name. Character name, so I can add you immediately. Are you Tail? I forget always what's people's YouTube name. Umino? Okay. Oh, whoops.
Okay, here we go. The thing is, you don't have to be on curl to join us, by the way. Mother Crystal says it's my turn. I'm pretty sure it's my party, Jimmins. Let's go, guys. Time to end this. It's Crystal Meth and Can! Power Thirst is Crystal Meth! What if everything you ever wanted came in a rocket can? Hold powerful attacks for a second until buffs go out, and buffs out. Mega Holy, be prepared for raid wide. Punishing Heat. I forget which one that is. That's okay. Punishing Heat's Tank Buster. I mean, it's not really much of a Tank Buster. But Sacrament, get to the corners. Try to keep true north when you can, Dest. Just because it'll make that easier. Mega Holy, raid wide. Whenever that comes out, tanks, use your reprisal if you got it. Blazing Scourge, away from the person who has it. I believe ads are next. Yes, okay. Take each tank, take an ad group. Focus these ads first. And second group. Same case. If there is a 1 over the target, that needs to be your focus target. Do not split damage. Please focus the target that I'm focusing. In this case, we're probably fine, but like there are times where that is literally we will fail if you don't do that. Always make sure to pay attention to that when other players are doing it as well, or during a, like even with randos. If someone's doing that, assume they kind of know what they're doing. Take out these guys, we're just fine. Okay, get ready, get center. Get ready for Limit Break 3 on my call. Mark, now! Healers, get ready to heal. And we're good. Perfect job, everyone. Get ready for buffs. And 3, 2, 1, buffs. Throw all your AoEs, your attacks out now. Stack on me. If you're green, get away from everyone. Everyone's gonna be paused. Get ready. He's gonna move. He's gonna do attacks. You need to be ready to adjust accordingly. He will probably do the square attack, and if he does, get ready to move the second it goes off. Now. That will be a recurring thing. Gotta be ready for that as we go. Not only will he do that, raid wide, heals, and mitigation. Tanks, if you see that, good time to do reprisal. Yep, perfect. Especially if we're low. Stack, except for greens do not stack. Green spread. Be ready for square, and move accordingly. Perfect. Spread away from people with red. Get ready to heal them. Mega Holy, raid wide. Perfect reprisal. Time gates. DPS, get ready to take a gate, each one of you. If you notice, that's us down there right now. Pause in time. So, and also you can see everybody else fighting. So, everything is a close time loop. And then if you finish your fight, go help join another. Oh. Perfect. Prepare to rise with me, yep. Right back to what we were doing before. Mega Holy, mitigation if you got it. Perfect reprisal. I'll keep the healers so they don't have to worry about that. Punishing heat, get ready to heal Dest. Just keep the pressure on, we're doing great. Gravitational anomaly. Be ready for this. I'm forgetting. Ah, yes. Separate. Just try to avoid the areas. Get ready to heal those with the mark. Willow or Lord, if either of you have a quick cast, go for it on D. Mega Holy, you know what to do. Get ready, summoning another Alexander. We have another Limit Break 3 ready to use, and I think we're gonna go ahead and use that since we're doing perfectly fine DPS otherwise. No, that was not what I meant. I meant like we're holding it for the tanks, guys. I will tell you to use Limit Break if we're gonna use Limit Break. Please do not use that unless I tell you to use that. Okay. Spread. You ready for one last thing? Then, tank stance, hold on to it as long as you can. We can end this. Pro! Woo! Alexander, it is A12, Xantix. Good to see you, glad to have you. That was so much. Oh, D, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Here's the thing. The reason people get afraid to challenge things is because they seem hard. But the thing is that most people can learn if they want to. They really can. Just hunting logs, MSQ, and job quests. I hit level 27 today and made it to the waking sands yet. Catherine, just taking your time. Yeah, honestly, if you just do MSQ, you'll level. Do we get... Oh, hey! Oh, I don't have the minion. If you guys are okay, I'm going to grab the minion just so I have it on Elio. If anyone wants this for glam or for decent, feel free to take it. I never TS'd. TS'd? For reference, that was my first time taking hardest content. Nice! Awesome, guys. Y'all did great. Guys... I specifically asked if I could, so like... Okay. That kind of sucks. I gave time for people to pass. Purple, if I'm not saying you, I'm not saying you. Okay? Tank stance, ah. You do not disappoint me, old friend. The path to the control room is clear. Everyone, follow me. Tank stance. Oh, because you needed to grab it? Yeah.
The flow of aether to the core must be stopped. Pray, lend us your strength one more time, child.
When Kurtlings went back time, doing of Uplanders will be undone. History will be unwritten, and Illuminati will rule over the world.
If you think you can take round rocks from us, you're welcome to try.
Foolish Uplanders, knowings of the Enigma Codex are not just known to just one.
Night, Aaron. Thanks for joining in. We'll be wrapping up as soon as we're done here with this.
What in the damn thing's responding to him?
Uplanders are slothful. Kurtlings never needed Gabby Girl from the beginning.
With the final cores activated and Alexander fully awakens, its power will be such that it can entirely consume any who sought to control it. You were too craven to risk your own life until you had no choice.
Treasure Hunter! But Treasure Hunter is too slow coming. Future has chosen.
You poor deluded fool. You never did work it out, did you? The future doesn't choose us. We choose the future.
Jesus, I can't believe they show that.
Now, child!
It's more like a gun with a blade than a gun blade, per se. Also, its primary focus is firing, whereas the gun blade actually uses cartridges that it fire with it, that give it to imbue the blade with magical spells. So it's kind of like the fundamental function of the thing that defines it. Well, that was sort of harsh. I mean, deserved, but harsh, yes.
So the knowledge is the Enigma Codex allowed you to disable the core.
Most people didn't see that. And also I think if Cathra had seen that, they might say the same thing. I think it's weird.
Power stores are depleting rapidly. Without a steady supply of aether, it's only a matter of time before the whole thing grinds to a halt and fades away.
Right, but some people may have a problem with it, just not most people also haven't seen that.
Ranrox is glad to see Treasure Hunter safe, but how is Treasure Hunter sneaky hiding from Illuminati?
I don't know. There was a great shaking and I was thrown to my feet into some dark, cramped place. I must have lost consciousness because I don't remember anything until a few moments ago. Sounds to me like you had a nice nap and a rubbish shoot. But what matters is you're safe, and with that, I think we can declare the operation a success.
Yeah, there's a lot of places that I don't know if you can come back to these after you've left this.
Ranrox is so happy for me that it's safe. Ranrox has so many treasures to show me that back at Shortstop.
I truly remember nothing. It was as if I was floating in a vast, dark emptiness, and yet I was not afraid. For me, it was as if a great presence surrounding me in every direction was watching over me, its eyes gentle. Poor Mide, eh? The last truly believed that her beloved was alive somewhere inside the steel beast. Can't imagine how she's feeling now.
The chief says that the events cultivating device inside the Colossus, Alexander's brain, if you will, is still running on auxiliary power. See that device glowing red over there? There's one just like it installed all over the place.
would seem our work here is done. Let us take our leave.
God, that's terrifying.
Damn it all! Didn't we kill the bastard?
Quicksnake's better built and body, made stronger than ordinary. Quicksnake is not unmade by a simple flesh wound.
Better built. Seven Hells, that's not a mask, it's his face! He's more machina than Gobblin.
Quick thinks, all thoughts activated his trap card.
Oh, Alexander, Lord of Steel and Whirly Cogs, outspread wings of time, let ignorant, unworthy feel divine judgment!
The Codex responds. He means to return to the past.
Access denied? What means this?
This red glow. Alexander's refusing to obey his command.
Alexander! Jack Brain Machine! Quickthings has chosen one! 10 flocks of Quickthings must be obeyed!
It would seem Alexander's achieved what simple flesh wound could not. Quickling's permanent deactivation. Quite how and why is less clear. If I didn't know better, I would say the machine has a mind of its own. Diane, my love, could it truly be you? Yeah, it does. You were in there all this time, weren't you? Watching over me, keeping me safe. Did I just blink twice? Bugger me, the machine's actually talking to her.
So his soul really was in the primal this time. Chief, is that even possible?
The core! Without the Codex to bridle its power, it rages out of control. It drinks its aether like no primal I've ever known. We must stop it now, lest Eorzean be bled dry. Finally, I see. This is why you summoned me to this place, isn't it, my love? I thank you for guiding me here, Elio and Brown Rocks. I know that I shall always treasure the time we shared. Farewell, my friends.
Mida, no! Mida must not go! Mida!
My friends, leave this place. Leave now. Fear not, Alexander will trouble you no longer. My love, what is this place? How best to put it, we stand inside a mathematical simulation, calculated and projected by the device at the heart of the Colossus. One might equally say it is the dream that Alexander dreams. And what of our companions? Are they? Their fates were not mine to change, Mide. All that came to pass did so for a reason. History as it was, as it should be, free of the paradoxes that spelled its undoing. From this place, unfettered by the mortal construct of time, Alexander looks out upon present, past, and future, seeing infinite possibilities. I see what it sees and feels what it feels. This perfect machine born from yearnings for an ideal world. Oh, if you could see the worlds we have seen, a world in which the Illuminati rule history with an iron fist, every nation brought under their yoke, a world in which Alexander spread wide with the wings of time and swept the lesser moon from the heavens, averting the calamity.
Really important. These are mathematical calculations, not actual alternate timelines that they're referencing.
Alexander dreamed all the realities imaginable, all the realities mathematically computable, and in the end reached a single logical conclusion. It would change nothing and erase itself from existence. But why? Alexander possesses the power to travel through time and space and reshape history for the better, but such power comes at a great cost. The sheer quantity of aether consumed in the process means that Alexander itself would mayhap not immediately, but inevitably bring ruin to this world. This perfect machine, the supreme manifestation of logic and science, deemed its own existence a threat. And so it chose to do nothing, to leave history untouched and the future in the hands of man, with all his imperfections. Such was Alexander's divine judgment. A time will come when the fate of this world is placed in the hands of one warrior. For reasons hidden to me, the future from that day forth remains shrouded in mystery, beyond even the Colossus' ability to calculate. And yet Alexander chose to believe in that man, and that light with him. I met that man, my love. I believe in him too. There was but a single time Alexander was spurred to action, not to change history, but to preserve it. The summoning of the Colossus and the events that followed had potentially disastrous consequences for our reality, its fabric strained to accommodate an infinite number of potential futures separated by nary a thread. Were the wings of time to fall into the hands of the Illuminati, the repercussions would be dire indeed. History would be rewritten over and over again, each time bleeding the land of Aether, and in the end, the Colossus would usher in another calamity. To prevent this tragedy, to preserve the circle of times that had already been set in motion, Alexander sent forth a humble servant to do its bidding. A clockwork curl, an eternal child, to gently nudge history back onto its proper path. And now but one task remains. Having become one with the horn, the core is well nigh indestructible. It would only regrow itself until it bled the world dry, and so we must heed Alexander's wish and seal it away, far from the reach of man. A closed pocket of space-time, a fraction of an instant that will repeat in perpetuity for all eternity. That is where the core must go, and us with it. Don't you see, my love? We are already there. And coming here to you, I have closed the circle of time. I'm all but certain of it. When I accepted the horn all those years ago, the man who gave it to me said that it had the power to grant any wish. And so as I took it in hand, I prayed and prayed with every ounce of my will for one true desire in my heart. To be with you forever. So now Alexander's trapped forever in a moment of time. Roundrocks is back in Shire with the chief. Everyone's safe and sound, except for Mide, that is. Poor lass always had a flair for the dramatic, but to think she'd throw herself into the core. It's odd, though. I would have sworn I heard a voice in there, saying the Colossus would trouble us no more, or something of that sort. And for what it's worth, it's been sleeping like a baby ever since we got out. And that's not the half of it. Take a closer look inside the barrier, Elio. It's like time is standing still. Buggered if I know what it all means, but I like to believe Mide and her love somehow sealed away the core for us. Softens the blow a bit, you know. Phew, I'm still not sure how we managed it, but I'm just happy to be out of some godforsaken place in one piece. Of course, it's a damn shame what happened to Mide. Hold on a moment, Elio. She's what? Aye, Chief. Leave it to us. Bloody hells, Elio. Roundrocks has gone missing. I've been worried sick about her, the poor lass, ever since we got back. I mean, how would you feel if you saw your best friend throw herself into a running engine? I'll wager she'll run off somewhere two of them used to frequent together. Wedge and I'll have to look around here. Why don't you search for the collector's quarters? Come on, let's find her before she gets herself into any more trouble. Oh, I have to, well, in that case, the best way is just to go to Ilshire and then walk back. Gaming! Hey, Chris, good to see you, glad to have you. You're coming in right at the end. We're just doing the last quest for Alexander. We've been on for about 6 hours. We did the entirety of it in one go. We had some people who are doing it for the first time, too. How's it going? Well, the Old On Parade one's interesting, right? Because the main thing that we see for that is the way in which it affects the Gubu. So, like, I feel like there's less of a need to directly answer that question compared to, like, how things got left off on a major cliffhanger in 1.0. I was finishing Mog Talk, literally sped it to 1.5 to try to catch you. Oh, nice! Well, much appreciated. It's always good to see you. Yes, also, if you guys have not, you should definitely check out Chris's 2 channels, the main channels he's part of. Oh my god. Work to Game and Gaming Kinda, as well as Brian's channels, Ginger Prime. Or Ginger Game. Wow, okay, Brian has a lot of channels. But, yeah, they do great work.
Oh, it's Uplander. Why does Uplander come to this place? Roundrocks is sorry for bringing Uplanders. Roundrocks just wants to go a quiet place, into some back thinking. Running out of giant whirly cogs, Roundrocks feels something rattling in her pocket, so Roundrocks reaches and cannot believe what she finds. Rattling in this thing is glowstone, Roundrocks' favorite treasure. But it's dark. Even with many tryings, glowstone does not glow for Roundrocks. Not anymore.
There you are, child. We were worried sick about you. What's that, Elio? Is aught amiss? The Codex no longer responds to her touch. Intriguing. If not entirely surprising, were I to guess, I would hazard that it's because the experience has served to open her eyes. The Enigma Codex was born from one man's all-consuming pursuit of perfection, its knowledge sealed off from any who harbored even a sliver of doubt as to the merits of the ideals it espoused. Quick thinks, Mide is in her youth. Roundrocks, though their reasons might differ, arrogance, youthful idealism, childish innocence, none thought to question these words within, and so the Codex opened itself to them. But now Roundrocks has seen with her own eyes what blind devotion to ideals can bring. And she is not the naive child she was before. Aye, it's well and good to dream of building something perfect, but sooner or later you'll have to stop dreaming and start doing, hammering it together by your own hand, with your own blood, sweat, and tears. In so doing, you're forced to confront your own failings and deal with your frustrations at the world's unfortunate habit of falling below expectations. Hells, there may even come a time when you just want to tear the whole bloody thing apart and start again. But more often than not, you emerge from it all with something you can hold on to and carry with you into the future. And that will do a damn sight more for you than any starry-eyed ideal.
Ranrox understands. Ranrox will collect more and more junk, build cities of great treasure with own hands. Ranrox has just one wish. My glowing glowstone is piece of Miday's dream. Ranrox will give back to Miday.
A noble wish, child. Would that we could grant it, but I fear the steel giant and all that lies within the barrier is far beyond the reach of mortal hands. Frozen in a single moment until the end of time, that's a fate I do not wish on anyone.
Oh, you just dropped 3.3. Did you like it? It's a hell of an epilogue / finisher for Heavensward.
Well, look who it is. You have a real knack for turning up underfoot, don't you? I'm reminded of the apparent ease with which the little curl seemed to slip in and out of Colossus. Were it not for the small matter of time having stopped in there, I'd send her in with Ranrox's glowstone without a moment's hesitation.
Mew, mew.
2 mews. Might that suggest a willingness to try?
Mew, mew.
So, actually, there's an interesting point on that. We can actually talk about it in just a second. That's a really good... So yes, because it's an aetheryte construction facility, why were there no aetherytes left? And I can help with that.
Giving a stone to a cat in hopes of delivering it to 2 souls trapped in time. Now I think we've seen everything. Do you think those 2 will ever be free of that place? Mayhap one day, when the perfect future they sought to bring about becomes reality. In that sense, one might even say their fate is in our hands.
Leave Ranrox. Ranrox works hard. Build sparkly shining future for Miday.
Yeah, so working ones are mainly because, you know, the same way that, like, there's a tax, right, for upkeeping aetherytes. Aetherytes are complex machines, so, like, well,
As shall we, child. And with that, Elio, we must take our leave. For all you have done to stave off yet another primal threat, you have our gratitude. I contacted Biggs and Wedge to let them know what they can call off the search. Needless to say, they were relieved to hear that Ranrox is safe, and they were always a matter of what they were looking to discuss with you. They said be waiting for you back at Shortstop. If you'll be returning to the Shortstop, I would ask a small favor of you as well. Pray, deliver this volume to Backrix, and tell him I believe it is that which he seeks. Till next we meet, Elio.
yeah, no, I get your point about the working ones, and then I'm actually excited to talk about that. I think that's one of the first lower questions like we've actually had today. Like specific. So, before we go back, let's talk about that. So yeah, so there's broken ones, obviously, like the 1.0 ones that Des is talking about. But the thing is that remember that as much as the Architecton was an aetheryte building facility, it and the rest of New Charlian had been abandoned 15 years ago. So the thing is, as complex machines, with no one upkeeping them, they fell into disrepair, and none of the goblins, that for the ones that are majorly broken, know how to actively fix them particularly well, except for some of them. So for instance, there's that side quest you can get in Idyllshire where they talk about how the complicated upkeep of the aetheryte and how they are like having to scrounge parts in order just to keep it going, right? And so because of that, there's no one here to do it. And another good example too, right, is think about it this way too. Where Alexander is used to be just a armoring facility there beneath the Thaliac. So that even like over there used to be like either higher up or probably higher up when you think about how some of it's fell, or like a lot of water damage, etc. Things changed from the Calamity. So you have both the abandoning of New Charlian 15 years ago and the Calamity 5 years ago. And so there's been mass devastation to this area, and the goblins have only recently moved in, probably within, well, at least maybe within post-Calamity. And it would have to be at least 3 years ago because we have the, what happens with Mide and everyone and Round Rocks. So they've only been here a limited amount of time too, and Gobbies don't know fully how to make all of it function. They can only kind of keep things maintained. They don't know how to build them from scratch or to like make a broken one function. So how does the Eorzean get the working one? Because there was one in Emporium that was functioning well enough that it made sense for them to do it. And if you think from the Gobby standpoint, right? All this area is controlled by the Illuminati, right? Is majorly controlled by the Illuminati. All this is wild territory that they're basically just kind of investigating and charting out. Whereas for them, their major city center is Idyllshire. So of all the places to have one in this region, that's the one that makes sense. The thing is, like for Matoya, she does not want people to be near her. So Matoya is not the last thing in the world Matoya wants is for there to be an Aetherite near her. Seems like there would have been an Aethernet. Yeah, but I mean, like, again, like, it's been abandoned 15 years ago, and you think about how much these stone buildings have decayed, right? And they're like stone buildings, how much they've decayed due to Calamity 15 years ago, in contrast to the amount that the Aetherites, which are kind of delicate machines, would have been really suffered, She may not want it, but her location is not optimal anyways. That too. Yeah, so the thing is, basically, there's no one who would necessarily want it there. Other than, I guess, maybe someone like the Illuminati, but then also the Illuminati, that would allow, like, people to be able to get into their shit easier, and they don't want that. And on top of that, they may or may not have access to any ones that were even semi-working, like the one that they had in Emporium. By Emporium, I mean Idyllshire.
Now Round Rocks is safe at shortstop, and Backrooks is easy breathing. Uplanders have things at Backrooks. Uplanders bring present for Backrooks?
Weathered manuscript. Judging from the wear and tear of the parchment, this is essentially an elegantly penned document entrusted to you by Yshola. Appears to be quite ancient. So without jumping ahead of you, she had a good reason to be where she is. Yeah!
This is Charlene legend book from Yshola. Backrooks has wielded a legend book for a long time. Backrooks has been reading about many things, about an Enigma Codex, blue-haired Uplander that writes it. Maybe their knowings will save Gobbyflock from Giant of Whirlycocks. Thanks, Backrooks. Now, Giant of Whirlycock sleeps and Gobbyflock is safe, but still, Backrooks would fill Braincase with knowing things, fill pages of Watcher Book with data. Let Backrooks see.
Like, why isn't there one by the library that would be intact from the fact that they protect the area that was safe enough to keep birds around? Here, we'll get to that in a second.
Yes. It's just Backrooks. Backrooks' eye is playing tricks on him.
Oi, are you feeling it right there? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Pages tell of fairy legend of Hortgo tribe, uplanders of blue hair, many years ago in old times. 2 children, boy and girl, outstep from belly of great steel giant. 2 children grow to man and woman, becoming father and mother of great people of Hortgo. Names of 2 are Hydaelyn and Mide. Well, look at hand drawing, even faces are same looking.
Ye gads, if that's our Mide and Hydaelyn, why that means that one day they'll be freed from their fate and reborn, far in the past. So, after searching near an eternity, they finally found the perfect world they were searching for. It may just be a fairy tale, but I, for one, would like to believe it.
And fairy legend goes on. 2 children step out of steel giant holding small stone is dark when sitting on ground, but hold stone in hand and shiny lights. No stone of Round Rocks.
I made it to him.
Let me see if I have this straight. The codex fragment you gave to that curl a few moments ago now features a legend from the ages past. That can't be possible, can it?
It does if time is fixed. Time travel is fixed. At least every version that we have so far.
At this point, I'm about ready to believe and bleed anything. But that reminds me, there's something I wanted to ask you, Elio. Remember when we went to the core and almost got our arses fired by the Colossus inside a Colossus? Well, I felt the strangest sensation then, a feeling that chilled me to the bone, as if something terrible had happened that I couldn't for the life of me remember. I felt it too. So tell us, did you see anything when you were going in and out of time? Do you have any idea what happened to us while Quick Things was spinning the hands of the clock?
I'm afraid so.
You're afraid you do? Well, that's not ominous in the least. On the second thought, how about you don't tell us? Thank you very much. You'll get no arguments from me. There are some secrets better left secret, and from the looks of Elio's face, I recommend this is one of them.
Dobby.
Anyways, it seems as if the long and thoroughly mind-boggling battle of ours has finally come to an end. Of course, there's still plenty of work to be done. But now that Quick Thinks is out of the picture, I've got high hopes that Roundrocks and her friends will one day build their shining kingdom of rubbish and refuse. Speaking of work, we better get back to it before the chief catches us chattering. Always a pleasure, Elio. Till next time. Is that it? Can I get back to Chris's question? I want to make sure that that's the final thing. Yep. Sweet. Okay, like, why isn't the one near the library being attacked from the fact that it's a protected area and it's safe enough to keep rooms around? Are we talking about which library area specifically? This one? So one of, or do you mean Great Gobblin? Like the broom, so yeah, like why isn't it interesting? Well, I think I need to read more on goblins then. Yeah, there's tons there. There's also, we have a fun video on that on the channel. Time for Wild Theory. Mide and Diane are the first recorded progenitors of the Al Ra. No, because if you remember correctly, the Hot Goat tribe is defined as one of the tribes that exists at that time. So they aren't the progenitors of the Al Ra. I know some people do that, think that, and then think that they're the Dawn and Dusk Mother, but it's just as likely that that's to do with Bahamut and Tiamat, the Dawn Worm and Dusk Worm. The Azim and Nama legend, just a different story. Take the idea as you will. Yeah, no, AC, I mean, that idea has been around since Stormblood. I've heard that. I've been hearing that for years and years. I don't think that the text is implying that. I think that's my take. I mean, I can't say that definitively. But I do not think that is the case. I think that, especially how they mentioned the Hot Goat tribe, they don't talk about the Hot Goat as like the progenitors, and importantly also the fact that the nature of how Sundering and the Sundered world works, they are not the progenitor of the Auri. They can't be, because the Auri exist on the first. So we know that they exist onto prehistory, and that tome, as far as we can tell, doesn't necessarily exist onto that point, but maybe. Books are around 2 left. Yeah, top. Here, can someone fly me over there? Because I actually forgot to unlock flying. Actually, you know what? Willow or Lord or Des, can one of you fly me to Matoya's cave? Or actually, let me make sure that. Thank you, Willow. Here, I'll right, Pelion. Here, I'll just get in Des, because for some reason it's not letting me. Oh, it's not because I think I know why. I gotta. Party, just so I have both of you ready to go. Right, yeah, that's why. Okay, can you take me to Matoya's cave? Let me travel to make sure that Aether Currents, Giovanni can just, yeah, okay, I just gotta do the one cave. Top left. Top left? So, do you mean over in here? Like the Path of Contemplation? Because if so, these areas, so the thing is too, is remember, right, like, so like the Architecton was a manufacturing facility that created aetherites for the broader world. But the thing is for the people who lived here in Sharlayan, they may not have seen needed the use. So there's 2 options, right? One of which is that we do see the ruins of 1.0 aetherites, so there may have been aetherites there, and then an aethernet that was used that just no longer is in existence. Whereas like the Idleshire one, being a major one, may have been protected because it was in there, or they may have been salvaged from the Architecton. Well, watch the rest of the morning. You need to rest too. Been streaming here easily over 6 hours after 10 p.m. for me. Yeah, Mama, thanks. It's been great to have you. I'd like to point out there's a remnant of an Aethernet. There's 2 crystals attached to the main one in Idleshire. Yep. There are 2 crystals attached to the main one. Yes. Let's go into the cave entrance. Depu, no licking. No licking. Come here, buddy. Come here. Depu. One, two, three. The boy needs some attention. Give me a second. When he starts licking his paw, he's a little bit bored and usually wants some cuddles. Hi. You're very good. Can I put you down now? You look like you're ready to go down. Cool. Thank you. I'll be with you in a second, bud. You're very good. If this is a long quest, I won't do a bunch of it. Woe is me, Ribbit. Mr. Matoya will have my hide, Ribbit. You are a guest, and yet you would lend me your aid. Oh, thank you, kind adventurer. I am in your debt. Permit me to introduce myself, Ribbit. I am Zara Rago, a rumble servant of Mistress Matoya. I am tasked with picking and leavings from herb garden, from which I make her tea. Alas, drawn to their medical properties, bugs have recently taken to ravaging the herbs.
I attempted to get rid of the pests, but they are too much for lone Parago to handle. I would be grateful to let you eliminate them in my stead, Ribbit. Cool. Do goblins actually have claim to squatters' rights? I mean, squatters, like, as much as anybody else does. I mean, like, are you saying, like, is there a legal backing? It's like, well, there's no law other than Idyllshire, so. So let's get this done. And then we can fly to all the points that Chris was talking about. Yeah, I mean, they're responsible. I mean, like, no one, like, no, Sharlayans aren't going to come back to claim it. And they've been, effectively, Idyllshire has become its own town. So, I mean, like, that's the thing. That's the thing is, like, what is it? Ownership is 9/10 of the law. It's like, they're there. They, at this point, they've had control of it for at least 3 years. So as far as I'm concerned, it's owned by them. And I mean, I feel like Y'shtola, Alfino, like, even those people who were born there, like, kind of concede that point. Right? Like, that's something that even those who would consider themselves natives are like, yeah, you're right. At this point, you guys do own it. At first, they're a little, like, thrown off. They're perturbed. But then they're like, yeah. Okay. Now we can fly. The feet on this mount look like old lady titties. Willow, why are you always like this? I don't even know which mount you're talking about. Oh, actually, I'm going to climb that because I want to read that because there's actually important, interesting lore there. The bugs are no more? Oh, thank you. Not only are you kind, but you are strong as well, Ribbit. Now I can assume my duties again. Harvesting and making tea. It is all I am capable of. I am a failed creation, you see. Unlike my mistress's other children, I am incompetent and clumsy. For want of what task I could perform, she bade me serve her tea 7 times daily. But even in this, I need assistance, Ribbit. Unless I make myself more useful, it is only a matter of time before Mistress removes my enchantment. Then I would revert to an ordinary toad incapable of speech. I cannot bear the thought of that. I must become a better servant, and I believe that I can do so. If only I knew about my mistress's desires. Having received of her blessings, the broom here are bound to possess this knowledge. Alas, they refuse to talk to me. But as you are a guest, they cannot willfully ignore you, even if they are not entirely cooperative or forthright. Please speak with them, Ribbit, and acquire the information I need to survive. That is some quest for later. Y'shtola's forever 20 summers young. Actually, Ray has spent the better part of, like, the past month working on some stuff, and one of the things she has spent much time on is exactly what is the likely age of Y'shtola. Okay, perfect. Thanks, guys, for giving me it. Now I can fly. Let's see. Top left was what Chris said. Library region. So you've got, because, yeah, I've got St. Monica's, you've got the Path of Contemplation. Because there's these regions. Let's see if we can see if there's any, like, specific Aetheryte ruins. Because we know that there's Aetheryte ruins around the Architecton, the Path of Creation. And there's also a good possibility that there were Aetherites here, but they were salvaged already. Because the quest is salvage materials and stuff. Oh, see, like, there was an Aethernet. See? So there was a whole entire, you can see a 1.0 Aetherite. So there was a system here. It's just dismantled at this point. It's broken down. Difficult information to come by. Yeah. Those book late fees must be murder and Sharlayan. Yeah. So that we see one there. I bet you there's more around. Yeah, there's another one here. So Chris, yeah, we've got our answer. There was an Aethernet system used by them. For sure. And that they've just fallen into complete disrepair and nobody uses them. And especially if you think about it, like, if the Gobbies are not here taking care of that, and they only want a major Aetherite rather than a smaller Aetherite system to get them all around their region, well, they don't care about that. Because it's not useful for them, because they don't want to be all around the system, and they don't want things to be able to get to them with these either, unless they have been to Idyllshire. Okay, so why is that not worth bringing back? It's not that it's not. The Gobbies just don't know how. So, like, think about it, right? Like, Sharlayan has been isolationist until completely super isolationist until Endwalker. Them and the Onishishu are the only people who know how to make Aetheryte. We have refugees in basically every region. Of this area? Because in this area, we don't have anyone that lives other than the Gobbies and treasure hunters that go out, but I'm assuming you mean somewhere else, too. I mean, for city-states. Well, so we do have. So So there's two things, right? So one of which is we have the mini aetheryte system that is used in cities. And then the thing is that these smaller aetherytes, right? When Charlene was here, this area was policed and not full of creatures of any kind. So they didn't have to worry about it. But like with the like Eorzea proper, one of the things that they have to pay a fuck ton of money for, the aetherites, to Charlene, so they don't want any more than they need, and two, they only want them in major hub places because they already have trouble protecting the roads, right? And so they can't protect, if they had one along every step of the way, they wouldn't be able to protect them with ease. You can't tell me no one in Ul'dah wants to own a city-state. Was the Forum ever in the colony, or were they always in the old Charlene? That's a good question. Probably, that's a really interesting question because of, like, the anti-tower. That's a great question. I don't know. And can afford the army and contractors to get it done. Well, that's the thing is no one knows how to. Like, nobody knows how to fix these. No one has the requisite knowledge. The only people are the only Shishu and Charlene's who could do it to make them. So, like, the mini ones, Charlene's don't know how to fix it. They don't know how to make them. The Gobbies are like basically by the skin of their teeth figuring out how to upkeep the one in Charlean by scrounging old parts, but they don't know how to make those parts, right? And so, for instance, if so they may have already been scrounging the parts from those old ones potentially to use. There's a point in Endwalker when a forum member mentions the anti-tower stopped working. Yes. Well, but the question is, was the forum ever in Emporium? Was it ever in New Charlene? And that's what's interesting to me, because the importance of the forum's mission being what it is, you'd think that you would want to have some at least liaisons in the place proper. Oh, they should want this zone just for its artifacts and resources. They find out about oh, okay, I see. They find out the big library at the anti-tower, and this is the single most valuable place in the unsettled window. But also remember, right? So like, fair point. But two things. One, in order to do that, you need to go through. Kurthus has been shut off from everyone. Kurthus has been completely shut off from everyone, and until recently. It opens up, right? So they start to get stuff with it. But then, this isn't Dravanian territory. This is in the far edge of Dravania. If you have people in Thanalin, like the Immortal Flames, try to go for it, you're going to have the Kurthans be like, oh, fuck no. If you have the same way that we have the problem with the fight over Seal Rock with PvP, right? The fighting over Allegan relics. And so the thing is, also, this place is already defended. So, and you'd have to deal with the incurment of the Illuminati. Whereas you have so many problems already just going on in Thanalin. And at the same time, currently, most troops are being relegated to dealing with Garlemald. So people don't have the manpower to do it. You could argue, oh, well, why isn't Rowena there? But then the answer would be, actually, Rowena does have a thing in Idleshire where she starts doing that, you know? The anti-tower's not working. Seems more like a battery was too weak, so they wanted to build something they could use to make of a weaker battery. So basically, anti-tower's less it stopped working and more we need to get the frick out of here, and it's not close. I mean, it's a little bit of not close enough. So that's where the Aetioscope comes from. And also, they have to get the fuck out of there because of what was going on with Garlemald at the time and them encroaching. If Kurthans are busy, they're busy when you are, and they are busy post Heavensward. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Great Google Library is still well guarded, so they can't leave it be. Well, I mean, it's like well guarded, and I mean, like, remember, you go there during the Red Mage quest. Rowena has interest in it. Like, people do have interest in it. Parties do have interest in the stuff here, but they don't know how to do it. I'm sure if Rowena could, she would actively like get a spy into the aetheryte making facility for Charlean. Like, I have no doubt that there's an interest in that. You bring up a valid question. What didn't Garlemald ever take this place? Because they never made it deep enough. And also, I think from their standpoint, it's not useful, right? So, why didn't they take the Google library? Well, one, we're not aware of how much they're aware of all of Eorzean geography, right? So we don't have, because they don't know this land whatsoever. They don't even really, they know the Charlene's Leap, but they don't really understand what's going on here. This place is defended by dragons. You have the, if you go into this region, you also then have to deal with every other region wanting to kick your ass, right? The same way that, like, you have Gaius come in and tries to take over Eorzea as a whole. I think if they had been there long enough, one day they would have started looking Google. But the other thing is that a lot of Charlean is magical research that the Garleans can't even use, right? So, like, Aetherites, until you have those Aetherites specifically at, like, Camp Broken Glass and the nature of those, we don't even fully understand if they are usable by the Garleans, and maybe they are because that's what the Magitech thing is around them in, but it's not really clear. For them, and whether or not those are recent inventions or not, for them, a lot of this technology may or may not be actually useful, and putting troops out to get that could be a big problem, especially when they're trying to play the long game of taking over the world, and they're happy to encroach via Alamigo and then Eorzean. And remember, they've only been pushed back recently, right? Like, they were pushed back because of the Calamity, and then they were pushed back because of, we pushed them back during 2.0. The other thing that's worth remembering, right, is that a lot of the knowledge of Sharlayan would not have been helpful to I gotta talk around this. Solus Zosgalvus's plans, and Solus Zosgalvus's plans were not necessarily rooted in accruement of that knowledge, but more of a specific chaotic nature. Yeah, minor castrum seems easy. Well, no, but remember, so like, for instance, they tried to put a castrum in Kurthus, and they had so many problems because of the cold and the dragons and the Ishgardians that they said, fuck no, let alone going into Kurthus and into Dravania. Because the thing is that they would have either had to have gone through Abalathia, which they would have had to do with airships, which would have been a major problem. Because remember, the last time they sent airships into Abalathia when they didn't need to, like, or sent airships into Eorzea majorly, Battle of Silver Tier Skies happens, right? So they're not gonna fuck with dragons. They've kind of learned their lesson after 1562. So you end up in a situation where, like, is it worth it? I don't think for them, they're looking at that like, yes, there's a bunch of knowledge there that is a major martial asset to us. Instead, I think they're more like, okay, we need to control land. We need to control the people. We need to annex. We need to, like, and Dravania is like the least of their concerns in that regard, right? Roger Ironheart is such a missed opportunity. Yeah. Didn't the flagship go down at Silver Tier Lake, the original campaign 15 years ago? Yeah, the Agrius never came close to that colony. Well, yeah, but that's also like that's an important point, like I was just saying. But also, it is a very different context in what happened with Midgard Summer because he's protecting Silver Tier. But again, remember, they don't have the full context for that. The Garleans don't have a full understanding of all of that. They know that it happened, but they don't fully understand what the dragons are about. Would the dragons attack them? Would they not? You know, like, they don't come in, like, the fact that Varys even bothers coming into with the new flagship is wild. I think the Aurora, or maybe the Aurora is the class. No, it's named after something else. Aurora's the class. But you end up right where it would have made sense for, like, they don't come in here until they find out about Azys Law, because Azys Law is a key to their plan, which is to defeat the Primals, right? Sharlayan's research on the Primals would be incredibly lacking, because Primals have not been a major thing for Sharlayan for most of its history, and they didn't become a major issue in present time until really basically during / post them leaving. So their research may have been null. It's only when Azys Law comes to the fore and how Azys Law is tied very specifically to their end goals that they actually go in. This isn't useful, but they set up castrum around Calamity sites prior to Project Archon. My brain's breaking. I'm forgetting what Project Archon is. But they come in, right? So they come in, Gearbani gets an annex, they come in, you got Gaius comes in straight up for Mordona, Battle Silver Tier Skies, things go to shit. But the thing is, like, the Eorzean city-states are not united, so they're able to get a much stronger foothold. And then during 5.0, like, you get Castrum Novus, I think, is the 1.0 Castrum, and that's the thing that happens with Nail, right? And it's only by uniting that people actually start facing that problem. Maybe 3. to 4.5 fills in that because that's the last of what I was missing. Yeah, definitely. Maybe it's in there. I don't know which specific thing, but there's a good chance. All the things I'm saying are pretty apparent from either MSQ or side quests or from EE1 or EE2. I guess actually most of what I'm talking about is, well, no, some of what I'm talking about is EE2 because it's Garlean history. Yeah, the dragons laid a hurting on them during just before the Calamity. Well, 1562 would have been 10 years before, because Battle of Silver Tier Skies was 15 years before the battle, before Rump Warm, because 1572 would have been the end of 1.0. 1577 effectively would be now. However, because of the Calamity, the calendar resets. Didn't we find out most of the Garlean citizenry weren't aware that Sharlayan exists? They're not highly aware of it, yeah. There's a lot of them that don't. But the thing is, we're talking about the military that we would deal with. But that's the citizenry, comparably. But yes. The Garleans are using the Stray of Murlthor, so I'm not sure how they don't know about Sharlayan. No. So the army does, but so, like, for instance, when you do Endwalker and or side quests and stuff, a lot of the, like, citizenry, not the people being sent on campaigns, but the citizens are not highly aware of what was going on. A good example is the Reaper quest, where some of the Lemure are talking about, like, I actually ended up going to Corvos and I found out, holy shit, this is what we do, this is what we're doing, or Locus Amenos for them. So, like, they know, like, definitely anyone in major positions of power or authority or in the military is aware of them, but, like, a lot of people aren't. But yeah, and the Strait of Merlthor too is partly comes because you've got Oxens? Is that what it is? No, east. Castrium Occidens, yeah. And then you have Castrum Meridianum Castrum Marinum. Over here, Castrum Marinum. So that, yeah, they definitely are way up in that Strait of Merlthor for sure. I assume they went around the north end of Aldenard. So, well, we see the flight path for, so there's, for how they got there. They would probably, there's a combination. So one thing we know is that there's also airships too. They got there a lot of, so we, for instance, we see guys flying into Occidens on airship, but also there's a lot of remnants of airships, and I think some from the Battle of Silver Tear Skies over in Raincatcher's Gully. So I don't know a lot. I don't suppose that there would be a lot of sailing around the Cape. I would expect that most of it was coming in through here and would have been a straight shot into these regions. The Gratian flagship? It was the Agrius class. Well, no. Agrius was the Agrius class, but yeah, the Gratian flagship. Yeah, it was Agrius class? Okay. Well, because I don't think it says. They don't say what class it was. I remember because we were looking at the book and it didn't specify. And the interesting thing is the Aurora class looked a lot like it. So, actually, I think this is EE2. Yeah, I'm pretty sure what I'm talking about is EE2. So there's some political commentary from the writers there, not unlike the ecclesiastical monarchy, not so subtle metaphors in Ishgard. Yeah, a lot of real world history has definitely been taken for a lot of 14. Trying to remember where I was told post Calamity they shifted more to water transport. Yeah, if you find that, let me know. There would be some they would use, but think about it like this: like, other than sending people from Girabania, I mean, yes, they control Corvos, right? But like. Well, okay, well, no, there must be Garlean water ships because we know there's privateering. We know there's major privateering of Limson ships. So they definitely have to have water-based transports that they're using, but I suspect a lot of that is for trade more than it is for Garlean transport of troops. Which honestly, with the loss of airships and battles and locations of post-Calamity Castrum, sailing becomes wildly effective. Well, but the problem is you have to contend with Limson pirates, right? Which is a major problem. And then you also deal with, like, blockades and issues around, you're dealing, like, yes, they're kind of neutral with Thavnir, right? But, like, when you come out of the Bounty, you're dealing with the Drown and the Siren Song Sea and the Sea of Ash. Like, all of this is hostile. So if they're coming out of here, it's a problem. If they're going from Girabania, you know, that kind of works, but we don't see any major ports that I can think of within Girabania. Why don't you have it? Oh well. Do you know where it says it's an Agrius class AC? I know we assume it is because it's touted as the new flagship, but I forget if they actually said it in the MSQ. Oh, you're pointing somewhere else. I think they sail from the north. I doubt that. These seas are basically impassable. And then they would have to deal with, like, the Viking Air Salanti. And, like, the Northern Empty is a fucking nightmare. I would doubt that, personally, that they would sail any ships from there. Especially, I mean, then you'd also have, you have, like, environmental issues, and then you still have the issues of coming down into here. I mean, the thing is, you can't even land on Ogomoro because of the Cobalt and stuff, so you basically have to then go into Lenosia. And then I'd also point out that Occiden's in the eastern Lenosia, right? So, like, they probably would have come westward instead of, because otherwise you would think that they would have ended up making their castrum on the western coast, right? Right? The Gratian was the 6th flagship based on the Agrius design. Yes, I know that. But if you read the sightseeing log, I think Shiva permafrosted the engine, so it's permanently moored. Yes, that is definitely true. No, it's based on the Agrius' design. But is it definitely declared? Because there's other examples of ships of the same general look or feel that are weirdly classified differently. I mean, I think it's safe to say it's an Agrius class. I just was wondering if we actually tell us that it is. Which avoids the Limson pirates largely. Not really, though, because you still have you have the piracy, you have the problem of the Seawolf pirates, right? You have the major problem of the Air Salanti pirates here. Because they're almost just as bad or worse. You'd also would think that Charlene would have had a bigger problem with that too, in terms of like, here's another interesting thing about that. There is no major thing that we get that there's an issue of passage from Lenosia to Charlene that is dangerous because of Garlean intervention. So that would seem strange to me, though not impossible. But again, like the thing is, the dangers involved with that to me would be as great or greater than coming in, because we know that they have ports and like they had places in ports here. I mean, even as close as Whirlit, right? So it makes more sense to think of like Whirlit as a staging ground. We knew it was a staging ground for the 7th, and especially when they have Garabanya here. You think about all the airships we see above Garabanya during parts of Stormblood too. You still have said it in Stormblood and MSQ so much later, so that's much later. That's interesting that it's said all the way later. Weird. Those castrums are placed incorrectly. Wait, want me to send you an updated map? Alfie and Rodart put together with 2.0 map UI misleads distance. Wait, what do you mean it because like it's on the east. Unless like I'm not sure what you mean, because like it's on the eastern coast, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I definitely want to see it, but I'm not sure I understand what you mean by updated map, because my point about the castrum was that the Occident is on the eastern coast, which means that you would assume, because you would assume that people would be like to build near where they are first able to land, right? And so we don't see any Garlean presence on the western coast, and don't hear anything about it in like Ogomoro region. So that was more my thinking, especially when you think about too how like you see, I mean like again to your point though, yeah, you could come in here if they're coming in from the north of the Strait of Murthor. Okay, I think I'm following now. Coming in from the north of Strait of Murthor, then it makes sense to be here and Marinum down here ish, and then you know, that still would be surprising to me though, because especially when you think about how we see Gaius's Gaius use and his ready use of airships all throughout his appearances in both, well, even in Answers and in A Realm Reborn. Wait, do we know what's on the north of Ogomoro at all? Yeah. It's basically untamed wildland that is partly used as part of like the wilds of Gobblin or Kobold country. But one of the here, like we also see it in the 1.0 trailer. Let me pull it up real quick. Is it showing? No, it's display capture. There we go. So if we... So the region, this is the northern section of... So what's there is mostly untamed wildland, but the thing is that the kobolds have control over it primarily, and the thing is we never get any inclination that they're having any troubles there, or that anything's going on there with the Garleans. And it's never reported as a staging ground for them or anyone else. Who gives us the updated post-calamity info to tell us that there can't be a castrum or even pirate canoes there? Updated post... No, it's not so much that anyone has explicitly said it's not, so I'm not... You're to fair point, like, no one says that there is absolutely nothing there, but it's only ever described as wildland, and no one ever references any form of castrum, even obliquely, or like... So, like, to me, that is indicative, majorly indicative, but not confirmation. The map regions of Vilbrand are really only maybe the southern half at best. Yeah, yes, basically everything south of the mountain. So, like, if you, like, the mountain's here, right? So, like, everything down here is, like, Outer Lenosia doesn't, if you go to Outer Lenosia, right? If you look north, you see far away the mountain. So, yeah, most of Vilbrand, that our maps is all, yeah, totally the south. Who gives us Alfie and Rodar put together a 2.0 map UI's misleading distance. Yeah, distances are definitely off by a lot, but like if you as a broad context, right? Oh, well, great. Of course I come here when it's freaking foggy. But trust me, to anyone who doesn't already know or look at these maps, which I know Chris looks at them plenty, but the the actual mountain is far off in the distance there, which means, you know, you can look at the fact that means that the furthest north section that you go in Vilbrand, or basically, Lenosia is southern Vilbrand. And then you've got Ogomoro, the mountain, and Ogomoro, the northern section, which is basically just untamed wildland as far as we know. I really nerd out in maps. I love it. Dude, I've been so glad to see you nerding out in it. Someone else has been nerding out the geography, because I fucking love geography, and I love the geography of this game. And, like, I love talking about it, so no, it's been great. Can I put Stola's Stormblood quote? Yeah. AC, please, yeah. Feel free to tag that if she says the Agrius class. Yeah, I would love to have that confirmed, just so I can put that to bed. Aurora class must be a different level of craft. Let's see if I can find that, because not. Oh, actually, you know what? I wonder if it's an E1 in the Garlemald section. servants. Asians. Where is that? What is that page number again? Great, yeah, 176. Okay, no, I was right. I was just a little bit ahead. Royal class vehicles. Yeah, okay. That explains it. Yeah, so Agrius class vessels, the larger airship ever bent. The Agrius was a flying fortress. Granted, thus it came to sail over areas during the invasion. However, as it crossed Silver no. Oh, hey, here we go. We got another thing for you too, AC, to confirm it. Agilab was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier and potential even to an Agrius class airship. Perfect. We've got double confirmation here. The Eorzean, a second ship of comparable size, was completed in 56th year of the First Garlean Empire's reign. After being given the 6th Legion, it set out to find a mythical floating Isle of Azazla. So yeah, we're totally confirmed on that. The Aurora class is the ones I think. Or maybe we're the assault craft. I think maybe the one that Alfie is on in 4.x might be Aurora. It might be assault class though. But this is the difference. This is the Agrius class, and this is the Aurora class, which is why I was confusing it, because the coloration of the ship that we see in Heavensward is closer to the Aurora than it was to the Agrius, is like deep red. I'm heading off to night desk. Good to see you. I'll probably head off soon here. They referenced that in Heavensward, I think. Yeah, they definitely referenced it, but I had just been through it, and I forgot if they actually had stated the class name. Yeah, because I've never done Stormblood, and I remember something about even large Garlean ships can't punch. Yeah, so they do, more than like, we were like, very specifically, do they say it's an Agrius class, rather than like the Agrius, or based off the Agrius, like, is it definitively an Agrius class ship? And between the Stormblood quote and that EE1 quote, which I assume may have come from the MSQ. We now have it confirmed. Wasn't the Aurora class thing we saw flaming from the sky in Endwalker trailer? It's flaming from the sky in Endwalker trailer. No. It might have been an airship, but that could have just, like, honestly, if you look at that just looks like a chunk of the Tower of Babel. I mean, I could put it this another way. It goes by so fast. Maybe it is, but I don't think so. YouTube, let's show it. I know exactly what you're talking about. It took me a second. No major spoilers for the trailer. We're not going to watch the whole thing. Don't worry if you haven't played Endwalker yet. I'm only going to go to one very specific shot. This. So, looking at that looks like even... So, I had never looked at close. I thought it was almost looks like a chunk of the Tower of Babel. But you know what, AC? I think that's an Aurora class. And let me show you what I mean. If we look at 176. If we look at... Come on. One more page. Yeah. If we look at, like, the distinctive... Let me make sure you guys can see it. Yeah. If we look at you can see the very distinctive, like, curved front shape. And if you look at it, it's, like, almost teardrop as it's shaped as it goes by. So... Yeah. Yeah, and you can even see the distinctive, like, these little things on it. Yep. And if you look at the back end... Yeah, it's definitely an Aurora class vessel. Well, that's solved, AC. I never had looked at it that closely. I'd always just seen it as a piece of, like, the tower or something. Intriguing. Yeah. I remember the profile of the airship despite it being on fire. Yeah, cool. Thanks for bringing it up. I'm taking next week off and I'm bringing my lore books. Woo! You got to message me if you have any questions or you want to talk about anything from E1 or E2. Trailers aren't canon, so don't assume coloring etc. had to be right. Yeah, no, it's a fair point, but if you like look at its literal shape, so here's the thing. Trailers are not canonical to necessarily how events happen. I mean, another good example, though, is also how they use Hraesvelgr, so especially in like Heavensward and stuff. And I emphatically have been on the board of being like, do not use trailers as canonical recollections of events. But you can see well, I don't know why I'm pointing at the screen, but you can see the exact same tail fins. You can see the teardrop shape. The Agrius class is a completely different long, like, tubular shape. Like, it's not even close. Like, it is very clearly an Aurora class, and it's very similar to the Aurora class I believe we see in... And we also see this exact same class in other trailers. So a good example would be, right, that we see the Agrius in the 1.0 trailer, but it's still a canonical thing. And its design in the trailer is the exact same design that they use in the book for E1, right? But if we look at this, also no spoilers for this, but... right at the beginning, I believe, you can see a shot of the same class of vehicle. Maybe it might be an assault craft though. The flag standards is going to cut away. It's going to do this, and then it's going to do the ceruleum, ship covered in ceruleum. Yeah. So you can see that this is the same curve. You can see the little winglets on the sides all the way down. So I believe that this is, and you can see the like not palisades, but like the. So yeah, I think that's definitely that's supposed to be an Aurora class, which makes sense because literally there has not been claimed to be another Agrius class vessel until the Gratian, and then that goes down because of Shiva. So like it seems like they haven't had time to make another, as far as I can think. Shapes are like largely right, but if you mention color recognizing, that would be this would have been colored for cinema. Yeah, so yes, but like the coloring I'm referring to is the difference between black and red, right? So like I'm not talking about like, oh, it's a very similar shade of like it's the exact same shade hue of you know whatever, but it is like the same. It uses white in the same places. It uses black in the same places. Expensive ships to keep losing. Exactly. So it's not a good investment for them, right? Back before Endwalker release, someone tried to tell me it was a creature. Yeah, I didn't buy it. I mean, it's an understandable read, right? Like, it's like a weird-looking thing, so it's totally understandable why someone might think that. Nope, still gloomy. How big do you think an average Garlean Legion is? I'm not mistaken, we have info about that. I don't know if they actually say exactly how big it is, rather than just its formation, but... social hierarchy, Imperial Army. So... a legion is made up of a 1st through 10th cohort, a 1st through 3rd maniple, and a 1st through 2nd century. It consists of 14 legions. Each legion is composed of 10 cohorts, each cohort of 3 maniples, and each maniple of 2 squadrons. As each squadron contains... oh, here we go. As each squadron contains roughly 100 men, a legion should hold roughly 6,000 soldiers. In reality, however, the strength of each legion varies due to the necessary rotation of soldiers. So at the very least, the Garlean army is whatever 6 times, so 60... so 84,000, though in reality it would be lower than that. So, I mean, this is just best guess, but I would say somewhere between 50 and 80,000 soldiers in the Garlean military, and somewhere between, I mean, it depends, right? Because you look at like Valen's, right, and where the 7th is at the time of like the Battle of Worlit, and that seems to be in a much weaker place. So it's, you know, it clearly varies. When you do subathon on Twitch, we need to get Chris to come and ask you lore questions for hours. I would love to do that. That sounds fun. I can't do hours with someone this knowledgeable until I finish Stormlight. Yeah, no worries, but I would love to do it with you. It was fun talking to you about coils. Yeah, and if you guys haven't watched it, you should definitely go check out the video I did where I was lucky enough to have Chris talk to me about coils for a while. It was a good time. Still asking questions with very partial timeline. Yeah, 3.55 is Thursday, so I'm closing the gap. Ooh, I definitely... 3.5... yeah, I think I should have time, but I would love to like try and catch some of that. I always feel weird about lurking in other people's streams. I don't know why, but I don't know, it feels socially awkward about it. But yeah, super cool. I have been streaming for 7 hours. I also have other real world work I got to do. So this has been lovely talking to you, and Chris, thank you actually for coming in and giving me some questions at the end to like give me a shot of energy. I will tell you, it brings a lot of joy to my life. The problem of when the crew that we have gets too friendly is you get to a point where it's more about hanging out than it is lore questions. But Life of Brian Podius, the man commands a quack region. But Tethys, thank you so much for sticking with me for these entire 7 hours. I'm gonna head out there, everybody. Don't forget that if you want to watch our stuff, every Monday and Tuesday is MSQ replays. Every Wednesday is new videos. We have an End Talkers coming out tomorrow. Hopefully, we might actually have another video coming out this week, maybe. Thursday is me and Nina Neary's replay of the Final Fantasy games. If you don't want to know when, you can go join our Discord. By the way, go join our Discord if you haven't already. Friday is Lore Book Club. Saturday is community stream, which this Saturday I believe we're doing helping each other level up, helping everybody who wants to like level, being shown how to for like crafters, stuff like that. And then Sunday I ostensibly have off. I have a 3.2, 3.3 question, so hurry up. Yeah, no, yeah, definitely. Let's end it there. Let's let that be our. I mean, I can talk about them even without having replayed them recently, if you want. Oh, I see. Right, don't want to ask it because of the. Well, I don't think anyone else is in here who hasn't already beaten it. But well, I'll give you a second to see if you want to ask it. If not, we'll head on out. Yes, and go check out Gaming Kinda and Work to Game. Estinian Aether Tendrils versus Thavnir Shenanigans. And Aether Tendrils versus Thavnir Shenanigans. Do you mean to the eyes? If I need Stormblood or 3.5, let me know. Yeah. Do you mean, like, the nature of how the eyes connects to an individual? And... Or which specifically? You feel free to be specific. Again, like, if anyone is watching who is worried about potential 3.2, 3.3 spoilers or later, now's your time to check out. Yes? So the thing that's important to understand, and this is going to be have to talk a little bit about Endwalker, but the important thing to understand about that is that the eye is placed within a simulacrum, that the Eye of Vritra is placed into Varshan, and it resides within him, and it is connected to Vritra wherever he goes. The Aether that is, the things that are connected to Estinian, once the eyes are removed, he's disconnected from the remnants of the, like, the thing is that the eyes contain to an aspect, like, in a sense, part of the soul of Nidhogg, but also, like, the incarnation of his wrath made semi-sentient. His soul was all but snuffled out. Yeah, so so the thing is that, imagine that, like, his emotions and sentiment and will was so strong that even without a sentient body or anything, they could control Estinian. And to an extent, his soul the soul does to an extent seem to reside in the eyes as well, potentially, by the fact that it doesn't exclusively. And the reason we think that is that without their eyes, they can still survive for a period of time. We know that because Nidhogg loses his eyes and yet is able to maintain for a period of time. So there's an aspect to which their eyes, they are, like, simultaneously intrinsically linked to their eyes, but they are maybe not wholly only within their eyes. Something I'm still confused by is the number of scions there were when the Warrior of Light joined the group. The ones you see, unless you mean the potential other ones who had kind of joined were helping out. Do you mean, like, are you referring to also, like, the C and B tier? You can check out the EE1 has the list of most of them. But it's also possible there were more besides, because, like, the Path of 12 and the Way of Knowing always were kind of nebulous in how many people they have. Well, technically, the Way of Knowing, Circle of Knowing always had its 12 specific members, but the Path of the 12 was a little bit nebulous as how many people there were. But Estinian is basically crushed by a dragon's soul. Yes. Okay, that their MSQ, those people lose their souls. The people from the final days? Is that what you're talking about? But Estinian is basically crushed by a dragon soul. So, Estinian's soul is corrupted more so than it is. It is infused with Nidhogg and aspects of him. Like, that's why, for instance, even afterwards, he still can connect with the eye without the eye being there. There's an aspect of Nidhogg forever within him. But the removal of the eyes dulls it, and he allows him to control it to a much better extent. And his empathy and compassion and ability to understand also gives him a much stronger power over it. The same way you end up with characters like Hydaelyn from the Dragoon Quest, and how even though she partook of the blood, she doesn't immediately become a dragon, right? So how were they so far past saving, but he recovered so quickly? Do you mean the Terminus beasts specifically? Yeah. Also, if you have specific lore questions, always feel free to go to the Discord and at me about lore questions. If you don't at me, I may not see it because I'm usually very busy. But if you do at me, I tend to try to get back to them. Because if you're talking about the Terminus beast creatures, untempering out of process, but I just don't see how his Aether isn't irrevocably damaged. His Aether is irrevocably changed. Absolutely. Explicitly. And when you get through into Stormblood and stuff, there is stuff like that. There's also a short story. I think it's a Heavensward short story. It might be a Stormblood short story that does touch on it a little bit. As well as the Dragoon Quest from 60 to 70 touches on this. And a lot of, like, if you read more about the nature of the Azure Dragoon, dragons, yeah. So his Aether is absolutely irrevocably changed forever, permanently. But he is able to master it to an extent where he can still function and use it as his ally instead of a major problem. Untempering out of process. And that's the thing, too, is he wasn't tempered. So, like, the thing is like, because the tempering of a primal, right, corrupts the soul. So fair that, like, we use the term soul corruption. But the thing is that the tempering of a primal aspects the soul permanently differently, whereas what Nidhogg was doing was more infesting the soul, with its rage, rancor, and anger and hatred. And so he became an incarnation of the being as an extension of that. But it was sourced in the eyes. So remove the eyes and that infestation is mostly removed, even though the after effects of it remain. Seems like if I get a motorcycle wreck, I can lose my leg, but he kind of bounces back. No, so this is somewhat a little bit talked about in Shadowbringer's parts, in parts of Endwalker, in parts of Stormblood, and in short stories. But he's never the same. But he learns to use it as a strength rather than a weakness. So he's mastering like a shoulder. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. It was just so unrepresented. Yeah, that only comes into it's partly because he's gone, right? You get so little time with him before he leaves. The main places you get to see that are the short story I talked about, 4.0 to an extent, 5.x and a little bit of 5.0, and Endwalker are the major places that would touch on this. They could have given us a flash of Y'shtola vision or something. Okay, and Draconic Bloodline. Well, so Draconian Bloodline. So, like, that's the thing, I think, is if you, and this is not to against your point, right? But if you play all the side quests in Ishgard and, like, the Dragoon quests and stuff, I think there's a lot of that's already implicit about the nature of Dragon affection of the soul and how the soul can be twisted or changed or affected or irrevocably altered, but not necessarily just ruined. There's a lot around that. Now, I think there's a lot of times in 14 where there's like a metaphysic idea that happens that is explained well enough, but maybe not deep enough unless you go further. And I think, and because of that, there can be confusion around it. And I think that's a fair point for this. But definitely when they get back to doing more with Estinian, it is a thing. And the Stormblood MSQ, the Stormblood Dragoon quest definitely would help a little bit for sure. How does that work? I get my soul from the Aether, which can mean it's reused. I get my soul from the Soul Aether, which means it's reused. So soul is just so like if you do the relic quest for Heavensward, right? The soul is just condensed Aether. Willow, thank you, Willow, for the $10. Go get some rest. Go get some sleep. Soul is just condensed Aether. If you condense Aether under the right circumstances, you can create. Well, you can't create a soul. It gets weird, but the soul. How do I put this? What's a good way to put it? You know how you can still be you, even though your memories change as the course of the time? Like, you're not the exact same person that you were a year ago, but also you're still you to a major extent, right? I would say it's somewhat similar to that in this case, right? Another way to put it maybe that imagine if you had someone, right? And you put something onto them that made it so that they couldn't think straight. But then when you took it off, they would have the memories of not thinking straight, but they would also still have the memories of themselves, and they could also think straight again. Yeah. I'm sorry I'm making him run long, guys. Yeah, no worries. It's quite nice. There's an underlying face, but in my actual Aether that makes my corporeal body I get from my parents, so that's just bloodline, like eye color. Yeah, so we don't know how thoroughly genetics functions as genetics as we think of it in 14, but the fact that traits seem to be able to pass down implies that that's likely the case. So remember, there's three aspects, right? There's body, mind, and soul. Mind is effectively memories. Soul, but only an individual only is made between those. Corporeal Aether is what makes up a body. Aether of the soul and Aether of the memory are both incorporeal, but it's not always as like hard delineating lines. It's more that Aether can carry memory on it, but in essence, that memories can be also wiped clean from the Aether. It's like, what if you could give energy specific attributes, right? And those attributes can be removed or added or exist, you know. Where I got lost this week. Yeah, I mean, I do think further playing of job quests with Dragoon and MSQ will help. I don't know that it will be fully because a part of it is supposed to be a little soft, but also when you replay Endwalker, there's a conversation that you have as part of the MSQ with not Fortunal. Oh my god, I'm forgetting his name. But the older gentleman, and he will talk about the metaphysics of the soul and stuff. And also 5.x, a lot of 5.x is about the metaphysics of the soul in 14. I hope you get good sleep, Willow. Dragonblood and the whole dragon is a dragon, Dragoon is a dragon, but we got him back. We're a big confusing moment. Yeah, it's also semi-unprecedented. So not totally unprecedented, but the thing is that So one, bodies can be reconstituted. It's more the soul that's the big problem. So it's not fully clear. Maybe it is made perfectly clear in somewhere. But like, you could argue to an extent that what Estinian is experiencing could be almost like a glamour protection of the incredible magics of Nidhogg's remnants, or an corruption of his body. But the thing is that Nidhogg reconstitutes his body enough that it's returned to Semi the way it was when we free him, and then his infestation is removed, you know? Red, good to see you, glad to have you. However, we will be heading out in just a second here. Let me see if there's a line that specifies whether it's a full corruption, or when like specifically when he becomes a dragon. Claimed as a vessel for his rage, transformed into the great word, he took wing and vanished. Alas, so long as Nidhogg's vengeful shadow remained, the Dragonsong War would never truly end. So I think it's fair to say that his physical form was fundamentally altered and changed, but the thing is, it was also returned to close enough to what and who he was, because enough of him remained, and he had the power to do so, that... I mean, think about the way in which ancients are able to change their form, too. And now there's some specific things going on with that, but it's not unheard of. Okay, cool. I think I'm really going to like Stormblood based on where my intrigue is. Yeah, I bet so. And what I still seem to not know pre-Shadowbringers, since I'm running out of runway where they could hide the big points. Yeah, I would say the Stormblood's not a lot of big points, for the most part. Stormblood is a lot of lateral world expanding. Shadowbringers is, what if we revealed 80% of all the big points to you, and Endwalker is what if we revealed the extra 20% of the big points. But I think you're going to love it all. I definitely think you'll love it. I think if you like maps, you're going to love Oathard. But with that, I will catch you all later. Hopefully me and Chris can catch up sometime on something else. I need to drink water and feast, for I have not yet eaten. This has been lovely, and I will see you guys later. Cheers, everyone.